It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's not able to deny the plant red. He's able to run down the time.
Here it stops again. One kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up and through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week number 4 of LPL Pro Season 3 Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Matt Smyros. This lovely young fellow here is Cthulu, and we are going to be bringing you all the action tonight here for week number 4.
Yes, week number 4. It's amazing to already know that 3 weeks already managed to pass on, and we've seen some amazing matches, some roles, and some very unusual scorelines, although the end scorelines still ended up being fairly predictive.
Well, after tonight, we're going to be putting ourselves over halfway through the round robin stage. But you might be asking, oh, what's the round robin stage? Oh, he keeps going on about things I don't know about. Well, throw up the tournament explainer, because this is how things work. It is a round robin. We've got 8 teams, so it's going to take 7 weeks to get through all of them, because every team is playing each other once. And each of those matches is going to be a best of 2. So you can draw, or you can get the 2-0, or you can be 0-2. Only 3 options really there, Cthulhu. And of course, at the end of it, we're going to be taking the top half of all the teams, putting them into the elimination bracket to see where the real tough teams come out top.
Yeah, and well, there's going to be quite some incentive for those top 4 teams to really play out, and that is going to be the prize money, of course. A total of $5,000 will be on the line. $3,000 for the first place, $1,000 for the second place, and then a $500 reduce each for the third and fourth place, which is still a pretty good incentive overall to really keep on grinding out. And well, not only that, you get some pretty good bragging rights as well.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it's pretty much all at the top, right? $3,000 of the $5,000.
Yes.
It's all about that grand final, because you don't want to be the team that misses out on that $2,000. But you got to get there first, of course. That's going to take a few more weeks to get to. But in the meantime, there are a few other ways that some of these players can get themselves some extra cash. It's not all about just winning it as a team. Sometimes you got to get in there and do it on your own. So with that, we've got, of course, the new award for this season, the Vodafone MVP Award. Runs across all the LPL Pro seasons, and of course we pick the MVP at the end of the season, and they get an extra $250 cash thanks to Vodafone. So another little way for players to kind of shine in the matches and kind of be rewarded for it, for their mechanical plays.
Yeah, one way to really reward some of the more bigger highlight players, some players that may have not really gotten to the waypoint or the milestone that they wanted to get to, but still is a nice way of rewarding them for some of their rather flashier plays.
Yeah, but speaking of flashier plays, maybe you like the big personalities, or maybe you just like the guy that goes to chunk every game. But, well, luckily for you, there is the Red Bull fan vote. This is one of the newer awards coming in, and you guys can vote on the most voted players, the top 4 of them, of which, oh man, they get a whole lot of stuff. They get $500 each, they get a year's supply of Red Bull, and they get a fridge to stick it all in, a Red Bull one specifically.
Yes.
So they look swag while they're doing it too. So you guys can vote for that. !info in the chat to find out how to do that, and you definitely want to find out how to do it, because you can also win too, right, Cthulhu?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, you also can win out for, as a matter of fact, lucky viewers will be able to win out the year's supply worth of Red Bull. So pretty good, pretty good way to get yourself rewarded as well for participating and being part of the broadcast as well.
Yeah, free stuff for the players, free stuff for you. Where's our free stuff, Cthulhu? Why do we never get free stuff? Well, actually, we got to send a whole lot of Red Bull, so maybe not entirely fair on that one. We do get a whole lot of free stuff too. But guys, we do have one more partner joining us this week as well, and that's the Esports Assessment Lab. These guys are pretty sweet. They've got a cool little program going on where you can, for free, if you look at the info in the chat, go on, do the assessment test, and find out kind of where you stand, what you need to improve on, or maybe where your strengths are in the competitive esports world, or just competitive gaming. In fact, I actually did it today. How do you think I went?
Oh, I reckon you actually were maybe above, say, 65 to 70% people.
Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair because I was above 60% of people. It tells you kind of where you stand in the percentages of it. So, you know, if I had a coin to flip, you know, I'd find out if I'm better than you. Or, you know, more likely I'm better than you because 60% is higher than 50%. So, you know, that's how statistics works. But guys, go ahead, give it a look. It's really cool to go. You can dive even deeper into it to really get into the nitty gritty of where you need to work on your esports skills. But, I mean, look, it's really cool to have them on board too. So shout out to those guys for sending more support to esports. But let's get into the nitty gritty of tonight's Cthulhu, because first up, we've got to relate it to what last week did to the leaderboard, what last week has set us up with for this week.
Well, last week we've seen a whole lot of very interesting plays, actually, as a matter of fact. We do have quite some material to really look at. Well, there we go. But yeah, look, we've had a few bangers of matchups. PC419 versus ShadowNet was a very interesting matchup for the matter that we were expecting ShadowNet to really just get rolled, really. Well,
ShadowNet did way better than this one than we thought.
And ShadowNet, yeah, performed really well, all things considered, given the fact that they were playing with a stand-in as well, that is Levi, who was replacing Minxie. And look, an old teammate returning as a stand-in, I reckon that's probably one of the best case scenarios really here for ShadowNet, because they were able to push it to all 12 rounds.
The thing is though, Cthulhu, it was good, but it wasn't enough. And PC419 got to stand strong and take them out on that. So yeah, look, really good showing by ShadowNet, but PC419 standing on top of that. Look, I mean, it's kind of what we expected to see for sure in terms of results, but it's really good to see ShadowNet come in and just make these matches not a stomp and actually really competitive.
Yes, most definitely. More plays as well from Shaq to be seen, as well as Space Prison was actually pulling off quite a few very interesting plays as well. So both of the rosters were actually able to get a few really good highlights, just like that one. Shaq has been just absolutely nuts just to close off the clubhouse just like that. So big props to them. But then again, we also had Skyfire versus Elemental, which was also one of those scorelines that we couldn't really predict to be as close as it got, really.
It was the same thing. We said, you know, surely this is just a 2-0 for Elemental. Maybe a few hiccups along the way. Sorry, for Skyfire, yeah. Maybe there's a few hiccups along the way, but it should be easy for Skyfire. Elemental kind of made them work for it.
Yeah, definitely. Elemental gave Skyfire quite a run for their reputation, and well, we were able to really just show us a very solid performance. So in their further matches, I reckon they could certainly get out there and grab some dubs as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it has left the leaderboard kind of all over the place. It's really interesting. I mean, it was already a little bit weird given the first few weeks of you know, how the round robin ended up going with where you know, which teams got matched up with who. But we're getting through it now, and look at how it ends up, right? I mean, we have Rufflecopter and PC419 tied at the top. That'll come down to round difference. Then you've got Exto Gaming just below them, 1 point below them, in fact. And then you've got Ferox and Skyfire, two teams you'd think would be up at the top.
Exactly.
Are sitting right there in the middle. 3 wins, 3 losses each. Pretty crazy. And then you round things out, you've got Elemental and Bance. Elemental kind of showing up a little bit. And then ShadowNet rounded out down at the bottom, still yet to pick up a win.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough patch here for ShadowNet, but maybe tonight they might be able to change things around. But yeah, probably the most surprising thing, like you mentioned, Ferox versus Skyfire, them being on 4th and 5th place respectively, 2 grand finalists of the previous season, and yet here they are in the middle of the leaderboard with Rufflecopter and PC taking the big dub. So yeah, that is definitely quite a interesting sight to withhold, but nonetheless does set us up for a very nice set of storyline as well.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, at the end of tonight, we're going to be more than halfway through the round robin, so it really should be shaping up to see, you know, which teams are going to be sending in the playoffs and what the final few weeks are really going to look like. But to do that, we do have to get through tonight's matches, so let's take a look at the ones we're going to be seeing tonight, Cthulhu, because we got some pretty, interesting ones. First up, it's Ferox versus ShadowNet. Now, normally you'd say this is like a David and Goliath match. Ferox in the middle of the leaderboard currently means they're kind of like a half Goliath. I don't know, how does that work?
Demigod.
Yeah, was Goliath a god? I don't think he was. He was just a big guy, wasn't he?
maybe.
I think he was. I think he
Shad
was.
will
So
probably still
Demigod's, yeah, Demigod's a bit of an upgrade. But the point is, it's Ferox versus ShadowNet. Should be a 2-0 for Ferox, but we'll see.
Yeah.
For ShadowNet, you know, they surprised us last time. Maybe it happens again. And then second match, Bance versus Elemental.
The thing is, yeah, here with the first matchup between ShadowNet and Ferox, this could be a bit of a coin toss, just for a slight bit, just because Ferox, last time we saw them, didn't really perform as we were rather expecting. Unfortunately for them, they were playing also with a sub, so that was also, I would imagine, affecting them and the morale. Here, obviously, yeah, even statistically, even with the fact that Ferox are on the 4th place, the stats are still stacked against ShadowNet.
Absolutely.
But again, ShadowNet has shown us a pretty good gameplay, so they might just be able to maybe play for an upset and push it into a draw, maybe a win, but that's quite far-fetched at the moment. Whereas Bance Elemental, I feel that this could be a very even play.
It feels like
from both teams.
It feels like whoever shows up on
Yes.
the night is
Yes.
really going to be the one that takes it.
Most
But I think we'll get into the second match a little bit later. You seem pretty keen to get into this first match, so let's take a bit of a deep dive, take a look at the lineups for both sides. So first up, Ferox. Like you said, these guys running with a sub last week should be coming in with full power tonight and see if they can improve on that middle of the pack leaderboard.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be their big chance to really push themselves on the leaderboard. Look, if they're playing the full 5-man core, this should be a pretty swift play for them. Nazgul has been a pretty decent performer for the team, but main highlight, at least as of their last performance, Oda and Todd. Oda probably even more so than Todd right now, because that man is a machine no matter what operator he plays. He plays a sledge, he can clutch out rounds literally on half a second before the round
He
ends.
plays a blitz.
He plays a blitz or a Monty. Man can literally just have the audacity to ADS and just click heads like there's no tomorrow. So for Oda, he's well, like people and Twitch chat describes him, he's a Greek god.
All right, well, we're going to have to look at their opponents here. It could be the David here in the match, but let's talk about the good stuff here for ShadowNet. First up, it's always going to be the photos. That's always one of my favorite parts. But also, coming in again, it's confirmed Levi is going to be stepping in for Minxie tonight. But let's talk about the good things, because we saw some good things out of ShadowNet last week with this lineup too.
Correct, yes. Lags and User were some of the fantastic performers of ShadowNet. Space was also occasionally making few appearances there for himself and for the team, and was able to really get the plays going. So we will have to see whether they will be able to really perform here for their roster, because if they do, they will definitely bring in all the needed heat against Ferox here.
Yeah, well, they've got to bring everything they've got tonight. So let's zero in just one more time. Let's take a look at the key player matchup tonight, because this one could be pretty scary, right? I mean, maybe not for Oda. Like you said, he's been having a really good last few weeks. Lags, though, same sort of thing, but against Oda?
Yeah, against Oda, look, with Lags, the beauty of, or at least the beauty of just ShadowNet in general, is, like I mentioned before, that combo of Lags and User, it's been always a tough ask whenever it's putting either one of them on the head-to-head, but ultimately Lags has been a little bit more consistent on the fragging power, whereas Oda is just a one-man army at this point.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see how they fare on the fields today. One more thing to check out, though, Cthulhu, is going to be which maps we're going to. Now, we had a bit of a talk about this before over dinner, actually, and I think the big surprise is no Oregon coming out, because we see that a lot for ShadowNet. Teams either pick it against them or they pick it themselves. But on the flip side, Clubhouse is kind of the same deal. A lot of teams pick it against ShadowNet. Because let's get real. Actually, we'll get into that in a second, because the second map is going to be Villa. But Clubhouse has a lot of footage of ShadowNet losing. Yeah.
Well, with that said, there's also not a whole lot of info about how ShadowNet wins on the Clubhouse. So possibly they just used their previous VODs of when they were losing to their advantage. Maybe they could progress themselves there and see if maybe they can find themselves a dub. Another thing is the Villa. It's one of those maps that they've just recently started almost, or rather showing their practical knowledge about that. And it's kind of one of those maps that they still kind of working on / developing. So we may be seeing some good performance out of them, maybe not, but look, we'll have to see, because we're already just about to be ready to roll right into the map and match as well. First two bans, actually, funnily enough, is are rather Thatcher and Nook. So it was ShadowNet that banned Thatcher. Nook was the ban from Ferox. With that said, the next ban from Ferox is going to be Wamai. And from the get-go, a Nook ban is one of those very unusual bans, just because for the sheer fact that it is an uncommon ban, to say at the very least. Nook is usually kind of played as one of those offhand operators, where the less you play her, the less you expect her.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it show up in bans a whole lot, so it's quite interesting in terms of the fact that it's very likely just a target ban coming out. It was from the blue side, of course, so, you know, you're looking at Ferox throwing it out. I mean, it sounds pretty far to say, but that's not a BM ban or anything, right? They're not just throwing one out just because, right?
No.
Just because they're favorites in this match, right? They've got to be targeting someone here on ShadowNet.
That they're not just kind of throwing it out as kind of those wildcard bans, but we'll have to see, because I don't think, or rather, I don't have any recollection of ShadowNet maining Nook in any shape or form. So that is the main question from me, though, here.
Yeah, that's the thing, because I'd say, oh yeah, target ban, but who plays it on ShadowNet? I guess, I mean, we won't see because it's banned this map, but maybe it pops out in either the next map or maybe in a few weeks. But yeah, I've not seen it, so could just be a bit of a throwaway ban.
Yeah. Well, there we go. First round will be played out as, funnily enough, we're actually seeing quite a bit of a change in the Ferox lineup as well, as it's going to be Repix joining the lineup of Ferox, I believe. And, well, that is, he's definitely more so known as one of the rather content creators / streamers within the ANZ community, but he's also known as one of those kind of nutty entry fraggers.
But here's the thing, Cthulhu. This means this is Ferox with a sub again. This could be the window ShadowNet needs to get back in here. Remember, ShadowNet are 0 wins at the moment. They need some wins. Sure, Ferox is a pretty crazy team to try and get those wins against them, but ShadowNet are running out of time. They've already played some of the teams closer to the bottom of the leaderboard, so they need to start winning against these crazy teams that are almost definitely going to win against them. So let's get into round number 1 here, as we've got now Ferox on the attack here. ShadowNet, they've traditionally done better on the defense, where they can just play a little more standard and not run out of time like has plagued them before. So we'll have to watch and have to wait and see. It's in the basement first. We've got all the operators are required to open the floor up, as we can see Oda just about to do now. He's going to poke ahead and see if you can find anyone's head just hanging around there downstairs. But for now, it's just getting inside.
It's all about just getting inside right now, trying to see if they can find themselves a few entry frags. But I'm curious, how will Repix really play into the whole roster, and how will rather ShadowNet be able to really apply their practices here, given that technically it's both of the rosters are playing with a slight roster disadvantage. Already Shade is going in for the breach, and that is the Selma charges that are actually going to be used instead. So funnily enough, the impact tricks are not going to be doing their job just the right way, but the C4 will, as that has taken a chunk out of Shade's health pool. And well, Ferox at the very least already done a pretty hefty amount of job in the first half of the round.
Yeah, I mean, Shade taking a bit of damage is a little bit rough. You've got Todd now opening up the other hatch. They've spent half the round to do this, so it's all right. They've got some time to finish things up, clean it on up, but Nova.
If he would have hit a nasty headshot with that pistol, that would have been one way to really rub in the salt. Oda, already going in, about to go in for the drop down as a buck, which is not a bad operator, especially for him, because he can most definitely aim.
He's going to aim good, though. Doing a drop is always a risky play, even if you've got the flashes to back it up. Repix now on his first round in LPL Pro tonight is so far still alive, so he's going to be pretty happy about that. But we're on the tail end of round 1 here, Cthulhu, and now the first kills are going to be coming on out. Looks like it was just a trade between the two teams.
Not even.
No, it looks like it's just 2 flat kills for Ferox, and they're already going for the diffuser. Levi might swing one back, but that is well away from the site. Just another trade to go on. Only 2 defenders remain. Nova about to lose his life, but he gets out just in time, and Levi pinned down at the back of the site, miles away from that diffuser. He also wants to get and just disable entirely to win the round, but up we go! Up
There
we go
we
for
are.
Nova. Just in style, as Ferox are about to clean up round number 1.
Okay, Ferox are certainly looking all charged up and ready here to frag out, because that was a very clean take, gotta say. And minus the fact that they lost out one of the players, the way how they held the site in the post-plant situation was absolutely phenomenal. With Todd, Todd actually, playing as Maverick with the DMR nonetheless, instead of the M4. Holding the whole way up above, that is one way to really shut down some of the rotations, because this was one of the ways to really walk about and walk around the site and see if maybe Nova could have gotten the flank, but fortunately for Ferox that didn't happen. Now I know what you're eyeing right now, Smite. That pick from user,
Surely.
that pick from user potentially could be held, but I'm not too hopeful, because out of all of these operators, okay, that's fine. Out of all these operators, he was probably the least conventional one, but it seems that user will actually stick through. Actually, brings in a P10C. I'm curious if he has the MPX or the shotgun. Well, thank you for answering. He does have the MPX, so he will be going for mostly just the medium to short range engagements with his loadout, because he doesn't have any breaching power, so no shotgun, no SMG-12 combination.
Where is Space setting up his ADS? Yeah, okay, no, he has got.
So there's
some
one
up
on
the
rafters, yeah.
Yep.
So he's got all the usual angles, I suppose. I'm genuinely curious if user's pick for Warden is just literally just a one way of just countering all the flashbang spam that is usually used to flush out the rafters, or whether
That's what I was thinking.
yeah, because that's the only logical kind of reasoning I see, because, well, where else would he play then?
But the question is, like, why wouldn't you bring, like, Wamai, who can just do basically the same thing?
Wamai is
except-
banned.
But of course, actually, you're right. You're right. That's actually a really good point. Well, it is going to be one. We'll see if it works out. We've got the Capitão Hard Breach secondary, always a fun little item to throw into the mix.
Yeah, that is a cool thing, actually. I just realized, because usually for that kind of trick, you need both Hibana and a Capitão. But now, because Capitão has that secondary hard breach, he doesn't need Hibana. So Hibana can do her own type of stuff, or rather, in this case, the Ace and the Maverick. So Capitão has become a self-sufficient entity, which is actually amazing to see.
Okay, user on the Warden. Going to be droned out pretty hard.
Uh-oh. That's not good. They know that there's now a Warden playing there.
Did
Might have spotted. Does get into a gunfight, and connects actually the shot onto Nazgul. So that is a really good beginning, but a bit of a damage has been dealt, and Todd is actually taking quite some damage from trying to breach the wall as well.
Really smart play by user as well. I mean, totally read Nazgul like a book, stepping out of his flames. But it's one man down now for the Ferox lineup. ShadowNet could be looking pretty good. We're still opening the front door to get inside with the Maverick, so Ferox are still trying to find their way in space.
Ooh.
Oh, he's keeping her on lockdown for ShadowNet, taking
Sharp.
Oda out as well. That's the buck now gone. Looks like it's all going to be up to Todd and getting this door open, and, well, it looks like they're going to get very likely the full door open if they so choose to do so.
Yeah, well, Shade does manage to finally find user's body at the end. So at the very least, that's the at least partial control of the rafters established. So if not the breach of the CCTV wall, at the very least they have another avenue to push, which is not a bad thing. But 3v4 is still a bit of a shaky situation with 55 seconds remaining. But the moment I say that, Repix just reads it into those bullet holes and just pre-fires them, gets a very nice kill.
I was gonna say, you know, at least they still have Space Prism down there. He can look after it with Jaeger, but he gets shot through the wall, and now they have full control over here. Not even fortified at all. So the soft walls will be easy enough for them to jump through if they need to rotate into the site. Lags, he may be in a little bit of danger if some of these walls open up, but he's got plenty of cover, hasn't opened up too many of the walls. Levi's got it on lockdown. They should be keeping their eyes on the window, and they are. Nova will knock off Todd's head, and this one, well, it's 2v3 here with only 20 seconds to go. They're going to have to make this count, and in they go. It's already Shade going for the plant. The ball's on this Chad right now to do so. Repix holding down the door, holding the walls and the wall. And Repix might have gone down early in round 1, but is making the count here. He's the last man left as well to protect the diffuser. Shots being taken. He's being shot through the wall. Gets the triple. Just one more. Stands in his way. He's downed. No, the fairy tale. No, he's withstand, but it doesn't matter. I got my hopes up. I wanted the fairy tale ending. But no, it will be ShadowNet winning the round, which is, in itself, almost a bit of a fairy tale.
Sure is. But yeah, gotta say, Repix so far has managed to fit into the roster pretty well, all things considered. He's doing his job pretty well about the general push and just about how he really approaches some of the rounds. So props to him. Props to him being able to really frag it out and really, well, at the moment he's doing pretty good overall. So big props to him, but we'll have to see in the further rounds because it's been only 2 rounds right now, and well, it's only been a bit of a point trade, really.
Yeah, I mean, first round was pretty clean by the whole team anyway. So, you know, after that round, I'm still pretty impressed. But like you said, still a few more to go. So up we go over to the gym and the bedroom, which is where ShadowNet. I mean, good defense there, but let's not forget Cthulhu. They almost lost it there thanks to Repix. So they're definitely not out of the water yet. A round like that doesn't say like, oh, ShadowNet are, you know, definitely going to be able to survive this. But already, that's all right. Let's see if they can do a few more of those.
Yeah. Biggest question here is going to be how consistent can ShadowNet really be about their performance. If they can keep up the scoreline with Ferox, then this will be already a very good showcase. If they are not able, well, kind of at this point back to the drawing board, which for ShadowNet, I mean, it's still, I suppose, I've been saying that that they're getting more learning experience, but surely at some point they need to start applying all that learning experience.
The thing is, though, Cthulhu, I think they have. It's just that the schedule has really kind of screwed ShadowNet over, right? They've had to play the early teams, the easy teams, kind of early, where maybe they weren't kind of ready, and you know their progression. Maybe if they were at this point and playing those teams now, they'd be winning and getting those points. But as it stands, now that they've reached their what could be full power, or maybe at least progression to that full power, they've got to start by playing Ferox.
I mean, wouldn't be that as bad of an idea, given Ferox are one of the few teams that are part of the Oceanic Nationals, so they are the ones who usually play on the higher tier games. And oh, the timing by Nova! That is a one way to time that, and very well done. That will be actually getting rid of Oda as well, the person who we've been hyping up for such a long while.
Ears of a god! The spider senses were tingling indeed, and he picks up that kill just for free. ShadowNet may be booking themselves another round if they want, but we'll have to find out, as it's still just a 5v4 for now.
Yeah, it's still a 5v4, so a fair few things to be done here. We'll have to see whether any changes will be done. Repix a little bit of potatoing there on that castle barricade, but alas, still could have potentially used that concussion grenade for some of the for maybe getting rid of Levi, or rather forcing him out of the position. Maybe a flashbang or a frag grenade would do the thing. There's about to be a swing, and well, Repix is ready. Once again, the man is sharp on that Zafia play, and well, rightfully so, will be claiming the win over in the bathrooms.
Yeah, now ShadowNet, or maybe their ticket to the next round's not quite there. And so, Ferox, oh no, they've lost Nazgul though. That is actually a bit of a disaster. Now no Capital, no ability to flush out their opponent's Nova with a really good little flank here. Could get a surprise. He's on the site too. He just needs to wait. He's hanging tight. We've lost Lags in the background.
Yeah, well, Nazgul is still only down, so he will be picked back up. So, and he still has all of his ammo count for the crossbow, so he will still be back into the play. This time on a repelled window for Jim, and the push from Repix, or rather from Shade, could be actually thwarted here by Nova, but straight away found quite instantly rather by Shade, and well, now all down to user TM and Space, who will need to clutch it out, but the plant is starting to go down already.
Yeah, it's very quickly falling apart. Repix as well. He'll trade one back to user, and with this retake situation, Space has got to be quick on his feet here. He's got to get these swings basically perfectly 3 times in a row. He's already under fire, has to go for the run out.
Okay.
Run out works, but there's still 2 more in his way. He's half health, has the window now on lockdown. They know his position though. They know that he can't go for the defuse, he has to go for the swing, and he's about to do it. Just shooting out anything in his way just for now. Can he get it around this corner? That would be beautiful. He can do it. They have to move on him. They have to move on him. Does he go for it? He does stick it out all the way to the end though. And Ferox, well, they're happy to just go in and call his bluff.
Yeah, look. Ferox right now were able to really set themselves up for quite a success, gotta say. That was a really good performance from them, and well, we shall be seeing them get back into the swing of things, back into the lead for the points. Church and Arsenal Room will be the next best thing, as they shall be returning to that. The side that they were able to actually take probably the most confidently out of all of the sides that were so far played out. And with Melusi being brought on board by Levi once again, this is going to be indicating that well, ShadowNet are not planning to really change things around a whole lot. Maybe the Goyo pick, though, will be the biggest thing out of all of it, and well, we'll see.
Well. Hopefully you guys are all hearing everything all good right now as we go into round number 4. All of us are going to be having the ears of a god here. We're returning to the same site we saw in round number 1, where, like you said, Ferox, they got it done, and they got it done pretty cleanly. Every other round so far has been either, you know, a win for ShadowNet or almost a win for ShadowNet when we went to CCTV. So this is the one that they've got to work out, the one site that has been a bit of a thorn for them. So they've got an opportunity to get a bit of redemption here. Ferox, though, compared to some of their other rounds, of course, they want to make this one clean again. They want to come in here and make sure there's not too many questions about them versus ShadowNet at all, but you look at the lineups, like you said, the changes aren't really there. They're still running with the similar lineup, so we're looking like it's going to be all about those impact tricks, all about denying that breach onto the hatch, because that was a small amount of success we saw from ShadowNet on round 1.
Yeah. ShadowNet, they can really frag out. They can do that. It feels like Ferox are a little bit more, you could say, ferocious on some of their pushes. They are able to just go in for some of those swings that I don't think ShadowNet were even dare to go in for. So, and this is where pretty much Ferox are being rewarded for that. So, my eyes are currently set on Repix. If he's able to really go in for the swing and get the initial frag at either him or, say, Oda or Shade, this is a good beginning. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, Repix is already making his presence known in the blue tunnel, and well, hasn't found anything just yet, but well, ShadowNet know about his presence. So he's got his drones, he'll be alright. And now he's going to find quite a handful of defenders, all in the usual spots, so nothing too out of the ordinary for him indeed. But of course, here's the big man, Oda. He's opening up a fairly big chunk of the floor around here. So, could be a bit of a double-edged sword. They've already got the hatch open. So any kind of protection that ShadowNet might feel underneath this floor, camping that hatch, well, it is not going to happen. As Ferox have made this completely wide open, and this is how they won round number 1. They got into the site very smoothly and held it for the retake situation. They're looking primed to do so again. Todd's been cooking in the kitchen, but, well, the ADS is there, and, well, he's Gordon Ramsay.
It's been quite undercooked there, but yeah, look, at least Todd will still have at least one more frag grenade, so he still should be able to apply plenty of pressure. The interesting thing is that he is actually still running the DMR, so that wasn't a fluke, that wasn't a misclick or something. He is actually quite intentionally running it, and probably for a reason that that DMR can actually open up quite a fair few of quite large holes, and well, talking about large holes, that is going to be made in Nova's body. But Levi doesn't let go of that. He gets the refrag. Same goes for the Ferox as they manage to down the Melusi player. And right now, the fire arrows will be ensuring that there's going to be not a whole lot of really leeway for the movement, as Repix just decides to team kill his own teammate. 2v2 situation, one present in the dirt tunnel, one is on site. User gets the frag, all down to Nazgul all of a sudden.
Yeah, Repix with a really risky swing there, but now, yeah, Nazgul, the only one left. He's got one bolt remaining, and, well, it's not the one that does damage. Bit rough for him, but User trying to find him through the wall as Nazgul does the same, but the final few seconds go. He's got to make the push now. Can't quite find the head, but ShadowNet finds his space to get the final blow, and we've evened the rounds up now, Cthulhu. ShadowNet have done it in Church and Arsenal. They've defended successfully on 2 of the 3 sites, and almost on the 3rd.
Correct, yeah. ShadowNet being able to really force the attackers off their positions is a really good beginning, but gotta say, if not for the fact that Repix ended up TKing Todd, it would have been a completely different outcome. You do get to see us though for a little bit more. Yep. As we are going to go into a bit of a rehost, but that gives us time to really kind of deconstruct of what so far happened between these two teams, because so far it's been, sure as heck, definitely not one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, that's the surprise, right? As ShadowNet's been fighting back, it's 2-all. Like I said, you know, all 3 defensive sites have actually looked promising for them. I mean, flat out wins on most of them. Pretty much a win on the, you know, on CCTV. You know, you could argue that either way because Repix did step up in that round. But can you rely on that every round? I don't know. I mean, we haven't personally seen enough of Repix so far throughout the series.
Yeah.
But and then the other thing as well is depending on the ruling for the rehost, whether that round actually counts, or we don't currently have the
I believe
reason
it
for it.
actually will be. So
It will be? All right, yeah.
Due to the fact that it still ended up concluding and in favor of ShadowNet, we are still going to be continuing on the 2-2 scoreline, which does put ShadowNet in a pretty solid position, because now they are either able to get themselves onto a potential draw situation in the first half on Clubhouse, or potentially Ferox could maybe run away with the remaining 2 rounds. We'll have to see, but for what it's worth, ShadowNet are able to punish Ferox for pretty much any of their mistakes. Because talking about that round on CCTV that you were just talking about, Repix did manage to pop off. But there's a few things that could have been probably done differently. For example, well, from spectator's perspective, it is much easier to say rather than do, but say if Repix had a fresh magazine there instead of switching over to the pistol, he would have been able to win that gunfight. Not only he would have domed the Kaiden and would have been able to not lose any health, Melusi wouldn't have had that range for the SMG to actually contest with the Zophia's assault rifle. So there's one thing. Another thing is as well, that last round, again, if Repix didn't DK Todd, that would have been a completely different outcome, just for the sheer fact that Todd would have had full control of the blue tunnel, and instead of having one person push, it would have been one in the church, one in the blue tunnel, and applying pressure on Maestro from 2 positions whilst the Goyo is still kind of fumbling around in the dirt tunnel. So there's a plethora of ways that both of those rounds that Ferox have lost could have gone the other way, but alas, it is what it is. Maybe it's the pressure that kind of settled in on Repix. First official match, possibly.
Well, I think that's fair to say, actually. It's a good point, right? It's, not just on Repix, but the fact that everything we've said about ShadowNet, like, oh yeah, they've won all the sites, or, you know, almost won the last one. You can say the same thing about Ferox, right? I mean, the only reason we're not is because we expect them to just win the rounds.
Exactly.
Right? So Ferox are still primed to continue winning, you know, more rounds if they so choose to, you know, if they're able to pull it out. But ShadowNet themselves have shown that they're not here to mess around, right? They're here to play, they're here to get wins. It's working so far. I wonder if it's going to keep working, of course, but yeah, look, I mean, we almost, I mean, we keep saying, you know, ShadowNet surprise us, but then, you know, we don't have any numbers to back it up, because then they don't have any points because they don't quite get the win.
Yeah, look, I mean, for what it's worth, already one of the highlights for me is that C4 from Nova on Jim. That was, the timing on that could not get any more perfect. And by the way, for these kind of highlight plays, you can also vote for those Red Bull highlights. Potentially get yourselves that year supply worth as well, possibly.
I mean, if you like the type of play that chucks a C4 at a castle barricade, pretty much perfectly timing it and knowing who's on the other side of the wall, and yeah, definitely throw that man a vote for sure. Oda would love it. I'm sure he'd love a sweet fridge to stick a year's worth of Red Bull in.
Yeah.
I mean, we can make this joke every week, but you can't fit a year's supply of Red Bull in one fridge. I mean, come on. That's a lot of Red Bull. You can probably fit like a week's worth. I don't know. I guess it depends on how much Red Bull you get in a week.
That depends, how much you want to have your kind of weekly or I suppose daily intake of Red Bull.
Yeah, I'd say as well, for plays like that, you want to consider thinking about, is this guy going to go for the Vodafone MVP as well, right? Because, those flashy plays are awesome, but the ones that are the best are the ones that actually make a difference in the round, right? That one's great because it's a kill for free, like,
it's early in the round, before any kind of utility has been used up as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, look... Also, I know you guys don't get to vote for it, but, look out for the man in the MVP section, too, for Vodafone,
Definitely.
because, it's a prize that players are going to be looking for as well. It's definitely going to be in the back of their minds, whether they can pull out a performance good enough to earn them that extra little prize. But so far, tonight, I think ShadowNet are exceeding expectations for now, but as we always say, exceeding expectations is not enough to lock in those points. So, another interesting thing, Cthulhu, is that they are marching their way towards some potential points on Ferox's map pick. This is Clubhouse.
That is a very good point. Yeah, Clubhouse is interestingly, it's an intersection between one of those comfort picks from ShadowNet as well as Ferox. Ferox have been actually pretty consistent on Clubhouse for the most of it. Mm-hmm. For the most of it in their previous matchups, and they were able to bring out some good plays. Villa is where I'm probably the most concerned about Ferox, because last time we did see them play on Villa against Extra. That was a bit of a... How should I say it?
A roughie?
A bit of a roughie, a bit of a fiesta there for their bans and picks, for that matter, with the Todd Maining pretty much blitz throughout the whole of their attacking side. So
it was fun to watch, though.
It was fun to watch, I'll give them that. It's just from, say, more so the sweatier point of view, the strategical, statistical, all of the other point of views, that was not the play. It took me a while. Probably I will get. There will be some clips saying it's just Caster's brain freezes. Just all of a sudden, this guy.
This guy. Sometimes your brain does freeze when you get these longer rehosts. Sometimes they do happen, guys. We want to watch the game too, especially in a game where ShadowNet are coming back. Although I spy with my little eye that all players are in the lobby, so with any luck, we should be jumping into it pretty much momentarily. But yeah, the fact is we're 2-2 on Clubhouse between Ferox and ShadowNet, which is not a scoreline you'd really expect. If even at the start of the season, if you told me that, I may not have believed you. Although it is only 4 rounds.
It is only 4 rounds. Yeah, that is once again a good point. But nonetheless, I mean, over the previous week, ShadowNet has shown us a pretty decent performance overall. Although it wasn't a dub for them, it was still enough to essentially give the other team a scare for all of their reputation. And well, look, I mean, they're doing the same thing here for Ferox. And Ferox, their response is to bring in a Monty, which Oda will be locking in. No 6 pick from him, who shall just stick around and do the Oda things rather on Monty. Whereas from ShadowNet, I like the Warden pick, especially for the CCTV, because he actually works out really well here.
On top of the Womai ban.
On top of the Womai ban, yeah. But my main concern is the fact as to how are they going to counter Monty, because technically the only way here out of this whole lineup is going to be either the C4s or maybe Melusi slowdown so that Monty won't be able to really run away anywhere.
Yeah, he may just end up being the last man standing at the very end, and seeing as quite a few rounds have come down to 1v1s, 1v2s, having a Monty in that mix could be a little bit scary. But we'll have to see. Because like you said, there's not much to deal with him, and it's not like you got a smoke or anything. Just chuck on top of the Monty or anything. I just almost fell off the box. I'm definitely not standing on to be as tall as you, Cthulhu.
Boy, that would have been painful at the very least.
The more painful bit would be when we come back from broadcast and I'm half your height again. I like being your height.
I mean, yeah, I like being my height as well. I gotta say, gives nearly a bird's eye view occasionally.
Definitely not standing on a box, you guys. I'm
definitely not.
totally average height. Don't know what you're talking about.
Either way, talking about higher than the average height, I'm curious how will user be able to play his cards here, because now that there's going to be a slightly different kind of, I suppose, way of pressuring the Warden off the rafters, I'm curious if there's going to be any presence downstairs like Space Prism did before, or whether it is going to be just another person present on the rafters. Say, whilst users sitting on the west side of the rafters, say somebody will be on the northeast, right by the window.
Did he bring this deployable shield last time? I'm
Don't
trying
think
to
he did.
remember. Yeah, it looks new. He decided to pop it up, and it's actually really good because it protects his rotation back onto the site. I really like what they've got going on with that, so that's pretty awesome. Gives them a little bit of an escape path. There will be a bit of, you know, maybe a non-factor double hard breaching secondary as I ignore my last point, seeing how this is going to be going for them. User, he's got his eyes on the breach, but he knows his job is down in the garage. But he's keeping his eyes over there anyway. He's under a lot of fire here. Activates the smart glasses, so no one's going to be making bang on him today. But now it's Oda, the big man Oda, who gets to walk right on in like he owns the place. Because let's get real, Monty owns every site in the game. And now he can just walk on up the rafters if he wants to. What are they going to do? Smoke him out? They've got 3 C4s, so you do have to worry about that a little bit. But, I mean, it's Oda, it's Monty. He can walk right up there.
The other cool thing is, actually, I just noticed as well, Ferox actually used 2 of these secondary hard breach charges to actually open up a Hibana-sized hole, and right now, oh, that is quite a whole lot of fire. We're going on a barbecue trip here with Ferox right now because Nazgul was able to cook himself up a wild warden here with those fire arrows, and didn't really, well, I say it didn't take a whole lot of damage, but it should be enough for the gunfight, but just as I say that, Nova is there to finish him off, so at the very least, we're back to a 4 versus 4.
I'm going to hold my thought till the end of the round.
All right.
It might get a little exciting, but it's kind of funny.
Okay.
But for now, as we can see, it's only 1 man down for Ferox, and you've got all of ShadowNet twitching around. They know they've lost control of the garage. They have to hold the windows. Remember the double breach on CCTV as well? Also, this...
They can still throw over the C4s over the breaches as well, so it's not like it's completely it for them. Space as well is causing some havoc from down below, so... Not everything is lost, although he just got tapped for a very substantial amount of health, which will be forcing the man off his position.
Yeah, C4s are still in pocket.
Oh
It goes with a swing, but both of them miss the melees. The plant's now going down onto Todd. Do we throw the C4s out? It goes onto Oda, but not the plant. The plant doesn't go through, though. The second C4, but no one to push the button. What a disaster. But Ferox do lose another member as well, and Lags will pick that one up, as well as Nova to finish it off. He may get traded out, but his team will not be happy with a traded round. Will just take the round for themselves.
Yeah, ShadowNet. Giving us more and more of the impressive play, so gotta give it to them. They're now in the lead, points-wise, and certainly looking like they are aiming for a dub here. And if they do actually manage to pull off a win here, that is going to be the upsets to upset them all, probably. Well, apart from the fact that if ShadowNet, say, would have been able to get to win over a Rufflecopter, that would be another way. But yeah, so far, if they are able to take down Ferox, for Ferox this will be potentially meaning their ultimate downfall. For ShadowNet, another way to kind of stick around and maybe find a few more wins.
Yeah, the thing is, even if it's just 1 win for ShadowNet, like let's say they just take Clubhouse, that could be the difference between Ferox taking like a really good seed in the playoffs or having to face someone like Rufflecopter when they go into it. Now, if ShadowNet get the 2-0, I know it's a long story, long shot, but you know, we might get there. If they get the 2-0, that could be the difference between Ferox even making playoffs at all.
Yeah, that is a pretty wild thought as well, just to think about it. Given that, well, yeah, Ferox right now are far from being in the most confident position, really, being on 4th place. And maybe they would need something like a Red Bull to get themselves back up and running, or maybe A bit of a extra, well, quicker response time thanks to WD Black, maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna say they're gonna get it done kind of quickly as well. Remember, ShadowNet are running out of time throughout the season as a whole, throughout the round robin. So if they want to boost up their stats quicker, they're gonna have to load up with the WD Black. But that might be a little while away to think about because they still have Clubhouse to finish off. It would be pretty devastating to do so well on the start on Clubhouse and then just lose it later on. So we got to hold tight here because it happened to Bance too. They got 2 almost wins, which would have been massive last week. But ShadowNet could be looking at the same, or they could be changing the script and actually getting the wins. But we'll have to hold tight. We're in the final round of the first half. ShadowNet on the defense. We're over on the gym in the bedroom, and Oda once more. He's going to be a bit more careful in opening this one.
He no longer runs up directly to that gym window. He wants to be as consistent. That drone haul is going to be the death of Nova, I swear to God. Because Todd right now is actually being extra painful and finally actually does find the shot. That DMR is going absolutely nuts there for
Don't do it.
for him. And the frag grenade should be able to get rid of that new jammer. So there's going to be a very quick breach of the Selma charge. So that is already a solid beginning. But yeah, man, gotta say, DMRs are making back into the meta, and I'm actually quite excited for that matter.
Oh, Levi having a shower with a frag grenade and comes out actually pretty clean.
It comes out pretty cooked from that one.
Well, I don't know. He's most of his health, so he's actually pretty fine. But still, only 4 people are on the site for ShadowNet, so it's still a tough one to defend. There's still half the round to worry about. And you got Ferox knocking on the front door. They're about to jump through. There's the first ball. Oh, he just missed it. But he just misses the second one. User, no.
Hold on. Oh no. User, how could that really happen? At the very least, Repix and Space Prism were able to trade out, so that's at least somewhat of a redemption there. But just as I say that, it's a 1v4 situation. Lags is the last man standing. And just Odo just swings him. It's just... Look, I'm puzzled. All of a sudden, just ShadowNet had such a good beginning for their previous rounds, and right now this just all fell apart. I'm slightly confused, but also just kind of surprised how it's rather more so just a question of consistency, I suppose, between between the success and the failure here for ShadowNet.
Also felt a little bit for poor User in that one. I mean,
gotta feel for that.
The first swing. That's just bad luck, you know, you just missed the timing, pretty rough. The second one, though, that one's where, like, maybe if reaction time was onto it, he could have got it, but swung back instead, as if he'd already prepped it. But, hey, the result ends up with Ferox tying it up. But here's the real test, Cthulhu. Here's the real test for ShadowNet to come into this one. Because now they're on attack. And this is where ShadowNet have always struggled. They run out of time. Their plan looks good. Their plan sounds really great, in fact. It's the execution of it and getting it done in time.
Yeah, that is going to be the main question here. Because looking at the lineup of ShadowNet, they are going for a bit more of a conventional picks. We don't see the ace that was so frequently picked by Ferox. We don't see... Capitao with the secondary hard breach charges. None of that. It's very kind of straightforward almost lineup. You have 3 soft breaches / amazing fraggers, with the fact that also Nova has the frag grenades. User and Space are there for the breaches and then more fragging. And probably the biggest thing is that all of them are running assault rifles, whereas Todd was bringing in the DMR, which I'm amused because there's a whole lot of bad things about that DMR comparative to the M4. M4 is a much more stable addition, but the DMR has a ton of damage, not a whole lot of mag size, because even though you can see a very fat, very chunky magazine there on that AR-15, it's Beowulf, or rather, well, the 5.56 variant of the 50 cal, which is a chunky round in its entirety. So only being able to hold 15 rounds in a mag is a rough thing for the gun, so you need to be very precise. So it just shows that Todd can flex his accuracy.
Is
bit of a gun nerd moment there. Sorry.
Is it just me, or is User's Maverick? Oh, hang on, he's throwing a frag through. Will it find anyone? Looks like the answer's no. Is it just me, or is his Maverick line like way wonkier than everyone else's?
I think he's just
He's just making an 8 hole.
Oh, that's all he needed, really. Well, he finds the shot, the throw onto Nazgul, which is a great beginning here. Now with the fact that the Goyo is out of the way, that is one of the players, plus the C4 gone. Now the issue is, because of the height where the Maverick did the opening, he couldn't really safely do it anymore. So now, well, he lost his life, so up to the rest of Shadownet to really bring it back. As actually Todd just took some good damage from that swing by Levi if he would have held it.
Yeah, Levi playing hard and fast here, going for the peaks, but he's not securing the kills just yet. We're down 1 gas grenade, so Todd still has 2 in the pocket, but he wants to wait a little while for these because Levi, very fast operator, very speedy, and can lock him down with some of these swings. It looks like just outside the main door, you've got Nova, but still have the Overwatch coming in from Ferox to keep that one on lockdown. Remember, Garage is also an option for ShadowNet, but here's where it's slowing down, Cthulhu. Here's where we've got a minute left, and I'm worried ShadowNet might run out of time.
Yeah, ShadowNet's main issue was running out of time. They just seeming to be, whenever they lose one of their operators, they seem to be slowing down quite substantially and can't seem to be able to find another way in, or rather another safer way in. So Repix right now might be pressured, but he's actually pretty safe from the Goyo flames, or rather from the Vulcan Shield flames. So right now, even though his position has been drawn out, there's no more frag grenades, so only flashbangs that will be thrown in. And right now he will need a whole lot of help from his teammates if he wants to survive.
Yeah, 2 gas grenades. The first one's just gone out though, and only 20 seconds to go. This is pretty much impossible for ShadowNet, even with the man advantage here. 4 people to go in. Oda holding down the line as well. The second gas grenade to come out. 1 kill though for ShadowNet. Means they could do it, but that clock now going down. Repix! Repix! The Reaper has arrived with a triple kill right at the end when Ferox needed it, and they'll take another round.
My goodness, Repix managing to hold on his own. The whole cash hold has been absolutely nuts there. Genuinely quite surprised that he was able to actually stay alive for as long as he did, but it is what it is. For ShadowNet, that means that they will be at a point disadvantage, although they were able to previously come back from that disadvantage. So maybe they will be able to pull that off on the church push, but looking at the lineup of Ferox right now, there might be a few complications whilst they are on the way of doing it. Now, namely, that castle barricade and the smokes from Smoke. Well, Smoke will not be even present there, as it's going to be Kite instead. And that actually puts it on a whole different topic, because right now, with Bandit and Kite on board, not only the dirt tunnel will be harder to contest to be open, both of the hatches could be kited as well, and tricked out with the C4s, I guess, because Nazgul just used up one of the C4s. The last 2 are on Todd and Shade, and well, I don't think either one of them are planning to use those C4s anytime soon. So, yeah, Kite trick probably on the either kitchen hatch or the mortar hatch, and then Bandit charges on the dirt tunnel, and the Bandit charges on, I'm assuming, the church wall.
So, we can see a situation where Ferox absolutely locked down the site, force ShadowNet into certain ways. I mean, you even have the castle on top of that. I mean, not much against the sledge, but the idea is there. And so ShadowNet, they're going to have to make sure these impact tricks aren't getting around them. In fact, they're going to have to deal with some of these batteries on their own. Of course, User on the Maverick, perfectly for that. You can get through a lot of these electrified hatches just fine, of course. But they'll have to protect him. He lost his life last time while doing his job, so he's going to have to try and keep it this time.
Curious how will Oda really play out his position, because right now, whilst he is opening a few rotation holes, it's Lags that finds actually the shot on Todd, who was, curiously enough, trying to play on the rafters of Garage, which is not really anywhere close to the side. As a matter of fact, that is polar opposite from the side. So right now, I'm questioning a fair few of the movements, because Oda is...
What's Oda up to?
Oda, I think he's still in the mode for being the sledge, trying to just open up a few rotation holes and maybe assisting, being the third imposter there, trying to assist the attack, maybe.
It felt
I'm
like
confused.
He was opening the floor up, so I mean, who knows? He opened up some of the walls for rotations. But
Hang on.
no worries, because Nazgul's protecting the hatch. You don't need to worry about the Maverick if you kill him, but hey, he loses his life now. And now we've got 5 people from ShadowNet all ready to go. No roamers left at all. What's going on, Cthulhu?
I'm even more so confused now because I thought initially that it would be Oda just kind of screwing around the bar slash billiard room slash strip club. He has actually that whole area castled off. We finally actually see on the background Shade finally find the kill, but I am still very confused about where is Oda, why he's not nearly close to really refragging. Finally he does actually onto Levi, but that whole setup and with the fact that Nazgul decided to just aggress straight away onto the kitchen was definitely a very questionable play. But as I was waffling on about it, this does leave ShadowNet with only user being the only hard breacher, which means he will have to do the blowtorch breaching on the kitchen hatch, blowtorch breaching in the memorial, and just as I say that, it seems that he will do neither, as him and Nova are actually planning to go through the dirt tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, they've already opened it up, so they may as well use it, but they'll find Shade just aiming right down at the entrance, almost impossible to shut down. He's got not the healthiest health bar, so that might be the saving grace that ShadowNet might be looking for, but he knows that they are down there. He's seen the frag grenade now come out as well. It has the C4 prepped, chucks it over, and it's just in range to take out User's life. In the meantime, though, Repix has been taken out, so it's just Shade left. He's got multiple angles. A few seconds remain, but his life will be taken. As Lags from behind will pick that one on up. And ShadowNet, they were around behind. Well, they've evened it up now.
Yeah, back to a draw here between the two rosters, which does put us at a very interesting opportunity to potentially see full 12 rounds of Clubhouse between these two teams. And look, I'm tempted to say that the reason why we are seeing the scoreline as it is right now, partially because ShadowNet are actually trained very well to just punish any roster that just makes a general mistake and tries to veer off from the general meta of holding, and partially due to the fact that Ferox are just going for some of the very unusual picks and positioning decisions, just like Todd, like Nazgul. If those two players did not die initially in the round, I reckon we could have seen a very confident win from Ferox.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even a case of just Ferox not giving the respect to ShadowNet they kind of deserve on that one. So, regardless, does mean ShadowNet pick up another round. And we are going for a retry on the side. So we're going to see the same deal go down. You've also got the Bandit Kaid combo back up, so they can lock down many, many hatches, many walls, and electrify them up too. And once more, keep an eye out for User. He's going to have to keep his life up to be able to get through all of that. But yeah, it's looking like similar stuff. But the craziness from last round, Cthulhu, really came from the positioning of Ferox after the prep phase.
Yeah, this time no more of a castle pick is going to be there. Instead, the only oddity here is going to be Todd on Alibi, and well, maybe a hold. Okay. Interesting. Just normal standard wooden barricades will be brought out by Nazgul before he, I believe, defaults back to the site. And apart from that, really, we're just going to be waiting for the push from ShadowNet. Really, they need to go in for the swing. It's Levi and Nova who will be going in. Repix, once again, unfortunately, leaves, and I believe the rehost has been already expended from the side of Ferox, unless ShadowNet decides to play the charity. We potentially could be seeing Ferox actually play out 4v5 here.
Well, we have to let the round play out as it is, so you're right. Losing a player, always going to be a bit of a disaster, but ShadowNet, let's play this one out, see if they can get the 5v4 done and clean it up without getting things too messy. And so, yeah, I mean, I want to point out, by the way, the dirt tunnel, not electrified. I mean, it was Mavericked anyway, but there's going to be some other hatches, some other walls sitting there already, just basically impossible to breach, so gonna be, I mean, they've all been used, right? All the batteries, all the charges, all the electric claws. But even this hatch now, just getting taken out as Ferox peppering ShadowNet from below. Shade, he's got some pretty sick kills from here before, but just about lost his life there as his friend Todd did. And now it's Ferox cowering back in the back of the site, lags down, holding down the blue tunnel. And it's now Nazgul's job to hold that one down, but they're running out of people, Cthulhu.
Having Repix right now at the blue tunnel would have been the make or break deal here, given that he was the dedicated holder there, rather. Maybe Oda could find here a shot onto the Maverick. Maybe not really. We'll have to see, because right now the breach is just about to happen on that memorial hatch, and Oda's position will not be a very favorable one in a few moments, but he has the balls to really just swing in and wait at the right moment for Levi to use up all of his ammo can. Actually deals a little bit more damage to Space Prison, but gets cut off on a rotation.
Man, did he just walk through that door? I mean, he just let Shadownet shoot it up and then walk through.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, hang on.
Shade and Nazgul actually do manage to find a few shots, so we're back to a 2v2, but Shade is really tagged up here.
There's still a C4 for Nazgul, though. That could be exactly what they look, but 2 frags for Shadownet, that could also be their ticket in. Their free win for the round. As you can see, they're just on the hatch, but Nazgul looks away as he may have spotted them out. Just a pixel could be the difference here. Sees the first frag come on down, but once more, Shadownet. Gotta look at that clock. 10 seconds for them to make the push. Not much health on the defenders, so it's do or die, and they're going through the same entrance, just shooting through the wall. It's hoping at this stage. They don't even have the diffuser ready to plant, but user. 1 kill's not enough. Shadownet, again, run out of time.
Once again, being played around by the timer rather than even the man count, it's amusing. Ferox...
4v5.
Yeah, 4v5 as well, being able to just play it out. This is certainly a very odd situation, but yeah, look, right now, main question is, will Repix be able to play for rehost? Because I believe the rehost actually go for rehost and, well...
Yeah, just waiting on the official
Yeah,
ruling.
we shall wait for the official rehost. I believe... yeah, I believe we actually will be granted the rehost.
Shadownet are calling it. So.
Yeah, Shadownet will call the rehost. So, either way, the rehost, I believe, will be called back. We are going to be returning back to our faces.
Yeah.
Hello,
so
once again,
yeah, we're back in a similar thing. I just want to point out as well that 4v5 from Ferox for that round is going to probably put a bit of a damper on Shadownet there.
Yes.
I mean, especially once they notice, you know, you're going to be thinking, we can't lose this one, guys. We can't just let it slip away. It's feeling very Bancy from like last week, where Bance came oh so close. In fact, Bance, you know, the question is still there whether they would have won that series, because they had a disconnect at the end and had to play it out 4v5. So, I mean, hopefully we don't get that situation here again, because it does look like it's just an issue connecting to the game. A Rio should fix it, so no worries for that. But
yeah. The thing with bans back then was, I believe one of the players either had the power outage or
was an
the
internet outage, yeah. Australia.
Yeah, quite unfortunate there for bans. So, at the very least, here we shall be able to just get a rehost rolling and get things back into the swing of... Well, sorry, rather get back into the swing of things. There we go, finally nailed that figure of speech. But, yeah, either way, we are just going to get things slowly but surely there. But for now, I mean, look, Ferox are still able to lead the charge here. Mm-hmm. After that hold was magically rescued there by Nazgul and Shade.
Yeah.
That's probably the only way to really describe it.
Well, saved by the clock, to be honest.
And saved by the clock as well. Yeah, that was another thing that they were able to actually very excellently play around. They're back into the lead. I believe that's their 5th point as well.
Yes, 5-4.
5-4, yeah. So only 1 point away from the match point. And from there on, really, the chances of Shadownet to make that upset are slowly, and very unfortunately for them, dwindling.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd say once you get to the 4-round mark, you're not in too much pressure if the match point situation happens, right? It's
true.
It's the times when it's like 2-6 where you're like, well, that's 4 rounds in a row we're gonna win. Whereas when it's like 4-6, you're like, oh, 2. We've done that before. We've done that in this game, so you know it's not the scariest thing. So even if we do see, like, say, Ferox just win the next round, go to match point, I think the usual pressure that applies when a team gets match point? Maybe
think-
not so much.
I reckon for ShadowNet here, it's going to be any kind of point differential that will be the big pressure here. Just because ShadowNet got oh so close to winning so many maps, but unfortunately for them, never really got to actually scoring the win on the map. So
Which means a big fat 0 on points.
yeah, big fat 0 on the win loss ratio there. So look, here right now they need each and every win, and I will imagine that them and their mental game is going to be of the utmost importance here, because they need to essentially keep resetting them after every round, no matter whether it's a win or loss. And that could get really challenging, I reckon, just for the sheer fact that you can't really go for celebrating. Oh yeah, heck yes, guys, we did it, we won a round. Let's get to next one, and then kind of not to feel at least slightly on that high horse. Like yeah, guys, we actually giving them a run for their money.
It's the balance.
It's the balance that they need to keep, which for ShadowNet I reckon is going to be still a bit of a rough road, but it's not over yet. There's still quite a few rounds. As a matter of fact, 3 more till the end of the regular amount of rounds before we potentially could be hitting overtime. And like you said, 2 rounds has been already done by ShadowNet, especially in a row. So here, if they are able to perform a really good, very well-organized attack, I reckon they should be able to push it into a draw and then overtime.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen they can do it on defense. They were fine on attack. So, I mean, overtime is probably not all that scary for them. So, yeah, I mean, maybe they can eke out this win. Maybe they can get a 2-0. And, you know, Cthulhu, how cool would it be to go to Armageddon this weekend and see, because ShadowNet are going to be there in person.
Yes.
Actually, they don't have the full roster because obviously some of them are Australian, but all the local ones, the Kiwis, are definitely going to be at the convention this weekend. So imagine seeing them after they 2-0 Ferox. Like, how good would that be?
I mean, just in general, like the general flex of being able to go to a convention amidst all of the current world problems is already a flex in its own entirety.
Oh yeah, definitely counting myself very lucky for being in a country where we can still do that. So really awesome that we get to do that. Definitely going to go pay ShadowNet a visit this weekend. Ferox, yeah, if you guys ever want to come to an Australian, New Zealand convention, I'd definitely come visit you guys too. But for now, it's just ShadowNet doing it. So I'll go hang out with those guys. I can see all the players in the lobby, by the way, Cthulhu. So we are moments away from hopefully getting this conclusion to map number 1. We had 2 rehosts, and you know, I just want to get this result. I just want to get this result. This is where ShadowNet could beat Ferox in a map on Clubhouse too, a normal map where shenanigans aren't really as much of a thing, unless you're Ferox a few rounds ago. I don't know what was going on with that round.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out what is the gist. But the ruling is out. We are back to the game. It is round 10, so all of the rounds have counted so far. So we're back to a 4-5 scoreline in favor of Ferox, as we are going to be going to CCTV defense of Ferox, which was won out last time, but I believe it was freshly off the back of the man himself, that is Repix.
Yeah, no, it was Repix that came really solid on that round, so maybe he can do it again. Look, he's slotted into the roster fairly well tonight, I think. You know, you don't feel like this is a super weak Ferox or anything.
Not
obviously, at all. You know, ShadowNet are definitely standing up to them when you imagine they wouldn't, so some people might say, oh, you know, Ferox losing to ShadowNet, you know, not full strength, but they've been looking okay tonight, you know, all things considered. Just some weird rounds.
It feels like more so it's just a refreshment of both of the rosters, actually, as a matter of fact. For Ferox, yeah, the introduction of Repix is not a bad idea, given that he has been playing on those very aggressive roles. Almost actually similar to, if you remember, if you're ready to take a bit of a trip down the memory lane, Season 1.
All right, that's a long
Sinister,
while ago.
when they had to bring in 2 subs, that was JCZ and... oh god, who was it as well?
Looks like it's too far down your memory lane, too.
It's the name is Serum. There we go. The name was just right at the top, at the tip of my tongue. Yeah, so Serum and GCZ, and they were kind of put on more so like at the support/fragging plays where they just got told go frag, and then get the dub. This is actually the similar situation where Repix is. He's being put on those kind of Zofia/Jaeger maining situations where he's just being told, well, put the utility here, here, and here, and then go crazy with a frag. Go exactly what you've already been doing, what you've been streaming. Just go and abandon humanity, return to Monkey, and go swing at everyone.
No greater pleasure than returning to Monkey. If only we could all be so lucky, but only one team is going to be that lucky tonight. And so far, it's looking pretty interesting in this round. ShadowNet certainly giving it to Ferox, but Ferox are in the lead for now, off the back of a 4v5 as well, so they should be feeling incredibly confident to come in here and clean up Clubhouse and then put this nonsense behind them, hopefully. But ShadowNet, they want a different story to play out. They want to come in here and score a win on Ferox's map. And maybe even turn it into a 2-0. But same thing as before, User's going to be opening up a nice little frag grenade hole. First one will find nobody. Will he throw in another one? Make it a double or nothing, you know?
Yeah. As User will be starting to do all the work on that breach, there will be a Claymore kill actually from Lags onto Shade to punish the man on trying to go for a run out. So that is a solid beginning here for ShadowNet, as that is one of the plays that was present in the garage is now out. So that does leave only the Rafters presence. And right now, Oda's all attention is being put right at that breach, where User is actually not having particularly a fun time at all, as he's being completely denied that position, and Lags is completely lost for rather where the peak needs to happen. Reapings already finds a trade-off onto Levi, so we're back to a 4 versus 4 position, and as a matter of fact, health-wise, the advantage is actually in the hands of Ferox now.
I mean, they're just struggling to get through the CCTV door. Oda's got it completely on lockdown. You saw Lags just guessing through the hole to see if he could find anything, but nothing was found. And so they have to go through a different way. Even Todd, with his gas grenades, can force the Maverick back. They just have so many tools to force ShadowNet away from the door that they're going to have to go in through another way. So from below, looks like it might be the idea, but only a minute is left. This grenade better be cooked to perfection. And it looks like it was just a little bit too raw, undercooked a little bit, but he's got another one, the second course, but it was just as undercooked.
At the moment,
the dessert though.
Repix still gets the dessert with all of the lead. Does know that he's down, and finally, after a bit of a blind pre-fire there through the ceiling, finally Nova does manage to find the body of the Jaeger. And unfortunate timing though for Zofia. And well, the run out from Nazgul will be claiming all the riches here, as that's the frag done. User is still very low on health, so now it's down to Nova and Space to try to do some work, and that was got a bit of a scuffed smoke there to maybe try to force the rotation. That is another bad timing there for ShadowNet, as Nazgul nearly got himself another frag, but finally got punished there by Nova.
This is incredibly close right now. Only 2 Ferox members on defense with 10 seconds left. It's the push by ShadowNet. It's just getting melted though. Space is all that's left, and he has to get 2 frags right now. But can he even get one? The answer is no. Ferox, 2-match point, and ready to shut this ShadowNet nonsense down.
Oh man, yeah. This is finally that roster of Ferox that we remembered from week 2, from week 1. The roster that is able to really turn up the heat and even bring in some of the comebacks there for themselves to be able to just, well, force their opponents into that very uncomfortable ground, into that very uncomfortable position where they have to just play for time rather than play for picks, and that is by far probably one of the most annoying things to really happen. Hello, Nath. Glad to see you back and well.
I wish Nath would want to be my friend. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Surely you could just add him on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I just asked him, he'd probably be all right with it. But I don't know. Maybe he's really mean. You know him. Is he mean? Would he say no?
No, he's pretty nice.
All right,
he's pretty nice with it.
There you go, Nath. Check your inbox. I'm going to be sliding on in, but
local caster will DM you.
Sliding on into match point, into the perhaps final round is going to be Ferox on the defense once more, and well, just one more round stands behind them, and just moving on to map number 2. ShadowNet, like I said, you know, 4 to 6, you're not feeling the pressure too hard, but like you were saying, Cthulhu, is, you know, maybe being so close to victory against a team like Ferox could be getting to the heads of ShadowNet, and now that it's slipping away, maybe that might be affecting them too. Who knows?
That could potentially affect them. We'll have to see, because it's still very they can very much accomplish that. They can still come back and push it into overtime. I genuinely believe that ShadowNet can do it. The thing is here is rather it's a question of whether will Ferox quote-unquote allow it with all of their odd shenanigans here and there. And if they do end up going for those, then yeah, most definitely ShadowNet will be able to punish them and force it into overtime. If Ferox are just, they had enough of all of this tomfoolery, they shall completely shut it down. Put the foot down and not even give a single chance.
Okay, well, Levi is up nice and close to the site, ready to start entry fragging if he needs to. You've also got over on the other side, Space Prism is going to be trying to pull some of the eyeballs over towards him, making sure that, well, Ferox can't just look at one door, and they're going to have to pay attention everywhere. So, let's see if we can get inside with the Maverick. Remember, it's been a little bit rough for User before. Oda has been a massive thorn in his side, always locking it down here, and always making sure he can't just get that bottom breach done. Always super annoying. There's the first frag. Electro Claw, perfectly fine. Is he going to keep everything still sorted? Oda takes a bit of damage, but hey, you'd rather that than the Claw getting destroyed.
Another frag grenade will be finally seeing the electrical to be destroyed, and the C4 could be flying in. There's the C4 explosion, but no damage actually dealt to either one of the parties, so there it is. Oda, at the very least, will be able to play his part, or rather continue playing his part. He is in a bit of a corner situation.
Reloading! Reload faster! We don't know if he's going to get out of trouble, but Lags is trying to find some trouble through the window. I think Oda must have gotten out of that one somehow. He was so close to getting taken out, but still remains alive. Everyone, in fact, is alive. I jinxed it super hard, though, because Nazgul is the first one to fall. ShadowNet. Oh, they might be able to get through this one, but they've got 4 more defenders to go through. So, what can they pull out here, Cthulhu?
Right now, the main kind of pressure tool is going to be the push from either the gym window or the breach in the jacuzzi. And right now, with the fact that Oda took in quite a hefty amount of damage, right now, Ferox are going to be definitely at a very unusual situation. Although, not the first time, Todd does manage to trade out Space Prism for all the troubles, and with even the fact that Oda is still very low on health, well, Todd will be actually going down, and a frag grenade to maybe finish things off, but could potentially connect onto his teammate. That was quite low, quite close to really finishing off this off as well.
Yeah, real risky play in a round that they could almost win. No way Todd gets out of that one. No way. Next frag goes on in, and yeah, Nova's going to clean that one up. Oh no, through the wall, through a pixel hole, I believe, as well. And now we've got a barely alive Oda.
Okay.
And okay.
Alright.
Oda, I was honestly just about to talk smack about how little health you had, and then you win the game. Fine.
That man does not miss. Even in the heat of battle, he does not miss. And it shows. He does get the MVP for that map as well. Points-wise, frags-wise, I believe as well. And yeah, look. Ferox do claim their first map, so that is a solid beginning for them. 7-4 scoreline is also a pretty noteworthy thing to really mention, given that they didn't really give as much of a leeway to ShadowNet to really kickstart their kind of comeback. So, for what it's worth, this was a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, really good showing on their opponent's map pick as well. But Cthulhu, we're going to Villain next. That one's coming up after the break, and well, Ferox, they want to get that 2-0, but ShadowNet, they want to get that fairy tale magic they just saw in game 1. It was within grasp, and when we come back from the break, it's going to be within grasp again. Get back in here, everybody, because we've got a series on our hands. Ferox versus ShadowNet here in LPL Pro Season 3, Rainbow Six Siege, Smite, Cthulhu, and Ferox versus ShadowNet is our game today. We just saw Clubhouse, Cthulhu, and 7-4 to Ferox, so, you know, you'd say, okay, Ferox won. Yeah, kind of expect that. But ShadowNet 4.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
ShadowNet were able to really take some few convincing rounds and were able to actually do it in a pretty good manner overall. Unfortunately for them, couldn't really get anywhere further than 4 rounds, so maybe Villa will be their kind of way to redemption here.
Yeah, I will shout out though, huge respect to ShadowNet in the whole rehost situation there. Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, obviously I could be reading the rules wrong here, but they may have actually had the option to play that out 5v4, but they said, nope, you rehost it, get them back in here, we're the full 5v5, and you know, that's what it should be all about at the end of the day. So, you know, big respect to ShadowNet for that one. You know, always kind of expect it out of an org like these guys. You know, always.
Yeah, they're being very cautious about it all.
Yeah, I mean, I always like to see what ShadowNet bring out in the esports scene. So, you know, cool for them. I'd be keen to see them get a win though. See if they can pull it out on Villa. This is their map pick. You know, Ferox, you know, they've already got a few wins under their belt. They kind of want to get to that first place though. So they need all the points they can get. So 2-0 is kind of necessary for them here. So they do need to win Villa. Yeah. But I mean, are ShadowNet's hopes just already over? I mean, this is going to be more than half of their round robin now finished. Even a draw might not be enough to keep them even out of relegations with 0 points right now.
Yeah, I think Villa might actually present them with a little bit more of an opportunity, which we are actually just about to see happen, as ShadowNet are going to be the ones to attack first here. But look, this is their map pick. This is where they were starting to practice a little bit more than previously. So maybe we shall be seeing something different here for themselves. So prepare to maybe be astonished here. But first ban is actually going to be coming out on Ferox's side, as they're going to be the ones to attack. Now maybe no. Oh.
Told you.
Okay. I'll need to talk to Sushi. Actually, I need to talk to Todd, maybe, for that matter, to ask as to why is that ban as, well, that way, I suppose. Thatcher being the second ban is going to be, well, pretty stock standard. ShadowNet just sticking to the usual ban phase, as Miro will be banned out as well from their side. I'm assuming the final ban on the side of Ferox is going to be something across the lines of like, well, the way how they've banned some stuff previously, I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing a Jaeger ban as well. So that is yet to be seen, I reckon.
On Villa, like even Smoke would be like a not too surprising, just to throw ShadowNet off. But Kaid will be the choice.
Yes. So with Kaid now being the final choice, this does solidify us with pretty much full availability of the Wamai and Jaeger setup, or rather Wamai and Jaeger meta, as well as that the Mozzie combo are going to be present as well, or rather allowed to be picked. So for the first round of defense, we are going to be seeing AVG to be picked here by Ferox, and to no surprise, this is one of the rather more powerful sides for the defense to hold, and rather one of the more confident ones to really play around.
Now, Villa's a map that we actually saw quite a few teams do some really interesting stuff on.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Blitz came out quite a lot last week on Villa, so we're not seeing anything from the teams tonight, is what I'm getting at, right? They're still going to things that are being normal for quite some weeks now. You know, you basically just slot the newest operators in there, like Malusi's obviously going to pop up in the defense quite a lot. So other than that, everything's looking pretty stock standard kind of Villa looking play here. We're not seeing anything crazy in terms of vertical, like you're not seeing like a pulse or anything?
Not really, or rather maybe not yet. Only a single C4 to come out from Ferox, and that is one way to position the...
This is what we were talking about last week. We saw someone failing the parkour.
Skyfire, I believe, actually trying to do that, and Oda, funnily enough, the moment he gets that position done, he will be just destroying the railing, so that move won't be replicated.
Yeah, well, I mean, it also forces you to use an explosive to disable it, or because I doubt you can reach it for a melee from there. So it's yeah, gonna just completely deny any kind of ability to stop it. So here we go. Prep phase now over. So ShadowNet, it's time to show your stuff. This is ShadowNet's map pick, and it's gonna start off with a double black eye cam to potentially look out for some runouts here. I mean, I guess I got 2 eyes, so why would I not need 2 black eyes for the cams? Double the vision, I guess. Maybe one gets shot. I don't know. Why would you throw 2 cams out there, Cthulhu, if it's not a mistake?
Partially, it's just to maybe have one as a bait and another one as the actual camera, but it seems like it won't really matter. Just Refix goes in for the swing and gets the frag because, well, that's exactly what the Jaeger players really do. They just swing in, get the frag, and, well, they not die, they make bang.
Yeah, it's not called the defensive ash for nothing, right?
Exactly.
So, Repix already first blood here on Villa, and he's hungry for more. Not a lick of damage on him, he's already ready, sees the pixels of an opponent, but will not get enough damage to score a kill. But now, they're trying to shoot him through the wall. Takes a little bit of damage, but just sends it all the way back, and finally they do get Repix, but has he done enough damage in the meantime? It's all happened very quick. So, ShadowNet still has time to deal with this. Oda, though, really risky run by that door, but stays alive to get one kill. Doesn't nab the second one, though, and we're down to a 2v3.
It still puts Ferox in a very confident situation, given that all three of them are on full health, whereas Lags is still missing almost 3/4 of his health pool, and Space Prism is the only one. But Space Prism has a 50-round G8 ready to blast things off, and I'm pretty sure the man will be able to use it to its fullest potential. So, rather, it's more so the question is, can ShadowNet really play to their advantage here and utilize the remaining minute to its full potential? Because, yet again, they are facing a potential of losing out the whole round just because of the time drain.
Alright, first swing from Lags. Gonna reveal his position, but doesn't get a kill either. Now he's gonna loop back up with Space. They're gonna go together and not go down that side, and it's just gonna be all about these peaks and the pre-fires. Still nothing, and they've got to cover their flank as well. It's actually Lags up ahead with the lower health bar too, so this is really all do or die. 30 seconds left, so no rush needed just yet. But man, the patience from Ferox right now. They want ShadowNet to walk into the trap and make it too late, because they know ShadowNet, they get under pressure when that clock starts ticking red, and it's just about to start doing that. So Lags, he has to step in at some point, but the flank has already started, and Todd does it all by himself.
Todd just doesn't care about anyone's feelings, really. He just has the ult that just goes brrr and, well, gets the fat dub there. So, look, what it's worth, Ferox doing some quality plays and get themselves the dubs.
Yeah, and while Todd might have been the hero at the end for Ferox, Repix was certainly the hero at the beginning of the round.
Yes.
Obviously getting first blood onto, I think it was Levi on the Ashe. Also, already tons of value from that one, but he continues it. He still gets out more kills, more damage, and demanding a ton of attention too. So definitely holding the line down for his team at the beginning of the round. But we move on to round number 2. We move on to Trophy and Stationary here, Cthulu.
Yeah, Trophy and Statuary is going to be yet another confident pick here from Ferox, given that this side could be locked down pretty well, but given the fact how, somewhat easily ShadowNet were able to refrag and get the control of the Astro, I do have a few concerns about Ferox's defense, although I would imagine that there's now going to be a little bit more manpower put at Astro as well as the bathroom, so it wouldn't be given away as easily, but still, I do have a few concerns, a few questions. Repix's pick actually off Jaeger to a Melusi and then go on the off-rom is definitely an interesting change, given that I would probably say that the Jaeger's 416C is a little bit more powerful, rather more consistent than the T5. But I believe actually Melusi could be faster as far as I remember. If I remember correctly though, she is a 3-speed operator rather than a 2-speed that is Jaeger right now. So maybe a little bit more mobility there for a trade-off.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, you've also got the devices that can give you those cues when you can sneak up on them, so still plenty of tools as well. It's not like the ADS can tell you, unless you're throwing nades in, then you can tell. But Levi will be the one to open things up, open the door, find his way inside. No deaths just yet. He sees some soft walls, but some opponents on the other side in the form of Todd. We're about to stop him, and I was ready for that one, but Levi was ready as well, so they get one down. This is a great start.
Levi is just seeming to be always ready. That man is just absolutely correct right now. Probably had a fair bit of Red Bull himself right before the match, because he is fully recuperated and ready to click heads. Oda already took quite a little bit of a punishment to force him out of his position, and right now this is a pretty solid beginning, although ShadowNet are wasting quite some time to clear out only AVG, not even remotely close to being by the actual site.
Yeah, they still got some time to get to the site, but hey, look, a man down is a man down, so you'll take that for now. It's control of the stairs they're about to try and go for. They've got the Claymore on there, so any kind of flanks coming out from, say, Repix, should be able to at least be slowed down, or you'll hear it. That's the good news, is at least you'll hear it if he blows up the Claymore. So
Yes.
they do have that down, but like you said, you know, they've run the clock down a little bit, half the round in fact, and still just now starting to even get in the adjacent rooms to the site.
Well, right now, it's the droning part that will be quite crucial here for ShadowNet. They will need to make sure that they do find out each and every defender and know exactly where they are located. Right now, it seems that they are planning to actually ignore the hold of Nazgul at the master bedroom, and right now could potentially run into the other defender that is actually playing right below the trophy side. So it's more so the question of where do they want to start applying pressure, because with Lags right now pushing, well, attempting to push before the C4 blows up right under his feet, that will be leaving ShadowNet pretty much back to 0.
Beautiful little teamwork call out there, by the way. No way Shade would have been able to find that one on his own, but hey, they grab it. Beautiful team play, and 30 seconds left for ShadowNet to clean up that mess. At least Lags got through, what, 3 of the 4 shots from his utility to run down some ADS, but that's about it. So this is going to be an excellent push. Oda's in an excellent position. So many angles he can hold down. Half of ShadowNet are nowhere near the site. They've got to go on now, and just already getting shot down before they can even take a few steps towards it. And it looks like this one is all over for ShadowNet. Ferox, no, hang on. Okay, I got excited. User and Nova, maybe a little bit too keen, but Ferox, they do clean it up.
Ferox still able to keep up the pressure, and what feels like even more so than even the clubhouse, here they are feeling consistent about their defense. They're not kind of letting off any huge disadvantages. They're not allowing those happen. They're not allowing those, say, 2v4s happen like it was on Clubhouse. So here it's just them systematically kind of continuing their point advantage, their roam, and killing off ShadowNet players one by one. But my main question here is rather, can ShadowNet really turn the tables here? Because right now they seeming to be a little bit on a lackluster side comparative to, again, what we saw on Clubhouse.
The thing is, Cthulhu, even on Clubhouse, I'm still seeing this one issue that's been plaguing ShadowNet for eons, is running out of time on the attack. They just...
True.
The ideas and the plans and even a lot of the frags actually go really well, and it's just when they get down to putting into practice and getting more than just the entry frag, and suddenly they're staring down the site with barely 20 seconds to go, opponents full of gas grenades if they have them. And it happens quite a lot of rounds, and you know, it does feel a little mean to dog on ShadowNet for this all the time, but it does happen to them more than any other team that I know.
Well, for what it's worth, really, the time management essentially, especially in ShadowNet's case here against Ferox, it is a tough thing. I'll admit to that.
No, they don't make it easy.
The way how currently it's being done, they just one step away from coming out victorious from all of this.
Yeah.
So
and,
they are on the right path here. Is what I'm trying to say, rather.
Yeah, and the good thing as well is, like, it's a lot easier to just practice the fundamentals and execution,
True,
rather than trying to come up with new ideas and better ways to stall the site. So, hey, ShadowNet, keep going.
Yeah. Right now, for ShadowNet, they are in such position where, like we said, they have a bit of a wonky attack. Their defense has been very good, and they were able to actually solidify a fair few rounds in their favor. So I reckon, say, if they can finish this half in 4-2 fashion to Ferox, at the very least, this is still very workable for them. I genuinely think that they might just be able to pull it back on the defense, but that is if they can keep the scoreline competitive for themselves, for their own sake even.
Yeah, you got to get to that stage first. Repix and always on the hunt as well. You've got to keep an eye out for that one. Nazgul also going to be running the pulse in this round, so these roaming kills, these C4 kills that plague ShadowNet as well, are definitely going to be on the table. I believe that was, no, not a C4, another explosion of some kind, but here he is, the man himself, Nazgul, keeping track of 2 members of ShadowNet. He has got a juicy C4 in his pocket. He's got 2 teammates with juicy C4s in their pockets. Sometimes all you need is a gun. But he doesn't find that moment just yet. But oh man, they are tracking them so hardcore here. And these floors, they're now very soft. Here it is. Nazgul, C4.
It sure does connect onto Levi's body as well. That does leave Space Prism as well with quite a fair bit of damage done to his health pool. So right now with no passive flank watch, that is going to be a bit of a rough patch here for ShadowNet, but they still should be able to make a return. They still have all the essentials for themselves, all the soft breach, all the hard breach. So not all is lost yet. But with 42 seconds remaining, now the other question is going to come in place, and that is the time management. Although, just as I say that, they start going in for the frags. That's one frag, that's make it a 2 for Space, as he makes a great entrance here onto site. All down to Shade, Repix, and Todd, but all three of them are offside. Well, just as I said that, Shade making a return. Gets a double, actually. Nearly goes for a triple, but decides to fall back because he is only one round away from draining his whole magazine. Repix now kicks into the play, and now it's all down to Nova all of a sudden as the 3 versus 3 got turned into a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, but Nova, he knows he had to get it done quickly, but with quickness comes risk, and Ferox were ready to, well, punish that risk entirely. So another round goes over to Ferox for this one. And that's a 3-0 lead, leaving ShadowNet in the dust.
Now here's that time where we can actually go back to that, I suppose, discussion / debate that you've raised during Clubhouse, where previously ShadowNet only would have, say, a 1 to 2 point disadvantage. And say 6-4 scoreline is still very workable for them.
Yeah.
Right now, they're at a precipice of starting to really have the pressure settle down on them, because the 3-point lead, without them still being able to find any kind of round win, is certainly going to be putting that pressure, because now they're going to be running out of all of those chances for all of those making more errors, trying to make it even more sort of a learning curve for themselves. And the moment, say, it hits a 4-0 scoreline, this is where I'll be very much alarmed about ShadowNet's position here within this very map.
Yeah, and, you know, this is actually a story we see happen, you know, a handful of times throughout LPL Pro, is that a team suddenly shows up and starts going at it against a team that they should almost certainly lose against on one map. And then you go to map 2, and then the team that was supposed to win, in this case Ferox, comes in and just steamrolls them. In some cases 7-0, usually something like 7-1, 7-2 if they're lucky. So we could be looking at that here again. But, I mean, look, I'm not counting ShadowNet out at all. No, not at all. But, you know, we've seen this happen a few times, Cthulhu. The same story. Definitely,
yeah. That's a whole other story that we have to keep in mind. As that happened quite a fair few times, especially Season 2 has been probably the most notorious for that matter. So with that said, we could most definitely see a very quick downfall of ShadowNet from what they were working on previously on Clubhouse. Could be potentially just nullified here on Villa.
The openings are getting stronger for Ferox, but that's probably been the strongest suit for ShadowNet so far. I mean, Levi has had some excellent entry frags on the Ashe, but he needs to get back to that. He needs to actually secure it. Another round here. He needs to step up for his team. There it is from Lags, but it's only a trade. It's only a trade as they lose the Jaeger for the Zofia. I think you can take that. Repix off the board is actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal given that he was one of the big flex / entry fraggers for Ferox throughout this whole matchup. So getting rid of him without really taking a whole lot of, well, loss of the world, just as I said, it's, well, they lost Lags for what it's worth. But it's a pretty equal trade, I gotta say. A fragger for a fragger, I'll take it.
Problem is for ShadowNet, now they have to get the job done with only 4 people. Against 4 defenders, sure, but always a big ask. So half the round to make it work, and well, now your numbers are dwindling as Oda gets another C4 kill. On to User. That Habana now gone. That leaves the Diffuser in a bit of an awkward spot. I wonder if they're going to be able to pick it up nice and easily. It looks like it's on the other side of the map. Oh, that feels bad, Cthulhu. They're going to go for a marathon run to go get that. And Oda, he's ready to see if they can even rotate outside.
He wants that frag so badly as well.
I think he got detected for like a split second too, so...
Could have been. Well, either way, that does prompt Space to air jab one of the main stairs, so that's already... That should at the very least give him a prompt whenever there's going to be a push. But it seems that right now the main gunfight is going to be happening here on behalf of Levi, as him and Space are going to be the two people that will be handling the initial push. Nobody is still yet to be found on and to rendezvous rather with the team, but instead he is actually prompting to go for a downstairs push to try to maybe find the kill into Oda, as Levi, that is a little bit of a rough peak here, I gotta say.
Yeah, you can't take that much damage on the peak as the Ash, so now it has to be perfect next, but yeah, you saw it. Oh no, but Levi saw it too. Nazgul will take his head away. The time's running out, we might not even get to see it, Cthulhu. As Ferox are getting close to winning the round, but Space is close as well. This could be a clawback by ShadowNet, another one, but Space has got to do it alone now, and that might be too hard with the time that he has left. Ferox, 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, look. Ferox right now, no matter what, are able to steal away around, although, like, pretty much no matter what ShadowNet are doing, no matter how much effort they put into just sending it straight onto site, Space Prism getting that double kill, going in for all the swings, it seems that Ferox just don't care. They finally are bringing out all probably the sweatiest plays that they've shown to us yet on LPL Pro, and possibly the fact that, well, for them OCN has finished. This is their prime kind of way of focusing on right now, and I believe there won't be a whole lot of official tournaments as well to play until pretty much the beginning of next year. So this is their outlet for their frustration, anger, coordination. Who knows at this point? But passion. Yeah, that passion will be yet another thing to really count in. But yeah, gotta say, 4-0. That's already a very convincing scoreline that I probably expected to see rather at the first map rather than this one.
Yeah, this is back to normal, I think, especially in terms of the results. 4-0. Ferox probably looking to make it a 5, and then maybe 6, and maybe even 7.
I don't think it will be a 7-0 though. That is the thing, because I'm more so expecting that Shannon are actually going to perform better on the defense. So I reckon maybe
7-1,
7-3. I'll probably say maybe. It's a bit of a stretch, and I hate harping on ShadowNet's unfortunate circumstances, but I'll give you that, ShadowNet. You've done a really good job on Clubhouse. Villa, unfortunately, that is not it, Chief. I'm sorry.
Well, seems like Ferox is the chief right now, because I mean, no one.
They're the ones that's saying this is not it either.
Yeah. This is not it. Me, because look, I mean, 4 rounds in a row. At least they're not flawless rounds throughout all of them. So, you know, there's always some hope to bring it back in. But Shade, he's roamed pretty far down from the site, hasn't found anyone for now. But as you can see, ShadowNet trying to drone him out as well. Always really annoying with the pests, but hey, you know, that's Mozzie's thing. So we'll let him do it. We'll let him do it. But hey, he's got time to look out for himself. Running the clock down as well. There's one drone from Shade, keeping one member busy from ShadowNet. Shade, oh man, he should be able to get some pretty good roams with all the intel he's gotten.
Yeah, hack drone could pretty much be the make or break difference here as well, with all the info gathering that could be done. He actually was able to mask his drone pretty well, and I think ShadowNet just completely ignored it. Yeah, I think that was just completely ignored, and that could be the huge way about it, because, well, for ShadowNet, now their whole position has been revealed, or rather their main push has been revealed, and this is where they might actually fall if they will attempt to keep on forcing this position.
Lang's trying really hard to get the first frag onto the site so far, but only taking damage in return. But it's Shade. Oh, he wanted to do the run out, but Levi was waiting for him. He could smell it. And so now, that's the Mozzie down, and this could be ShadowNet's ticket back in. But again, look at the clock. Has Shade already done his job if he's run down 2 minutes? ShadowNet still yet to get a frag on the site, still yet to get any real damage. And Rebix, oh no, he was waiting from above, but they snuck up on him too. Things are falling apart for Ferox, but with a kill apiece, It's slowly going ShadowNet's way, and they should be able to clean this one on up. The plant now going down. Just Todd and his LMG to finish this one off. He's got a whole big mag to go through this one. Will almost find one. No, didn't even finish it off. As they clean him up through the wall. ShadowNet do actually pick up a round.
There we go. Yeah, ShadowNet finally do manage to grab themselves around before the first half concludes. And, well, finally, they are going to be getting themselves back on board. Now, if they do able to get themselves that second point, like I said, this is still going to be a competitive scoreline for them to work around. Because their better suit, their stronger suit is on defense. So if they are not losing it out 5-1 or 6-0, which could have been happening, then that would have been a disaster for them. Right now, this is still very much workable. They need to win out this round, though, the trophy push, just like they did right now, and possibly keep on punishing Ferox, because Ferox are getting, by every round, they're getting cheekier and cheekier about their runouts and about their plays. So, time will tell, I suppose.
And I'm quite impressed that, we saw ShadowNet do that with not a whole lot of time left. I mean, we were wondering, has Shay done his job? He drew so much attention for so long, but it seems like ShadowNet had actually made enough progress towards the site, as well as dealing with them on the roam clear. So, getting that 1 point on the board, but it is a long, long journey to get the draw against Ferox. They want to even up the series. As for now, Ferox still in the lead, still very comfortable. We're back to the retry on the site, so it's just going to see if ShadowNet can do it again.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, look. It seems from Ferox this is going to be just about the same setup. I really like that camera from Nazgul, as it is a little bit inconspicuous at first, so it's quite tough to initially spot, so could potentially work in favor of Ferox. But right now, ShadowNet do definitely have to be at the very least on slightly better morale now that they managed to at least prevent the 5th round in a row there against them.
Yeah, getting your first win when you've been losing quite a few in a row is always good. Gets you back on track. So ShadowNet should be pleased about that one. No one is the victim of a run out or anything. We didn't see any crazy Vault plays coming out from Ferox. They didn't want to do anything like that. So we're not going to be a victim of anything too scary. Levi, he smells something on the other side of this barricade. This is also a little weird by Ferox, but hey, love to see it. So he's just going to hold an angle down onto what looks to be the site.
Yeah, right now he's just chilling, really. He's awaiting for what seems to be the aggression of Ferox, which is rightfully so. Could have been the play here, but it seems that for now it's just really the calm before the storm. All the drones are coming around to see if they can maybe find a few information bits and pieces about the general whereabouts of the defense and maybe if there's anyone on the roam, but it seems that nothing is really coming out of that. Nova is attempting to go for some pressure at the either walk-in closet or the master bedroom, but doesn't really get anything from that, so will be prompting to repel over at the Astro window and potentially could maybe find a few shots, but he will need some support there from his team if he wants to come out successfully.
Yeah, I mean, look at that clock, Cthulhu. ShadowNet really needs to start making something happen, and unfortunately, it's Ferox that kicked things off.
Wait.
Nazgul's got a kill.
Nazgul ran out.
Nazgul got a run out onto Nova, and he's still hanging out there. This is a big run out, big risk if it doesn't work. Well, it's a disaster, but hey, Cthulhu, it worked beautifully.
It worked surprisingly really well because, yeah, Nazgul was able to just directly jump out onto Nova and get rid of him, but that is a huge win here for Nazgul. Being able to get rid of Sledge and potentially the Ash as well, does actually get that drop onto the Ash and gets the one onto Zofia. Could he find the third one, but no, won't be able to get it. But nonetheless, a triple kill there for himself is a fantastic showcase, as now that does leave Shannon with only one man remaining as there's a down on user, and well, Shade finishes things off with a double pump.
I was so ready for Nazgul to get the ace all on his own, but...
Look, a 3K is still a very good thing to witness, especially the way how he did it.
Yeah, you're making it out like I'm well, I mean, I am a little disappointed we didn't see the ace, but I'm not... I'm not upset he got a triple kill, you know? I'm pretty stoked to see it. So pretty massive play from Nazgul. The ball's on the man to do a run out like that, and then still pick up a few more kills after it. Absolutely stellar stuff. So now we swap things up and put Shadownet onto the defense. We've hyped these guys up a lot on their defense compared to their attacks. So if this is where they're going to come back, it has to start now, because that's a 5-1 half by Ferox.
Yeah, now the pressure is certainly going to be filling in. Oda switching around between two polar opposite operators. One is a very active aggressor, one is a very passive aggressor. From Monty to a Sledge, not a bad idea given the fact that a bit more aggression has been definitely rewarded more here to Ferox rather than them bringing in the Monty. And not to discredit though Oda, he can pull off some phenomenal plays on Monty. We got to see that thankfully last week, but probably for the sake of maybe Ferox's sanity, for the sake of their consistency, maybe a Sledge pick was a little bit of a better consideration there.
Oh, I suppose so, Cthulhu. Would have liked to see the Monty, but you know, Oda done fantastically so far on Sledge, so why would you change that up? As well, Ferox, I wonder how quick they want to make this attack here. They've made Shadownet's attacks look like a snail's pace back on Clubhouse, so coming to compare it here, I'm expecting some very, very quick pushes from Ferox. What a shooting.
That is the LMGE that is being popped off here.
Yeah, but why?
Why not? You have 150 box mag on the machine gun and 1 round in the chamber, so actually no. Maybe it is. Either way, it's a big mag. That's what I'm trying to get at. And right now Todd is very much flexing that very thing. But I don't think it will matter a whole lot of times if he will just keep on pre-firing everything. But hey, he's got the full freedom of doing so.
Hey, look, total respect to him. If he's got the courage to do it, that's all good with me. So, all the drones now coming out. So maybe a little bit slower than I was expecting from Ferox, but at least they haven't gotten any crazy entry frags just yet. Of course, waiting for Todd to catch up with everyone, or at least get into his own position. Reinforcements still coming out for Shadownet. They're finding a little bit of freedom in these few moments to get a few of the last jobs done, but the drones are now coming on in, so everyone's locations now starting to get spotted. Repix trying to catch out any roamer, but that Melusi device will alert them to his position, and there's actually 2 of them downstairs, so he may be in a bit of trouble due to some crossfire if he's not careful. He's about to try and make a swing, but they've already turned their back, and Nazgul, well, he has not turned his back to the grenade, will still be blessed by the gods for that one. Oh, space, a C4. We'll actually find Nazgul with that one. Gets the revenge of the explosive kind, the best kind, for his teammate.
Turning out the smoke for a Iana and actually make it Shade as well. Make it Oda as well. Right now, Shadownet are looking mighty fine, but there's a repellent, there's a hot breach as well. Space Prison just could not connect that shot. Caught off on a horrible timing for himself. And Repix is managing to make him pay. All down to Todd, as Repix is down. So now it's all against Levi and User. Makes his presence known to both of the defenders. And right now, both of them are going to be having their sights trained right at the next entry point. Although a pickup on Repix could actually work out pretty well. There's the sound cue as well, could be coming out. So a swing will be warranted there. Brony will not be as well suited here as the against the LMGE, but the prone peak is definitely going to be a winning case here. Flashbang, pop flash coming out. The R4C, swing, no, could not connect any shots. Shadownet do win round number 6 as User TM is able to finish things up.
And the scary thing is, this is a fight that maybe Todd could have won. That is pretty terrifying, but some bad timing on one of those peaks, unfortunately, gets his head taken off, and Shadownet staying alive with a second round here. They haven't even had Ferox go to match point yet, so maybe defense is their ticket back into this one, Cthulhu. I think maybe you're onto something here.
Yeah, look, we'll have to see. It's only the first defensive round that just got one out, and it did get a little bit dicey there.
Yeah, it was pretty
to the
dicey.
But nonetheless, a win is a win there for Shadownet. So they have only a 3-round differential here, which is still quite a hefty difference, but nonetheless, still they managing to slowly but surely reduce it. Trophy could be their site to defend. Looking at their lineup, it's just about the same as it was before, so maybe we shall be seeing the similar outcome. But looking at the Ferox's lineup instead, we pretty much going to be seeing just about the same lineup. Toto will actually be sticking to Zofia this time, as Repix has been put on his, I suppose, original operator that he used to play with. That is the Ash, as he will be performing the cosplay of the Aussie Bolo, as he likes to call himself.
We'll have to see if Con Crunch is real for him. As Armageddon coming up, so he's got to be ready for that one to get the cosplay done and dusted. But we've also got Oda here on the Yana, so another interesting little adaptation, a little swap up. Going to be able to run the holograms on through, of course. Nova's going to make it a little tricky as the mute, but you know where those jammers are, and you just run around them. So it's still going to be a very useful ability coming into round number 8 here. Remember, Shadownet really needs to pick up pretty much all of these defensive rounds.
I mean, at the very least, Oda will have 2 frag lanes to dispose of those mute jammers before he even reaches them. So it's more so of the fact of how will he use his utility to assist the team, because right now he's currently just starting to use his drones just to get some more so inconspicuous kind of information before any push will be happening. And right now it's actually him without the hologram that will be going in for the swing rather than Repix to go in for the entry frag, because it seems that for now they are just trying to clear out Master Bedroom out of all of the utility.
Yeah, and this is a push that should push ShadowNet back pretty quickly. Space Prism has got a lot of protection here, but the drone's now coming on out. Means he could not be long for this position, but still getting some good pre-fires onto the doorway, but already forced back to one corner. May have to go back a little further as abandoned the remains of his barricade. First nade will just be eaten up by the ADS. Same thing with the flashbang, we'll just drain that one out. And eventually something might actually do something over there, but for now it's just going to be zapped.
Yeah, for now they are being quite systematic of just trying to expand their foothold as much as possible. That position of user could be forced out pretty quickly, and so it will be thanks to the efforts of Zophia's impact grenades, as well as I believe the Ash charge as well. So whilst all that ruckus was happening in the Astro, there is going to be a breach began here by Nazgul as he's playing as Ace, and well, Shade finally applying some pressure from Astro Stairs could finally do quite some work here. Oda potentially finding the position of one of the statuary defenders, that is going to be Space, could potentially put some more pressure on him as the frag grenades are about to fly. Oda finally does manage to make that frag, but right now, could catch user on rotation, but just not enough bullets.
Oh, the fact that user is alive though is important. He's got the gas grenades. If he can just stay alive a bit longer, he can start pumping them out like that first one. We've lost Oda now as well, but there's the trade. So Nova now gone. User now gone. Knocked to the floor as well. But at least we're still killing a few of the Ferox members. Levi needs one more. Knows that he's in the window, but should know as well. It's a bit of a battle here, but Levi, he's got to start coming to action now because the plant has gone down, and Nazgul already come to reinforce his buddy, and now this is just the site completely on lockdown. User and Lags.
Fantastic cover there by Nazgul as well. Gotta say, the moment the plane gone down, he was already sprinting to get rid of that Mozzie. User though and Lags could very much go for a retake. Nazgul though does find the shot onto Lags, takes quite some damage from this smoke grenade, but User could still have the element of the surprise here, although gets spotted there by the crossfire, and right now just about to be hunted. 12 seconds remaining, as right now the smoke player will need to do something, but alas, could not perform anything. Round number 8. To be withdrawn from ShadowNet and right into the hands of Ferox.
And that is match point now. That is series point now for Ferox. They were looking for a 2-0 tonight, and they're now one round away from getting it. Maybe the journey was a little bit rougher than they were perhaps expecting coming into tonight, but look, if they can get it done here, especially in this fashion, if they get a 7-3 done, then they can look back on Villa and be like, yeah, all right, that's all right. We can be okay with that. Clubhouse, yeah, maybe they're going to change things up, find out what went wrong there, but even though I say what went wrong, they still won that map, but you know, I think they can be pretty happy with how Villa has gone.
Definitely. Even if they will drop, say, 1 or 2 more rounds, Ferox should still be pretty content about their general situation. Being on a match point feels pretty good. Although we've seen quite a fair few times when Ferox would get to the match point, they would magically just start losing some of the rounds. Maybe because of overconfidence, maybe because of some of the pressure maybe settling on them rather than their opponents. So we'll have to see if Ferox will be able to finally double down and finish off this map, or whether Shannon will be able to find a few cracks in the offense of Ferox and will be able to emphasize on expanding those cracks as much as possible.
Well, now we're entering that do or die territory for ShadowNet. Not a single round can now be lost. Ferox, they haven't made these attacking rounds flawless just yet. Some pretty flashy plays for sure, but not flawless. So ShadowNet certainly have it in them to win out these next few defensive rounds. Not dropping one, but it's a long, long shot. So we'll start it here. Jumping on in. Operator lineup. Buck's going to be the big change, but there's a ton of soft breach for Ferox to be bringing in here. Vertical soft breach as well, so your toes are not always going to be safe.
Yeah, at the very least, yeah, Toad is not playing the Maverick with the DMR, the ultimate toe hunter. That was back on Clubhouse. It was probably the biggest menace to ShadowNet's defense. But look, for now, Lags is actually going to try to solo hold Astro, which is going to be quite a rough one because I don't think he has the rotation hole to fall back into trophy, but at the very least he has a pretty strong position to hide behind, although I don't think that it will be able to protect him from some of the shots.
Well, they know exactly where he is. Oh, hang on, C4.
Ooh.
Levi also with one.
Okay.
ShadowNet rounding this one out quite well. Lags will rotate out of here. I thought he was in a done-for kind of position, but if he can get out of there just fine, then hey, he'll take that ticket and ride it all the way home. Ferox, they've got a tough one to make work here, but they can win the series, so let's let this one play out.
In a 3-5 situation here for Ferox, they could be in a little bit of a rough patch. Or maybe ShadowNet will just be able to fully run away with that. Skeleton Key is still present and could potentially be the game changer here, although with the fact that Repix is still sitting right on that breachable floor, few C4s could certainly make quite a difference there. There's still 2 more explosives on the side of ShadowNet, so they will be sitting pretty comfy there on this site and really just waiting for the mistakes of Ferox.
Yeah, and you look at the clock as well, with only 3 people left, that's quite a lot to get done in just a minute, especially if you lose Shade just like that. That's the Buck now gone. Gas grenades coming on out. Nazgul's picked up 1, and he's gone very aggressively through all the gas, so he might be able to get this 1 peek. He can wait this gas grenade out. That's the last one. And so with that, they might actually be able to find a way to make this work, but the sound cue, he walked into it and took some damage on it in return. Has to just completely book it out of the building entirely. Oh, what a disaster on that one from 1 breath.
I'm curious where's Repix, because he right now needs to go and help Nazgul right now, because with 30 seconds remaining, both of them are very much disconnected from each one another. Lags does get down amidst all of that chaos, but Repix does get himself blinded and quite low in health. A little bit of a peek from Nazgul could potentially find himself a frag before he goes down, but to no avail. It's only 13 seconds remaining. Repix needs to find 3 frags in a matter of 10 seconds, and it does not look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Tries to go in for a few pre-fires, but alas, it's just not being the case here. User just shots him down with a shotgun, and oh, ShadowNet do get themselves 1 more point before any more trouble is being sent their way.
I mean, they opened that round beautifully, right?
Correct, yes.
The C4 kill, Levi got a kill. Lags was pretty much let go out of jail for free in a position that he was almost certainly doomed in. So all things considered, everything went right at the beginning of that round, and Ferox had to start it off from the back foot pretty hard. So ShadowNet really stealing that way around at the beginning.
Yeah, them being able to drain the first blood, looking pretty good overall. Gotta give it to them that, but they're not out of this trouble just yet. Still a 3-point difference here between themselves and Ferox, and well, the AVG defense could certainly be favored for them. They were able to win it out previously, but that was at the end a 2v2 that got turned around all thanks to a very good gunfight skill from, I believe that was user and lags actually, I believe. My memory serves me right.
Well, they have to do a few of those, you know,
A fair few of those,
several
yes.
rounds in a row. Also, just to hope for overtime. So, I mean, Shadownet, they're on death's door as a team right now. Ferox, just a round away from that delicious 2-0 for them to pick it up. Very close, but struggled on that one. It was a bit of a rough opening though, so they just got to clean that one up. Make sure no one just drops to a C4 at the start of the round. Your lockdown lags a little bit quicker. You know, this should be a little better, at least from the beginning for Ferox. I can't imagine they'll just get caught out so easily again.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, because Ferox do occasionally intend on getting a little bit careless, or rather have a bit of a curse of the bad timing going for them. Same goes for Shadownet. They were caught off guard a fair few times, and that was a very unfortunate scenario for them to fall to. So maybe here you might be able to get the win. Already Oda, instead of sending in one of his drones, uses his hologram to see if maybe there's any crossfires done, and well, they do spot out Nova's crossfire here right outside the main stairs. So maybe the Wamai is going to be the first person to try to respond onto all of the aggression, or maybe rather he will be the first one to die to all of this chaos, as right now the frag grenade is there to damage him, or rather to attempt the damage, but thankfully for Shadownet, Nova is able to fall back fairly safely.
Yeah, still managed to get out of this. Somehow blinded even with his magnets, so we'll be able to fall back. Nothing apart from that going to be lost, but it's already a push coming from Ferox. You can see them moving up to 90. Repix swings around, very risky, but keeps his head on. Can get rid of this Melusi device. Now free reign on the stairs for Ferox as well. Half the round now through, and no one to die. Barely any damage, in fact, not a point done just yet. But now on the site, it's User. Definitely wanting to stay alive throughout this onslaught. No smoke, so don't have to worry about that.
So far, it's just it seems like it's a phase of just draining out all the utility. Nazgul finally decides to maybe attempt a breach, but there is a mute jammer to prevent that from happening. So a push from the 90 hallway should be the right way about it. A Hibana set of charges will be there to open up a few peak holes as well, but with 56 seconds remaining, some action needs to happen, and it needs to happen very quickly, because with time running low, there's not going to be a whole lot of space for all the errors, as User already took quite some damage, same as Nova, but still not a single frag.
But we're at 40 seconds left with 5 people alive on both sides. Nova almost wanting to be the first one to fall. Nazgul down the line, but it's actually Oda to get the kill onto Nova. The Wamai now off the table, but it's a C4 from below. From space, lags to follow up with another one. Shadownet on the rise again. But Nazgul, you can't count this man out at all. We'll go for the pre-fires through the wall. But is that another C4 as he goes flying? It was a trade indeed. Now it's to the 2v2. The plant is happening. Repix going for that one, but his teammate's been obliterated. He has to get the job done on his own with only 5 seconds left. The 1v1 he has to plant, and he goes for it. But this should be Levi coming and swinging on his head. No, he stops it. He tried to call it, but it wasn't happening. He wasn't taking the bait.
Wasn't taking the bait. Well, if he would have prompted to go in for the push onto the breach, he would have been potentially able to find the frag, but just didn't look like he was too confident about that. Shadownet do push it into only a 2-round difference now between themselves and Ferox, and this is looking closer and closer, like the Shadownet comeback train could be very much going for the full swing here.
Well, this is the scoreline that came from Clubhouse. I mean, you add one more round on for Ferox win. That's what it was. So Shadownet have already done just as well now as they did on Clubhouse. So perhaps I'm eating my words a little bit, but I'm happy to do that if we're getting an underdog victory here, especially a big comeback. But they've made about half the journey, Cthulhu. They've won 2 in a row. They've got to win another 2 in a row. Then they've got to get through overtime. But let's get to that overtime first.
Let's get to that overtime first. Yeah, that is a good point. We need to first find ourselves in that overtime before we make any final conclusions, as right now Shadownet are returning to the trophy and statuary room, to try to attempt the defense, which last time did fall into the hands of Ferox, but all thanks to the fact that they were a little bit more organized on their push. It did go. It did end in a 2v1 situation, or rather 2v2. So I'm not excluding anything just yet, because ShadowNet so far has shown us some fantastic performance overall.
I want to see ShadowNet get into overtime. I mean, I love a good overtime anyway, but for ShadowNet to do it, and then maybe even get their first win, a reminder to people that ShadowNet still yet to get a single point on the leaderboard, and to do it against Ferox would be excellent. But let's see if they can do it here in was maybe the second last round of at least the regular limitations before we go to overtime. So, trophy and statuary. ShadowNet, do or die. User already half died already. And he is going to be forced back from his position probably pretty early, otherwise he'll lose his life. And this is the smoke. Can he get a big smoke play here? That drone is on him. That drone is looking at him.
The drone is looking at him, as well as that shade is actually, I just realized, has been switching over to Akali as well. So they are taking a little bit more of a upfront and personal approach here, trying to replace the loss of a Thatcher and maybe try to get rid of those bandit charges. Finally, I believe that's a few of the bandit charges have gone out of the equation. So right now they just need to get the breach started here, and Oda is there to potentially assist with that very case. But Nova is not really ready to get out of this just yet. He has one more bandit charge, so he should be able to maybe for a brief moment to trick it out. But it seems that right now both of the lances have been eaten up, so no more from Kali, and well, User also doubles down on it to get rid of Todd. Same goes for Levi. He's just being an absolute god of C4s right now. And we are back to a 3v5 just like that. All of a sudden, Ferox just losing their man count further and further, but finally Shade do manage to find a refrag here.
Oh, ShadowNet don't want to drop this one. They've already got the two-man advantage at 1 point. That would be a disaster to lose this one. Shade under fire now, but they've evened it up. Ferox are not going to let this one drop. They want to win this series and win it now. So it's all on ShadowNet to stay alive as the push is now coming on in. I believe this should be Ferox completely on the site now. The plant is coming out. And you've got 3 very fast operators here. Well, I mean, maybe not Lags anymore, but it's Nazgul. It's Nazgul to knock Lags on his feet, knock Lags on his bottom. But Levi, he's got 1 C4 kill throughout this round. He's got another kill to back it up. He's still bringing it back. Can he save ShadowNet? That bomb, that disabler is ticking away, and Levi with the quad kill keeps ShadowNet's hopes alive. Someone send this man a year's worth of Red Bull, please.
Yeah, look, right now Levi is doing all that there can be done to keep his team in the play, in the matchup, in hopes of just trying to just keep it running, keep that dream going. Because, look, he is currently popping off. For me, personally, within this very matchup, he definitely deserves the MVP prize so far. He was there for so many rounds to just able to swing it back into favor of ShadowNet, to almost snatch it away out of hands of Ferox as they were just about to get the dub.
I mean, I think Levi has got the opening C4 kill the last few rounds in a row. So, you know, you can throw the Vodafone MVP for just like being a really good player, and then the Red Bull fan vote for doing it in a really cool way with the C4. So my eyes are on him for this round, because if he doesn't get the C4 opening kill, do Ferox win right here and now?
Yeah, this is going to be the big decider. Oh no, repicks.
No.
Unfortunately, DCs as well. The rehost will be called the infamous rehost curse is going to be following us through here, and well, we will be having to get a little bit of a delay on finding the outcome, the end rather, outcome of it all, as you will get to watch our faces just for a slightly bit longer as the Odyssey of... Oh, hello. Yeah,
Let's get that one off.
get that one off. Yeah, thank you.
So I was Ferox and you were ShadowNet. I think that's how it looks.
Make it a comeback.
Yeah, yeah. Well, look, guys, we're almost there. We're
almost there.
But yeah, I mean, this is always an awkward time. You never like a rehost, especially one literally around before we find out whether it's going to be overtime. So incredibly close. Is there a word short of magic for what ShadowNet are doing right now? Because they've pulled it all the way back. I mean, it was literally 5-1 at one point, and now we are one round away from overtime.
Yeah. Only... Oh, hello. That's... the wrong
What are you up to?
I don't know what I'm up to. But look, right now, this is as close as it can get. ShadowNet are very much on the verge of going into the overtime. They are so far. They have managed to break kind of the maximum amount of streaks that both of the teams had. The maximum before this very round was 2 each. We would have seen occasional trades. Right now, ShadowNet are on a 3-round streak. They are on a massive comeback train here. They need one more round. If they are able to push it into overtime, it will be very much dependent on who starts on overtime defense. Because if it's ShadowNet that begins on overtime, their chances of winning out this map are greatly increased.
I believe it'll be ShadowNet on the defense first.
Okay.
As they're currently on defense. I think that's how it works.
Either way.
Maybe. I mean, it's worked that way every time so far. But anyway, yeah, you are very right in that. And I want to talk about how important this is. Again, I'm going to reiterate again how important it is for Ferox to get the 2-0, because if they don't, then it really messes up. First up, they're seeding into the playoffs when we get to that, and then second up, if they get into playoffs at all, which is crazy to say. But they've done okay so far, but they're still middle of the pack. But a draw to ShadowNet when most teams are getting the 2-0. In fact, everyone that's played them has got the 2-0. And you're the first team to draw against them. That kind of brings you down the leaderboard in the round robin a whole lot. So
Yeah.
Rough for them. I mean, if anyone's feeling the pressure, I don't think it's ShadowNet. I don't think it's ShadowNet at all.
I think both of the teams might actually be feeling a little bit of a pressure, just given the fact that how close each and every round gets, how close to winning Ferox are, and how close ShadowNet are to pushing themselves into overtime and granting them the chance to really win it out and potentially play for an upset. Because if they do, this would be quite huge. No, not only you are slowing down Ferox's approach and potentially denying them any kind of advancement on the bracket, and rather just keeping them on that 4th to 5th kind of position, you're also pulling yourself up from what was a very unfortunate loss streak.
Oh, but they got a long way to go.
They do have a very long.
They've already played Elemental. They've already played, I believe, Bance. I think, have we had a ShadowNet versus Bance? I don't think we actually have. Have we?
I don't think we did,
right?
Actually.
But they've played Elemental already. They've played some of the lower tier kind of playoffs teams already. So
they've played Skyfire as well.
Yeah. So Skyfire is probably arguably the hardest team they've already played so far. So they've actually had some of the easier matches out of the way. So 1 win here is 1 point. Yeah. And it's certainly great for pulling them up by the bootstraps, but that's only going to take you so far.
Yeah.
Because then after that, are you going to score wins against Rafflecopter? Are you going to score wins? I mean, Ferox is a good example here, right? It's still hard. It's still hard to even get that 1 win when you're so close.
Yeah. Look, I mean, for what it's worth right now, ShadowNet need to focus on their own performance. They just need to take it map by map, match by match, not really think as much about the whole picture, because the moment it gets about it, it kind of gets a little bit overwhelming sometimes. And for them to have, after this match, I believe only 3 matches remaining, it is going to be a little bit of a rough picture that could be painted for the roster, but not everything is lost yet, theoretically.
Yeah.
So far, I'll have to say that, as bad as it sounds, introduction of Levi instead of Minxie seemed to have breathed in new life into the roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a sub, sure, but, you have to look at it in one way, and that's they're doing a lot better now that they've got the sub in. Maybe that's something they've worked out as a roster as a whole in the weeks, and maybe it's just a coincidence, but I mean, it's certainly what it's looking like. It's succeeding. So maybe we do see this ShadowNet roster moving forwards. I believe Minxie's still recovering, so once she is recovered, does she come back in? Or how long does it take her to recover? We don't know, and we don't know how far ShadowNet might continue going. I do see, by the way, all the players in the lobby, so we're just about to jump back into the game. We've only got 2 rounds. Well, 1 round.
Actually, for that matter, 1 round.
Yeah, 1 round until we hit that overtime, unless this is going to be a Ferox win, although it looks like we may be waiting a little bit longer, as it was not 5-all, it was 5-6.
5-6.
So, I wonder...
Whoops.
Yeah, it looks
Right.
like it's just going to rehost again.
We're back to it again.
You know what? Sometimes these things happen, Cthulhu, and you know what you need to make sure it's not so bad?
Mm-hmm.
You need a pretty fast computer, don't you?
Correct.
So
yes.
you'd probably be looking at a WD Black, who are, oh, by the way, one of our main sponsors here for Season 3, for Rainbow Six Siege specifically. So sweet as SSDs that you can pick up and load into the game nice and fast, or remake a lobby really nice and fast. That could certainly help out.
Correct.
But yeah, definitely look out for those SSDs. WD Black. So shout out to them for helping out Rainbow Six Siege and Esports in ANZ. Always good to keep it going. But man, I'm so keen to get back in the game. Why do we have to have a rehost?
Well, it's just to just up the tension.
Up the tension? You want to up the tension?
Yes, up the tension even more so, because it almost feels like it's one of those moments when you're watching a really, really intriguing series and all of a sudden it just ends on a cliffhanger. This is how it feels right now. With China being 1 round away from, well, even further road to greatness, this could be huge.
Very.
For what it's worth, this could be huge, because Ferox have been on that match point for
a while now, like 10
a while
minutes.
now, for 3 or 4 rounds now, and look, it doesn't look like ShadowNet are planning to really fall back from any kind of idea of letting another round slip by, really, here against Ferox. And main issue, it feels like ShadowNet, their main weapon is Levi with the C4 and the P10 Ronin.
The last few rounds it has been.
As funny as it sounds, yeah, the man on Mozzie has been performing absolutely stunningly. And yeah, the C4 plays really give me quite a throwback to back when LFO participated during Season 1. On Villa, they were an absolutely scary roster to really play against, because their vertical game with the C4s was a thing of nightmares.
Yeah, and it's currently causing Ferox some pretty crazy nightmares, right? I mean, like I was just saying, to drop this game would be disastrous too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not even just in leaderboard points, not even thinking ahead towards what it looks like for playoffs, just for the team itself, right? You don't want to come into a week where you never want to come into a week where it's saying, this is pretty much a 2-0 for us, guys. Let's just get in, get the basics, just clean it up, right?
I mean, we saw a few games that were already pretty much, they didn't really mean a whole lot scoreline-wise, and teams still were able to have a good fun and maybe a little bit meme it out. But yeah, I get what you mean. The final, it feels like both of the rosters are kind of struggling, or rather, well, trying to battle out for some points. One team is playing for an upset, one team is playing to get themselves back up on the top 3 leaderboard. And if they do able to get it there, this will be already good for Ferox, and they will be able to kind of start kind of battling it out for the playoffs stay. But that is still a very far-fetched question, because with that said, Skyfire are still bringing down Ferox's neck. They want to get their revenge, especially after
PC419.
Yeah, PC419. PC419 actually on the 2nd place and got themselves solidified there on a pretty stable ground. And no matter, I think, what is the outcome of today's matches, I don't think the standings of PC419 nor Rufflecopter will really change. It's more so the battle now between Exto, Ferox, and Skyfire, theoretically.
Yeah. Which is kind of like Season 2, where we had, 5 teams fighting for the 4 slots into playoffs. So it's going to be super exciting again. And this is where like 1 point does make the difference, and it would actually be 2 points because 2-0 is worth 3 points rather than just the one you get for a draw on both sides. But players now filling up the lobby. Cthulhu, oh man, please have the right scoreline this time. I'm doing a little prayer for it, but I'm pretty sure it'll be right this time.
Yeah,
We'll be just
surely.
about jumping into the game. I'm real keen for it, guys, because I've been waiting for a ShadowNet win. I'm not saying it's gonna happen here, but I think it's gonna happen, Cthulhu. I think it might happen, but maybe I'm just dreaming. Maybe I'm just dreaming, because Ferox, they are still technically in the lead with that 6-5 scoreline. So one more round will just straight up nab them the win. But ShadowNet just want to get one more to bring it to overtime. They've done a few in a row right now, 3 in a row, I believe. So
Yeah,
why
3 in a
can't they
row.
do 4?
They can most definitely do 4 in a row, and this is their prime time to do it. Dining Room and Kitchen, the site that they were able to kickstart their comeback train, is certainly the site where they could really, well, boost their comeback train, I suppose, for that matter. But
Put the Nitro boost on the comeback train.
put the Nitro boost, actually, for that matter, the Nitro Cell is going to be still in the hands of Levi, so he most definitely will be able to boost up that train even more so. So we'll have to see what will be the final outcome, because right now Ferox looking a little bit puzzled. They are trying to do a few adjustments to the roster. Shade deciding to bring in a Sledge rather than a Buck, which I don't think it will make as much difference, but maybe the acquisition of extra 2 frag grenades could maybe do that. So we'll have to see. We are loading in as the pressure is ramping up even more so, as so is the heat in the studio for for all of these matches. But look, Smite, right now, just without even thinking, scoreline at the end of this round. What do you reckon?
Overtime, baby!
Overtime, baby. All right. I'm ready for that overtime, Smite. Let's see if Levi will be able to keep on spearheading his team here.
Yeah. First
Because,
thing to look for is whether Levi gets the C4 kill to open it with. Now, he might not get that, because that's where we come in for the second thing to watch. Whether he can do anything after that. He has certainly picked up a kill here and there, but the question is, can they do it with one man down for free on the enemy side for Ferox?
You know what I reckon? If Oda would have brought in a Monty, that could be an indirect counterplay against the C4 plays.
Because you're gonna do hold the shield to the floor?
Not really, no, but in more so of a direct, whenever Mozzie decides to just throw in the C4 into the room, Monty should be able to survive that, or rather bounce off that C4 off the shield. So at the very least, he can take some damage on himself rather than having one of the teammates die to that. So it could be one of the counterplays, but really the main counterplay here could be just shoot Levi in the head as quickly as possible. It's almost as if we're watching the Nolan's Batman series. It's simple. Just kill the Bat.
Kill the Levi.
Kill the Levi. Exactly.
Kill the Mozzie. Where is he?
Psych.
Oh no! Did it honestly happen again? Nova steals the thunder this time. Nova with a beautiful C4 onto Shade. The Sledge is no more. And ooh, we might actually get that overtime, Cthulhu. I'm smiling a little bit here, but we know that the round is not over yet. Ferox, they have done it with 4 before. But on Villa, let's see.
Look, right now they need to get off that breachable floor, because so many C4s are about to get thrown right under their feet. There's still 2 more, including Levi's.
Usually just through his.
User just threw his.
Oh,
so,
that's a barricade.
no.
Never mind. I got it. I thought
Hold
I saw
up,
an
yeah.
extra C4. Yeah, what am I talking about?
But Levi, nonetheless, with lags as well, playing down below right now, Space could really throw in a spanner in the works the moment some more breaches will be starting to throw down. There's the C4 flying in, does only deal damage to Oda. Now all down to Levi, the mastermind. The mastermind, I was about to say thrower, but not really. He is the mastermind of all the explosives here for ShadowNet, the head demolition expert.
Well, I mean, we'll see which kind of throw he's going to be doing in this round where it all matters. And another explosion through the floor. It's just 1 C4 left for Levi. It's the last one to go. Maybe that's what they are looking for. Levi's still hanging out on the stairs, so he's miles away. He's below them, though, so You can't always choose to go underneath that breachable floor. Nazgul was a big reason Ferox picked up some of the rounds before, so you have to watch this man here on the ace. He's inching his way towards the site.
There is technically nobody on site, and
Yeah.
the closest person that is watching that cross is Lags, but he is very much far away. There is a person in the kitchen, and right now the rotation could be happening. Nova does find a shot onto Repix, so that is one of the players off the board. Lags finds another one onto the Oda. There's a swing. Nazgul does finally connect the headshot, but right now already the damage has been done. 4v2. Todd needs to find more frags. The time is already running low. Levi finds the frag. We are going to overtime, Smite.
What did I say? We're going to overtime. ShadowNet. They couldn't get it done on Clubhouse. They couldn't get it done on Ferox's map pick. But now that they're home, and now that they've taken it all the way to overtime after a 5 1/2 from Ferox in the opening, now we're back to square one in overtime. ShadowNet have another shot to do this one, and it's all on Ferox to try their magic and snatch this one away from them and lock down that 2-0. Oh, it could not be tighter, Cthulhu.
Oh, yes. ShadowNet, luckily for themselves, will be starting on the defense for the overtime, which does mean that they will get 2 of the defensive rounds rather than just 1 for Ferox. So Ferox right now need to make sure they pull up their socks and get back into the play if they want to close out this match in a 2-0 fashion. But already, so much more has been already done by ShadowNet. They have been able to do the unimaginable 4 rounds in a row against what was considered previously a top team in LPL Pro. Now starting to go in for the upset, which is me. Those very rare vibes of when you see the team that is usually expected to lose out, come out rising like a phoenix.
But the kind of Phoenix that's just a little bit too late to the party for the points, but
Nonetheless,
you could change the entire season with a win here. ShadowNet, they gotta believe it. And oh man, you gotta believe I'm gonna be talking to these guys at Armageddon this weekend. But we'll see how excited I'm gonna be about that after the next 3 rounds, maybe 2 rounds. As we kick off one more time here, ShadowNet on defense. After this we'll swap, but for now, they got a shot at it one more time. And Levi, you got to believe that man's got a C4 in hand once more.
oh man, Todd is still bringing in the LMGE in hopes of getting some sweet spray downs here and there, but it just seems that Ferox are just falling away from their dream of finding the dub here. They can't seem to be able to find any information actually on Oda's hologram, so that will be indicating that there will be a pretty safe area to push at. Well, that is before the C4 start flying in. As the default camera has not been destroyed. Ferox, how are you allowing this? Another C4 just went out. Levi is still there waiting for the right moment to push, and how was this even allowed? How was this being done here? Ferox making such fundamental mistakes that ShadowNet keep on emphasizing on.
We gotta wait to see if they actually get punished for it yet, though, because they're all still alive. They've got the information. Those C4s have come out just yet, though. Here's Todd above the site. Look at this breachable floor that they're all hanging out on, though. C4s could be deadly, especially if that default cam is still up, but ShadowNet, no punishes from it just yet. And here we go, Space just below. He has no C4, so he'll have to get the old tried and true gun to do the job for him. Todd has found user. That's smoke off the table. No ability to run down the clock at the end for ShadowNet.
Yeah, but there's still plenty of explosives as well on the ShadowNet side. Nova and Levi, the 2 notorious people for their explosive skills, are still very much well and alive. But now finally Repix is starting to throw in some of his utility to try to lure out some of the defenders. Nazgul does find a shot into Space Prism. It seems that finally Ferox have managed to find some return, but oh no, it's a flank! It's a double from Levi once again! And the diffuser has been downed! 50 seconds remaining, and all of a sudden, the full ground has been regained. Some more vertical play to be done here by ShadowNet, as they are not ready to drop out this round.
Todd's almost dead. He's lost so much health. A C4 comes out, but it's no kill just yet. Levi, just as dead as Todd, has to stay alive, but they run down the clock. Cthulu, only 30 seconds left. They've got the diffuser back, so... Oh no, Repix from above. Got the perfect spot. Look at all the holes in the floor that he can fire through. It's a shield and it's a sword from both sides. 2v2, 20 seconds left. But it's Todd on barely any health. Repix is going to have to do the heavy lifting. He's running right into Lax. No! He gets the kill anyway. Repix and Todd both get their own kills and win that first round of overtime. That one, I thought Levi was going to do it. I thought he was going to come back into it. But Ferox shut the door on that round.
So much effort has been put into that flank. Gotta give all the props to Levi. That man is just putting so much effort. Nearly, I feel, pouring his whole soul into that game, into this game right now, because this is as close as ShadowNet have gotten for a while now to getting a win. 7-6 scoreline. Once again, the overtime match point is in favor of Ferox. Only one round away from the 2-0 victory that they oh so crave right now. And for ShadowNet, they only one round away from yet again drawing it out.
But remember how many rounds they won on attack, Cthulhu. Now we're sending them back, and they only won one on their attacking half. So they've got to replicate that success. But hey, Ferox did it, so totally in the realms of possibility for ShadowNet to do the same. But just like before, just like for most of this map, they're going up against match point and cannot lose a round.
No more room here for mistakes. Once again, ShadowNet find themselves at that very uncomfortable principle here with the fact that Ferox are back into the lead. Look, right now, it's just, if you are a ShadowNet player, or rather fan, pray and give them all your energy, because they sure as heck need that as much as possible. That setup from Ferox does look pretty deadly as well, gotta say. With all the Melusi devices, there's going to be plenty of the slowdown effect, including as well those Goyo shields, which I am curious how will they be able to assist with the push. But right now, this is a very turtle-heavy strat that Ferox are preparing for.
Yeah, they're not bringing in a smoke though, but the good thing about that is if the smoke dies, you can't activate the smokes obviously, but at least Nazgul on the Goyo can leave his Vulcan shields up to run down the clock. Leave those flames cutting off crucial points of access. We've also got to remember Repix has been an absolute legend, the Levi of Ferox tonight, I would say. And he's now on the Jaeger. And he's going to be able to go hunting for sport against ShadowNet. Although that shot actually may force him back. He may actually be the first to die.
Sure does. Levi able to hunt them down. The two subs just battling against each other. And Nova is there to get rid of Todd as well very early into the round. And that is a Maestro gone. It's no more of the pew-pews from the Evil Eyes, and rather instead it's just going to be there for info gathering. Levi, still full health, able to take even more gunfights now, as he just loaded a fresh mag in, and well, now Shade, Todd, or rather Shade, Oda, and Nazgul are the remaining three players of Ferox to try to keep their dream running.
Oda and Nazgul, both a C4 each. They can both score a free kill each. They can do it with surprise, but they're going to have to be quick and tidy about it, because they are going to have to try and run ShadowNet down. The bullets through the drone hole, just breezing past Levi's left knee. And oh man, you do not want to lose this man. The Ash, right now. You need these frags to be clean and secure at the end, and that first one is as clean as a whistle. But he needs two more. This could be a flawless round, even in terms of health for the attack here. Where was the ShadowNet in the first half? Who knows? But it looks like this one could take us to round 15. That's one death on the attacking side, but Ferox still need a few more than that.
Shade and Oda, the two players who were able to occasionally come around with some magical comebacks, doesn't look like they will be able to do the same thing here. Oda is the last man standing, and even he will not be able to hold off the ShadowNet onslaught. We are going full regulation of matches, full set of rounds over time. This is the final showdown, the final round.
And it's just so crazy to see not only just these two teams in this situation, what it means, how it kind of doesn't really mean much in terms of points for ShadowNet, but means the world to Ferox for one single round as we come down to the very, very end of it. Both teams have got it done on both sides for now, but it's ShadowNet's most successful side on the defense, and they get that for this final round here. Attacking for Ferox, well, it hasn't gone so smoothly so far. Only a handful, not even that, of rounds they've picked up to win on the attacking side. And one last time they got to do it again.
Oh man, this is it. The final one, the final round for both of the teams to make the changes. Shade deciding to opt out of another hard breacher in favor of the Kali to try to maybe use her as that Thatcher replacement, or rather than being able to maybe take a few of the long range gunfights, but so far she hasn't really paid a whole lot of dividends there for the team. But oh my lord, who would have thought that this matchup, the one that we've been just about to be ready to write off, would go full send, full swing. 15 rounds here between ShadowNet and Ferox, and definitely would have to say already, kudos to ShadowNet for pushing it this far.
Yeah, huge respect to them, but I'm getting ready to congratulate them on a map win here. For now, sorry Ferox, nothing against you guys, but I'm just a sucker for the underdogs in these matches, for sure. It would be so rough for Ferox to lose this one. Now, in the final round, keep your eyes on the big man Levi, on the Mozzie. His C4s have been mental. Also keep your eyes on Nova, who I don't think we've been shouting out enough, has got so many frags to either clean up something that Levi did, or even just get the opening frag. So also keep your eyes on this guy too. So the Wamai, the Mozzie, both very quick little operators, could be roaming anywhere on the map. Look how far back Oda's hanging because they are that cautious in this last round. I can't imagine the pressure for Ferox.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly there. Nova keeps on just stacking more and more of those Wamai magnets just to make sure that his position will be an impenetrable fortress there. So many more bullets are being caught there, and a one-way smoke could be very much in effect, because right now Nova is in a prime position to find more of those frags just as he gets droned out.
Yeah, what a good little smoke, and with the magnet to pull it up there as well. This position, look at how much they're spending to get it. He fires on the peeking. No one will get hit by it, but his position's now forced back. So they do eventually find him, but it's taken a good over a minute to force him out of there.
User did attempt to throw in a C4 over the breach, but unfortunately couldn't get anything done. Instead though, Shade gets rid of one of the mute jammers as another one just being put down as User manages to actually trick it out, but there is going to be a breach nonetheless as the Selma charge will continue going off, and well, it won't really keep things anywhere close.
Could you set up a final battle any better than this? It's going to be all 5 members on both sides. First up from Nazgul, opening every door he possibly can. Has a line of sight. Oh no, his body was showing just a little bit, but luckily he keeps his life. But that is a lot of damage to be taken. Oda gets the first kill onto Nova. Finally they get rid of the man.
But now, Levi does manage to strike back there, though, and Nazgul is now down to a C4 as well. That is going to be a big upset here if Ferox do end up losing out this round. Levi does rendezvous with Lags, so now it's a 3 versus 4.
Nazgul might be able to get back up, though, so they could turn it back into the 4v4. Of course, his health would be devastated. Todd, though, has gotten Levi. He's already used the C4, so that's not really a threat anymore, but you've taken the Mozzie out of the way. 30 seconds are left. 3 defenders for ShadowNet. This could be it. It's do or die, Cthulu. Space and Lags holding down the lines. A few shots should give away their positions, just like that. And Lags has fallen. Are they going to be able to do it? No, Ferox just rush in. And in the final round, in the final moments, it's Ferox to come out on top and score the 2-0.
2-0, a devastating loss there for ShadowNet, but oh, they got so close to yet again shining as bright as a star can be. Levi will still stay as probably the biggest MVP of that whole match, as the man he kept on pushing and pushing for his team to win, but alas, it's Ferox to come out victorious, who will be pushing themselves up on the leaderboard.
Well, much needed as well. I mean, we saw them in the middle of the leaderboard, so they'll be able to shoot on up and just skip out on that one. So, you know, a few other teams might pick up their 2-0s, but at least Ferox can breathe easy, stay near the top of the leaderboard, and just wait for next week. ShadowNet, though, well, I guess they'll have to relax at Armageddon a little bit, interact with the fans, and then come back next week, because coming up after the break, we've got a brand new match. It's Elemental versus Bance, and that one's going to be a good one too. So we'll see you guys after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Rainbow Six Siege enthusiasts. Get back in here, because we still have one more match for you on LPL Pro Season 3, Rainbow Six Siege. Smite, Cthulu, game number 2 coming up. So let's talk about it, Cthulhu. But before we do, actually, I just want to touch on what we just saw in game number 1, because we just saw the 2-0 by Ferox against ShadowNet. If you're just joining us, you're like, well, yeah, obviously, Ferox 2-0 against ShadowNet. Duh. But, but ShadowNet put up one hell of a fight.
Yes. ShadowNet did a fantastic job, especially on Villa. Right as we were just about to write them off, as they were 5-1 on the first half. Yeah, that was a rough scoreline for them. And they managed to pull a comeback and push it to all 15 rounds. That's right, you heard it right. They pushed it into full overtime, 4 rounds in a row comeback, and then managed to really bring in the heat and make it so that they win on one of the overtime rounds, push it to the final one. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't just stand up to the rush that Ferox at the end ended up mustering up, which, once again, congrats to Ferox. They did manage to get themselves up on the leaderboard, and as I believe that does push them pretty far up on the leaderboard.
It puts them 1 point below the very top spot, which is 7 points. They're on 6 points. But to see who's going to get even more points coming out is going to be the next match. So let's start talking about that one, Cthulhu.
Correct.
Because it's Elemental versus Bance. And I've been waiting for this match for a while, because, you know, let's take a look at Bance first. I've been waiting for this match for a while, because I want to see where these teams really line up against each other, with Elemental being kind of new. But let's look at Bance first, alright? Because these guys, not so hot, like not the coldest, but not so hot in the last season. They've been showing some shine so far, but I feel like it's just not going to match up yet. We need to see more, but we did see some good stuff last week.
Yes, we did see quite a fair few good things from Bance, namely JKN and Cordial, who were able to do quite a fair few really good things there for the team to push themselves and their roster in some favorable situations. Hello was also being able to pop off a fair few rounds. So overall, this roster is pretty well balanced, and this is a much stronger Bance comparative to what we saw back in Season 1 and 2 as well.
Yeah, now, of course, their opponent, Elemental. I've been saying I want to see where these guys stand. I think Bance is going to be their best test. So taking a look at their roster here, I mean, look, do they stand up against Bance? Because Elemental have had some good games, and they've had some bad games.
Yeah, it's certainly at a bit of a question here between these two rosters. Elemental is certainly yet to prove their worth here. They are currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard as well, with, as a matter of fact, with Bance as well as ShadowNet kind of trailing the line. So, look, right now this is going to be the big decider as to which team will be left in the relegation, in that relegation bottom 2, and which one will come out victorious here. Interestingly enough, we also actually see a bit of a change in the roster, which is going to be the introduction of Tuck into the Elemental roster. I'm not too sure as to who he will be replacing, but nonetheless, a fresher introduction, which could either be a good thing, or it could throw in a spanner in potential success attempt of Elemental.
I mean, hey, so far subs have actually looked pretty good the last few weeks.
That is true.
But let's take a look at 2 more individual players here in the key player matchup to see how they line up against each other. You've got Cordial and Dinkle, 2 pretty mechanical players.
Yes, Dinkle has been a very consistent player for Elemental and was able to really show that he's a very able player there and able to really come through with some of the rounds and being able to clutch out. Cordial, same goes here. He's a great player for Bance, namely a Jaeger main on the defense, but he is one of those kind of, I suppose that he's the phantom on each and every map. He's everywhere but nowhere, and he's able to get all the kills and sometimes no kills as well.
So you're telling me he's kind of sus?
He might be kind of sus. He do be kind of venting sometimes, so we might have to keep an eye out and maybe call an emergency meeting later on. But
Yeah, it might feel like that, but, well, I mean, the only way to tell is to actually have a game to see how it plays out. And speaking of the game, we've been talking about how important this match is going to be for both teams. It's going to mean quite a lot for them in terms of where they end up on the leaderboard and, importantly, each other. So we did catch up with both teams to see how they're feeling before they get into the match.
I think all the boys will be pretty confident. I think that'll be a good one for us. I think, Rough up to Skyfire, I mean, they're pretty up there teams. I think the roster came together pretty kind of quickly near the start of the season, so I think they don't really have like a clear play style yet, so they're probably still kind of working out all this stuff as a team. They're a solid team. I know Nathan right now. He's a good player, so it'll be a tough one. Can't cut him out. I think just experience is the roster and kind of the chemistry will be a big thing. And I think, when it gets tough, having the experience that kind of what your teammates are going to do and what they're capable of can help a lot. So I think we'll have that edge on them, and I trust our boys to beat them out. They're an LPL pro for a reason. They're not gonna be a walkover, so we gotta play well. Gotta go for the 2-0. I think every 3 points is super important because I think it's hard to get the 2-0 generally. So I think getting a 2-0 would be huge for us, and that's what I think we're all confident we can get.
All
right. Yeah, I mean, really good to hear from Fluxus on that one. I like that he says that his team's edge is going to be their chemistry together, which is important in pretty much any team game for sure. I think Siege especially with how important communication is. So, I mean, against a squad like Bance, I mean, these guys have also played together. They've got chemistry.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I do feel that for Elemental, they are kind of the type of roster that is still very much unexplored by a whole lot of teams. So they have that kind of the element of surprise for themselves. Plus, as the Fluxus said, they got the chemistry. So that chemistry, though, will be tested, especially with the introduction of a new player to the roster.
Yeah.
So I'm genuinely quite curious. But I believe we actually talked to their opposition as well.
That's right. Let's take a listen.
I'd say Elemental is better than Shadownet, but I'm not sure how much. I'd say our gun skill compared to Elemental is better, but in the end, gun skill doesn't take you that far. What takes you far is how good you are at gathering intel and how good you are at acting on that intel. And for us, it's not there yet, so we'll see how that goes.
All right.
Well, all about the intel there coming out from Cordial. Okay. So I guess kind of a similar thing because they're both going for communication sort of kind of deal there. They also know that this isn't a team that they should be too scared about. I mean, this is someone they should feel confident enough to take down in victory. I think both sides are actually feeling kind of similar here, Cthulu.
Yeah. It's interesting to see how it's just both of those teams are kind of feeling confident, but at least from those interviews, it seems that Fluxus is kind of approaching this on a bit more, I'm tempted to say, humble note.
I'd say he's hedging his bets.
Yeah. Whereas for Cordial, he's there. He almost knows that his team is gonna win, or rather, well, in his head knows that that the team is gonna win. That is still yet to be tested, but nonetheless, it's certainly going to be a very close game. I definitely think we might be seeing yet another set of maybe even overtime maps.
Well, I mean,
looking at these maps as well, those map picks, those are going to be extra spicy. Potentially more so Cafe rather than Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, let's dive right into it. So Bant's first pick is Cafe. Well, I mean, what would they bring Cafe out for? It's not a map we see a whole bunch at all.
I think it's more so just to emphasize on what actually Cordial just said. It's about not only just fragging, it's about the info gathering. And on Cafe, you do need a little bit more of coordination, a little bit more of the utility, and more so of the info denial, which Mute Mozzie combo will be absolutely phenomenal here, including the Jaeger Womai combo as well. The top floor is absolutely huge and could be prepped up in a phenomenal manner, but let's dive straight into Cafe, as a matter of fact, as we are transitioning straight on over to the snowy Moscow, as it's actually about to get snowy there. The recent forecast was actually saying that today or tomorrow they're gonna get the first snow. So,
you know when the last time I saw snow was, Cthulhu?
Yes.
Ages.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Since I was in Dunedin. When I moved up to Auckland, I just never saw snow again.
Right. I was lucky enough to actually witness snow just about half a year ago, right actually before all the lockdowns started to happen. So I call myself a little bit lucky in that regard. But first ban, it is going to be the Capitão to be banned out. No longer will the Brazilian one-eyed hero present on the Cafe Dostoyevsky. And no more of the secondary breaching charges. Maybe secondary ban from bans will be coming out, and that is going to be a little bit more standardized. That is going to be Thatcher to be banned out. Next up, I would imagine, say, a Mira and a Maestro banned out, or instead, neither. It's a Goyo ban. No more of that, and well, that's gonna be reducing a little bit more of the. Good night, Nath.
I was gonna point out that Fluxus said have fun, but not good luck. But then he said good luck to everyone except Nath.
Guys, good luck. I'm consistent according to the casters. Yes, Dinkle. At least, well, for the most of it. Maybe you will be able to correct us on this one tonight. We'll have to see, Dinkle, but it's still yet to be seen. Maybe he will be able. Maybe he will be just continuously shut down on this match. But look.
Yeah, well,
We'll
I mean,
have to see.
it just goes to show that some of the players are listening. So, don't forget to make sure everyone knows that they should vote for you for the Red Bull fan vote, and you can make that known in the game right here and right now. Oh, viewers at home, what's the Red Bull fan vote? Well, !vote in the chat to find out how to do it. You can score yourself some sweet free Red Bull.
Yeah, free Red Bull is always nice, or just free stuff in general is quite neato. Gotta say. But looking first, it is going to be Kitchen Service, the site that is usually considered as a secondary or a tertiary site, which will be picked out first by Elemental. And looking at their lineup is definitely quite a switch around between a Pulse to a Mozzie. But if everything the previous matchup taught us, Mozzie is probably a little bit more powerful than a Pulse even.
Well, Mozzie's very strong in the right hands, of course. I mean, very quick operator. He's got the C4. And obviously the pests are it's a great little thing you can leave around and also actively help in the roaming. It's not like a Jaeger who drops down his ADS and he's like, well, I guess this will stop them rushing me. No, the pests actually stopping the drones is huge. So jumping into this one, you definitely want to keep your eyes on distance on the Mozzie player. Very, very strong one. Indeed, of course. So, also, Tuck, who I want to see, because he's coming out strong, right? He's got the Vigil Cthulhu.
Yeah, Tucker's looking like he's opting to go for a little bit of a cheeky roam, whilst the rest of Elemental is looking like they just might actually just hunker down. They're not really go for anything too overly ambitious, which is not a bad idea, but against bans, especially with their lineup, I don't think you want to play a hunker down. You need to expand more. You need to get rid of that IQ as quickly as possible. You need to get rid of that ace as well to deny any kind of hard breaching.
Tuck got the angle down, got the line of sight down. I don't think they've seen him either, at least for now. He's staying hidden. Gotta be careful of that laser sight. Can always give you away. But yeah, it's just intel scouting right now for bans. So taking this one nice and carefully. Don't want to have the opening round be anything too crazy, anything too annoying. Oh my god, is this the pet stuff in the roof? That's pretty dangerous. But yeah, Tuck, definitely keep your eyes on this man here. Distance though has got his job done on the Mozzie. And
Okay.
it's just a trade for now. As both sides lose someone, his hello will fall. But you still got half a band just still on the roof trying to find the shots from above. Even Tracy's outside.
Well, JKN has already managed to make an entrance onto
Yeah.
site. So at the not site, rather into the building. He was able to finally find revenge for Fluxus not saying good luck to him. But look, at the very least, he's still able to keep being that nuisance for the roam, especially of Tuck's roam.
Yeah, but I mean, you've also got to worry about what distance can do if he ever sneaks away. JKN trying to get someone through the floor there, but this could be Tuck up from above, but they know that he's there. He doesn't land his shots, and he'll be able to back out if he wants to. Distance continues his rampage, though, as he picks up Cordial. That's now the IQ gone. You said that was going to be very important, so just 3 people left for Bance to get it done.
Bans right now looking like they are opting to go in for the push, but look, for now, 3v4, Elemental might just have the ability to deny it, but right now all the breaching are actually just going according to plan. Right now Tracy needs to get those breaches going, and right now the air jab does work. There is a flank on the white stairs, gets a double kill as well. There's a flank by Tuck as well. 20 seconds remaining. The push needs to happen, and well, Tracy will be finally falling to the hands of Tuck. That's a double from the Vigil as well. Mixes is the last man standing. 12 seconds remaining. The plant needs to go down. He needs to nab that diffuser and run away as quickly as possible. 7 seconds remaining. The plant needs to happen, and a drop down is about to happen as well. Tuck just staying around. Needs to drop down. The diffuser will be planted, and well, he will be stuck. Now Mixes is in a successful position, and well, we'll be able to clutch it out, but so close to losing out. Bans, my goodness.
Oh yeah, Tuck almost there to rein the win back towards them, but just at the very end, not enough. I thought he might have been able to do it with the diffuser down there. No time, but with that, Bance, that was a round that they all but secured throughout the start of it. I mean, Tuck was almost able to bring it back on a miracle, but all things considered, Bance had overall a really good round. So I'm feeling pretty confident as they continue throughout Cafe. Of course, here on their map pick as well, so you got to remember they're going to have some ideas about it, particularly when they get to the defense, I imagine. That's where we really want to be paying attention.
Maybe. Well, Bar and Cocktail Lounge will be the next one. A bit more of a conventional site for the defense to really come out victorious usually. We'll have to see whether it will be the case here as well. Bance again got a little bit too close to losing out that round, but gotta say that was a very well coordinated entry, and those 3 frags that did come around initially were pretty much the big deal breakers there. But yeah, Tuck's position was just absolutely perfect and perfectly set up there for the team. But now, new round. New life, new me, you could say, for the operators. As Tuck has actually swapped off from the Vigil to Jaeger to bring in a little bit more of team-based utility here, rather.
Yeah, the good old ADS just drop and go and then play Vigil basically anyway, just without his anti-drone device. But Tuck, he's impressed me in the previous round, so keen to see what he can get done here on the Jaeger. Already 2 kills under his belt, almost saved the round entirely. So again, I mean, a lot of people to watch for sure. Distance also had a really good round, I want to say. We're really excited about Tuck at the end, but Distance got some pretty mean kills too. So it feels like a lot of players they're already quite warmed up.
They possibly warmed up after that absolutely heater of a game between Shadownet and Ferox, but only more siege from here on out. And well, JKN attempting to go in for the swing for the peak, but won't be finding anything due to that ballistic shield. So right now it's a bit of a calm before the storm, because right now all of those ADSs are about to get drained. Hello is trying to, well, say hello, and not a whole lot is being done here, really.
Yeah, that room is so covered in ADS and magnets galore. It's going to take so many projectiles to get through it. You're just going to have to get in there with the good old gun, but looks like they're just still a little too cautious to go through it. There's also a few different areas being covered. They're still packing up the magnets here. It's going to take even more time to get through it. Half the round has already gone by as well. They've got such a strong defensive position here for Elemental. It's only going to take 1 frag to start forcing them back, and it might start here with JKN, but no shots will connect. He's only got Dinkle down just a little bit of health, and that's all that we've seen from Bance so far. This is some really good defensive positions from Elemental. I mean, it's just so hard to get by them, at least quickly.
No, Nate, aka JKN, just missing out on those flashbangs, and well, finally the last one will be flying towards whoever's playing at that pixel angle. But right now it's still an impenetrable fortress, really. Nobody was able to get rid of it just yet. Maybe an impact grenade from Zofia should do the job here, but all of those have been already expended. Distance opens up the scoreline here against Tracy, as that is a solid beginning here for Elemental. And well, in a 4v5, well, maybe they just might go mental for Elemental here.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to, because look at the clock, Cthulhu. There's not a lot of time going left. Geo's just popped out his last gas grenade. Dinkle's got another kill, and that's on the JKN, so things are falling apart very, very quickly for Bance. Looks like this one should be a hold for Elemental. They've done oh so well throughout the majority of this round. In fact, I'd say all of it, unless he gets a kill right here, which I guess you can give them an excuse. You can give them a little bit of leeway. But Hello might actually stick this plant. So in maybe some world they can save this. But no, that's one more down, even if it is a trade. Just mixes. He's going to be able to hold the site from above, but how well can he do it against multiple people going for the defuse? The counter defuse now coming out. Can he stop it? It is not a bait. I repeat, it is not a bait. He has to drop down now and go for it. Gets, would have got one kill, but just a little too slow on that diffuser. Elemental. They get rid of that pesky diffuser.
A bit of a misplay there from Bance, given the fact that they had a pretty good setup of the defense, but didn't really have the plan B to really where to fall back, or rather where to play from. Because the moment Zofia died, I feel a drop down on the new hatch was pretty much a must do straight away the moment that happened. So bit of an unfortunate situation there for Bance, but a very fortunate though for Elemental to still have a two-man team to play it out at the end of the round, and well, that's all they really needed. So Reading Room and Fireplace will be the next site that they will be rotating to. And no retry on Kitchen, oddly enough. So the Elemental squad is just opting to play, just keep on changing things around and trying to keep things as flexible as they can get.
Yeah, but remember what I said as well near the end of that round was that Elemental had just secured the majority of that round, right? There was no real contest for them. They did not force the Elemental back basically at all. The only reason Vance got the plant down was a really good and well-timed rush, so I'll give them that for sure. But in all honesty, Elemental probably shouldn't have let them get that in the first place. So the post-plant situation really shouldn't have even really been a consideration for them. But hey, they were there and they got it done anyway. So Elemental, they pick up the round. It probably would have been really, really painful for them to have lost that round after doing so well. So we'll see if they can do it again. Now that we move on into round 3, we've seen success from both sides on both teams. So I think this one, like you said, it could be a real barn burner.
Already looking at the general setup here between Elemental and Bance. Elemental going for a pretty good overall setup, just not really planning to give a whole lot of angles for Bance to really play it out. So instead, just going to be reinforcing as many places as possible. And bringing in the castle is not a bad idea, given the fact that they were actually able to slow things down quite substantially, thanks to those castle barricades, thanks to the 1.5 scope of on the UMP. But look, right now, or at the very least, Bance are already making the entrance right on site, and well, inside the building more so. And JKN is the one to spearhead the push, but can't really find any openings just yet, as he's just more so looking like a headless goose that just trying to spray everywhere and anywhere.
JKN being so aggressive on the pushes here, but knows that stairs are the next challenge. He's going to have Cordial to back him up, clear out any of the electronics as well, but this man has to do the big job, the hard job, but he might get flanked from the stairs. Even though he had the jump himself, the Tuck will pick that one up, and Cordial lose his teammate and not get the revenge either. Likely just going to have to back on out of here too.
Not at all, yeah. Unable to find any revenge, and allowing Elemental to run away scot-free is
this is good.
Feels good moment. That C4 could potentially throw in a spanner in the works. That is if the IQ won't be able to spot it, but right now it's
on the stairs.
It all could work there. The C4, could it really find its victim? As oh no, Tracy, what are you doing? Jumping right onto the cameras as there was an enemy jumping down the hatch. Bit of a unfortunate timing there, but Fluxzeus took quite some punishment for all of the cheeky tricks that the man was trying to go for, and well, right now, Mental still feeling pretty confident. 5v4 with 46 seconds remaining. Everything could go down from here.
Yeah, every vertical drop down just on lockdown by Elemental. No one's going down without them seeing, so it's either going to be the stairs or the one big vertical drop down, which is the little balcony we've got going on. So, Bance, this is not a lot of time to make a push happen, especially a man down, but they came close last round, so we'll give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt for sure. Mixes, he needs to land these shots for sure, but still can't connect them and will be downed as well. This is looking like a disaster, but no, it is Vance on the entry. Hello and Cordial both pick up a kill piece. Mixes is still bleeding out on the ground, but they might be able to bring him back up. They need to get a plant down though. Tracy will need to be the one to do it. There it is. And the next one walks into the line of sight of Fluxus. And Elemental. Oh no. You thought Vance was coming back, but...
Was that the shot from above though? That is probably the most the biggest question here, but look, Elemental still being able to make a comeback is already a good performance there. Them being able to adjust on the go amongst all of that chaos is a good show. Gotta say that, but look, right now Bants are looking a little bit shaky there. They have a good idea about how to approach things. They know how to go in for the push, but at the moment it's just all kind of a little bit raw there. It needs to be cooked up a little bit more in the oven.
Well, you know where we can do some more cooking is in the kitchen. So let's go back there.
All right.
Let's go back there. Thank you, Elemental, because we need the facilities down there to cook this one up. Elemental, last time, pretty successful defense on this one. So happy to pull this side out again. But yeah, this was a pretty solid hold, all things considered, by Elemental. They held positions for the longest time. They managed to make Bants just run down the clock for so long, and they couldn't do anything near the end. So obviously they almost pulled it out. The crazy little plant, but
that was a really ambitious one, I gotta say. Yeah, I'll have to agree.
Yeah, it almost saved them the round. What's going on around here, though, as we see maybe a little bit of shenanigans being pulled out by Tuck. Distance as well on some pretty decent little sight lines as well, but yeah,
oh boy,
it's actually Distance.
Oh
He's
boy.
waiting. No, I want to see it.
Goes in for the swing, but it gets droned out at the worst possible moment. So, that said, he will be forced to fall back because otherwise he would just get pre-aimed there and, well, have his head shot out of the way. So, that said, it doesn't really phase Bants a whole lot. It just kind of, they lose a drone and that is about it for all the troubles. But if they are able to prevent a run out thanks to a drone, that is a big thing. Dinko, there's the run out. Tuck being able to emphasize off a default camera once again. It's seeming that nobody is even planning to really get rid of them. It's almost baffling at this point. Smite, how is that even allowed?
Well, they need to get rid of it definitely now because the diffuser is sitting out there and they do not want to have another run out again. Question is, how long do they spend to go back and get it? Do they even bother to go back and get it? JK at least taking out the defaults this time, maybe learning from the lesson. But that diffuser, man, that is so annoying to go back and get. And look at everything he's got to go through. So he's just going to play it off normally. JKN looking through the doors, but look at his teammates. Mixes is going to be the next one to fall. Catches the frag grenade from Tuck. Oh, so gently tossed over to him. Hello will send one back. But, I mean, look, it's all Elemental's game right now. They've only lost Tuck.
Yeah, all the damage has been done, and even more so now as Distance does find another shot. That's a double. Can he find a triple, though? Goes in for the swing. No, will be denied. Hello gets himself a double as well. So now in a 1v3 situation, though, things will be certainly quite rough here for the Zofia player of the Bands because, like I said, even more so damage has been now done. Tuck has been able to get himself a double. Distance on a double as well. Hello now with 3/4 of health remaining, could potentially take 1 or 2 gunfights, but I don't think this will be a successful one. Although the moment I say that he gets himself his third, he will need to ace if he wants to win out this round. But in a 1v2 situation with 50 seconds remaining, a whole lot of things could be done, given that he still has both of the impacts, well, just expended, but already managed to clear out a full hallway.
I mean, he's got a drone left, he's got his Claymore, he's got 35 seconds to go. Just misses ahead, but we'll definitely need to pay attention to the left! Because Geo comes out to the left.
Well, Elemental are able to ramp up themselves quite a streak here as well, as they are now sitting on a 3rd round in a row. Very good play, gotta say. Big props to Elemental for being able to play off a multitude of mistakes that Bands are so far bringing in. The fact that the default camera again was there. I can't go past that fact. This is to the point where it's a thing that cannot be forgotten even in ranked. And that is quite a way to compare this kind of mistake. So I won't harp any further on that, but unfortunately for bands, yeah, they seeming to be making some of those small mistakes that end up being inflated by Elemental by 10 times at least.
Yeah. The important thing is Elemental are punishing those mistakes, and that's what's currently making them the better team tonight so far, at least in terms of the rounds keeping ahead. It's just a few rounds in the bag so far, but like you said, 3 rounds in a row could mean something soon. So Elemental, oh man, really good rounds so far from them. I mean, even in the clutch situations where they can pull it back, I just don't think that Vance are bringing the right answer right now. Tuck on his roaming has had a really good game so far. So again, it's another sub that's just coming out and really impressing.
It seems that tonight is the night of all the subs, really. Just coming in huge for their teams. And Tuck, yeah, like you said, is a phenomenal addition to
Just
Elemental. I mean, look at this already. Compare all of the scoreline that so far the rest of his teammates have. He is currently the highest top fragger of his team, being on 6 kills and 2 deaths, whereas the next one is Distance, but even his KD looks absolutely nullified compared to his teammate.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's not the one roaming around getting all the kills.
That is true.
Of course, Tuck is being even-handed some of them, you know, if they're not...
Yeah, Tuck is being presented with some of those frags that even I wouldn't be able to imagine in ever, really.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, you'll take it, you know?
True.
See a plate of ice cream, you'll take it. Don't eat ice cream in a plate, it's gonna spill and melt everywhere. Use a bowl. But regardless, you'll probably still take it.
I'll still take it if it's an ice cream and it's edible.
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Oh, now you throw me under the bus here, mate.
You want to know a controversial one?
All right, go on.
Mint choc chip.
Yeah, okay.
Delicious.
That
Delicious.
is quite a controversial one, but I do like me some choc chip or maybe some cookie dough. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Cookie dough is probably one of the more favorite ones. But talking about the favorite ones for Elemental is just seeing their opponents on minimal amount of health. So as JKN and Cordial are looking pretty low. So is Tuck though, but he has vertical play here.
He hasn't backed out though. He's still hanging on onto his line of sight.
Oh, man.
He just dropped down.
Oh no!
Just barely missed that one as well. Has to be careful with his shots too. One stray bullet will take his life here, or at least knock him to the ground. But looking at the health bars on his opponents, he could be doing the same thing. This is really a game of cat and mouse here. And he may get the first one. The cat strikes. I've decided Tuck is the cat. He gets the kill, but the cat has friends. I thought the mouse struck back, and there it is. Finally, Tracy the mouse will get Tuck. But the cat's friend, who I'm guessing is Distance. What would a cat's friend be? I don't know. The dog?
Another cat?
Dog and mouse? Or just another cat, I guess.
Yeah. Well, either way, Distance did do a phenomenal job of shutting down Hello as well. So that is 2 of these soft breaches now out of the equation. And the only soft breach that is remaining is Cordial's breaching charges. But those could be denied pretty quickly given that the IQ is less than a quarter of life away from death. And now it's all down to Mixes and Tracy to keep on spearheading. Or rather, it seems that Cordial is not planning to really back out. But as he just finds just a cheeky beam there.
I don't think Geo was ready for that at all. I mean, unless it was a really good angle by Cordial, which it could have been. Oh, another few shots almost take his head off. How is he alive? He's still alive. And there it goes. Finally, those shots find him. Dinkle, the consistent player of all time. We'll pick that one up. Can he finish it off for his team? It looks like Distance is going to continue it. Fluxus is admiring himself in the mirror for now, but also keeping out an eye for his opponents. Mixes onto the site. Those shots are going to tell everyone where he is, and they'll take him down. Dinkle consistently picks up that kill as well.
Oh, there we go. Dinkle finally redeeming himself as our pronounced consistent player of Elemental.
We'll stop now.
We'll stop now, yeah. But look, Elemental, for what it's worth, are doing a really good job. A 4-round streak, and it's a very confident one. It's not that we are going back to 1v2s or 1v1s. This is very thoroughly continues to be in Elemental's favor, at least on their defense. And that is, I believe this is also actually bounces map pick,
Yep.
which is even more amusing given that usually some teams look really shaky on their opponent's map picks, but we still yet to see actually Elemental's attack, which might turn things around quite substantially.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like, Bans probably picked the map, but they would very likely probably prefer the defensive side here, as that's been taken away by Elemental to kick things off. But man, what a way to kick things off. So many rounds in a row right now. This is 4 rounds in a row, as Bans only won round 1. That was a while ago, ladies and gentlemen, so Mans, certainly if they want to walk out of this half not looking too scathed, they're going to have to pick up this round. But man, Elemental, they've been giving it to them for sure. Tuck and Distance. These players have been on a rampage so far.
Yeah, look, Tuck, for me at least so far, will be getting potentially one of the MVP votes for this play day as well.
Yeah, I don't know, Distance is really
Distance
pulling
is
his weight.
ramping up as well, yeah. That's why I'm saying potentially could be getting the vote. It depends on who will get even more of the flashy plays. But so far, I mean, Tuck has got the flashy plays. Distance has got the consistency.
You know, I just thought of another flavor
Dinkle
of ice cream.
will probably feel quite envious now that I said that. Distance has the consistency.
No. Just say he's consistently inconsistent. And that'll
Yeah,
fix
that's
it.
one way to go about it.
Distant. Distantly looking for... Okay, we'll stop. I'm sure. For real this time. Distance. Yeah, he's always on the hunt for more kills. Obviously, Tuck is going to be the one to lead the charge on a lot of these roam kills. Oh, no, okay. Not quite there
be.
just yet.
Device planted.
Interesting that Bans are actually still taking the approach of just trying to go for a top-down clear, not even attempting to actually attempt to make entry through the ground floor or through the bakery. It's just always the hatches, and seems to be occasionally biting them back, but also doesn't really phase a whole lot. Already, the Kool-Aid Man approach of JKN will be ensuring that there's going to be a plentiful entry right onto site, and well, a C4 from below could really end the Scotsman's run very quickly.
He's got quite a few parts of escape though, so, you know, as long as he's on his toes, listens out,
Oh my!
keeps his eyes out, doesn't get it in the
Oh
end, but
my.
everyone's just falling out of the building.
It's
What's
raining
going on?
men!
Dink-
What?
Dinkle's going to be the sole survivor of the catastrophe. We'll be able to get back on inside, but there it is, the elemental run out resulting in just a trade.
I mean, trading out a mute for a nomad that would have been able to watch out passively for the flanks. That's not a bad idea, although probably would have wanted to keep that C4 for a little bit longer. But nonetheless, JKM does manage to make an entry, gets rid of Tuck finally. The big man roamer is off the board. Now Distance needs to essentially fill those quite large shoes that the roamer, or rather the sub-roamer, has left here. But still, 53 seconds remaining. This could be turned around pretty quickly as JKM just takes quite a chunky amount of health. Well, loses it more so, and well, still 4v3 though.
Yeah, he actually lost a small amount of health because he already did not have a whole lot playing with fire. What are you doing, mate? He's just smashing it down to below. Oh boy, I haven't seen that move before.
Yeah, that is a ye-old throwback to Todd back in when Pro League for APAC has just began, but nearly worked out, but unfortunately didn't really connect with anything. Some more damage has been dealt to Flugzeus as he's now downed and finished out off. Hello says to Distance. Hello. And well, Tracy now going in for the plant. Dinkle needs to just deny the plant, but gets tagged up even more. Double kill for Dinkle. Needs to find 3 more frags for an ace clutch here.
Yeah, he's got the high ground for sure, but with the diffuser ticking away, eventually he's going to have to drop down. There's no way Bans just sit in position waiting for him to hunt them down. He's going to have to come down, and you better believe Bans are holding down all the entrances right now. You can see he's being detected as well. They know where to look for him. And he's just hunting around the corner. Obviously, he's being detected, so there it is,
There we go.
right through the wall. No reason you shouldn't be able to pick this one up.
Bans still are able to push the scoreline into 4-2. Still not in their favor, unfortunately for them, but nonetheless, I would still imagine that Elemental would be quite proud of this beginning scoreline on their own, on their opponent's rather map pick. And well, now it's their turn to go in for the attack. Bar is going to be the first pick for Bance's defense, and looking at their lineup, it's more so just aimed at slowing things down rather than denying the information, which Elemental were actually able to do previously quite well for the most of it, but Elemental are actually focusing, putting a little bit more focus on the info gathering, bringing in the Iana, but straight away signed off and switch over to a Nomad, which actually is, again, not a bad idea, although drastically different role there.
And Castle's also going to be swapped out for the Bandit as well.
Correct, yeah.
Kind of an interesting one, right? Because there wasn't really much to deal with the Bandit batteries, but hey, look, Castle put up some really annoying barriers as well. Of course, when you're running against a sledge, it's not as that much of a strength, but I mean, hey, look, he still has, you know, a gun. You can always be happy with the gun and the proximity alarm for sure. But hey, look at that. This is now Vance finally back into it, right? You know, 2 rounds. It's not the most, but they picked this map for a reason, and it could be for what they can pull out on defense. Now we're finally here. We get to see if Elemental are going to continue their domination, or if that last one we just saw from Vance is actually more indicative of what we're going to see now that they're on the defense.
We just might get the answer in just about under 3 minutes here. JKN could potentially go in for the spawn pick here, just outside the minibar, and could be also punished, but it seems that nobody will be spawning around that area. Instead, Elemental are prompting to go in for majority of a spawn just outside the market, and well, just as I say that, JKN does manage to get a nice spawn kill, and none other than the ace.
Yeah, what a disaster. The hard breacher off the table already. This is gonna be a bit of a problem. Probably glad you didn't bring a bandit now, because who cares if they don't even have any breaching anyway. So this is gonna be a great opportunity for Vance to just hunker down, hold down, get a 3rd round, make the scoreline not look so brutal. But it's still just the first step for now. Geo, obviously not the entire piece of the puzzle. So, the next piece of the puzzle, or at least for the Vance, Wasgidge number 6, Mixes is going to fall down. But they might be able to get him back up. Bit dangerous though, bit risky.
Bit dangerous indeed. A few more flashbangs of just being drained out here, just to see if they can maybe get Mixes with all the utility. But there's still a wild JKN still roaming around the area, who might introduce a little bit of a wildcard play there for his team. As of right now, though, Elemental are still on a man disadvantage. Finally, Dinkle does manage to find a shot and finally shuts down the Nathan. As well as that, Mixes is just about to bleed out as well amongst all of that chaos, but should be able to be picked up, but no. Bleeds out at the worst possible time, and Tuck will not be able to pick his teammate back up. So, well, rather, Tuck will be able to finish him off. And, well, 3v4, Elemental will be definitely feeling much better, as now that they also know where the Mute and the Castle is, who is currently prepping the castle barricade right outside of Cocktail.
Yeah, just getting that last second defense up. Might need it though, as he's taken out by Fluxus. Elemental maybe making this attack actually happen here, as these defenses are dwindling. Tracy still has the gas grenades, so this is about the time to start bringing them out. He's still pretty far up, and so we'll definitely have to start throwing them out for now. Here it comes, the first one. Perfect timing on the clock, by the way, but better to use them than to not use them at all. First point of entry now denied. Can he hold this for much longer?
With 20 seconds remaining, things might get escalated pretty quickly. Cordial does dish out quite some damage, but receives even more so. The plant is now starting to go down, as right now, a pre-fire could be very much well warranted, but can't connect the shots. Elemental do manage to finally close it out and find the shot into smoke. That is a 5th point now for the Elemental squad.
Yeah, and you thought maybe like, okay, there's a window back into this one. Maybe they can swing back in. The ace is gone. The ace is gone. This should be where a defense should thrive. But with that, Elemental say, no. No, we don't need the ace. We can still get this one done. And they do get it done indeed. So, Cafe, so far, feels like it's absolutely under the control of Elemental right now. They are 1 round away from snagging that match point. Their attack doesn't look like it's going to be all that different to their defense, which, by the way, was quite good. So this is looking like it could be a quick one, unless Bance changed something up.
Oh, Bansar sure are changing things around, bringing in a Valkyrie instead of the castle. Whereas we do see a swap around from a Jackal to back to a Nomad for Dinkle. And that does potentially see us with a little bit of a bait game with those bans as they turn into a little bit more so of a game of just who can outsmart one another, because bringing in a Valkyrie instead of a castle could potentially prove useful, given that the vertical play could be enhanced here, thanks to even more so of a info gathering game that actually, funnily enough, Cordial was talking about previously. So if they are able to lock that information game in their favor very quickly, then I reckon Bans could start ramping up some more points for themselves, because for now, Elemental has been seeming to be a little bit just one step ahead each and every step of the way so far.
Yeah, but I think you cracked it on the head with the intel, right? The Valk pick, I think, is great for that. Oh, that's a pre-play C4. Okay. We'll see if that does come out. There's no way he's got a black eye I can see up there.
I think he did actually throw out the black eye just outside on the roof. So if the attack wasn't spotted early on, this might be an atrocity there for them. Namely, Fluxus was able to pop off. There's the camera. The timer is there. Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, he's about to be ready. There's the C4. Only downs though, Fluxus, which will ensure that the man will live being picked out. But 20 HP got a sting.
Yeah, low health sledge, auto dead when you knock him down. I mean, yeah, I'll pay a C4 for that for sure. So now that's just made it a big question. Every time Fluxus goes up to a wall to smash it, he's thinking, do I get this close to danger? Do I run this risk? That black eye is still up there, by the way. Still getting that intel, and it's already proving to be incredibly valuable.
Oh yeah. It's gathering an immense amount of information. I don't think it will be spotted anytime soon. Cordial already plays off that information as well to get rid of Tuck. That is the big player at the sub, the flex entry for Elemental gone and out. Now all down to the rest of the roster, although they are very much ready to drain out all of the utility and going for the swing. Dinkle looking like he just might be able to find himself a frag, either the smoke or the Womai. He's toying with fire right now, getting so close, but that grenade, no! No, Elemental, Fluxus murders in cold blood his own teammate and unfortunately will not be able to make any return on that investment.
What on earth was that? I mean, the round was already not looking good. That is a disaster. Bans, this is their round to throw away right now. So all they gotta do is hunker down, just make sure no one crosses any kind of lines. They keep track of the 3 opponents that are left, one of them on death's door. I mean, it was already looking very tough for Elemental, so, you know, the frag, it stings quite hard, but hey, look, these things happen sometimes, and so you just gotta go next round. At least Elemental have a massive lead, can comfortably do so. We'll let Geo go throughout this last round here. He's gonna go for a run out, and well, won't even make it out there. So Bans pick up another round after Elemental. I'm not gonna say they threw it away because they were behind, but certainly did not make it easy to bring it back.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a blunder there by Elemental to attempt to clear out the piano room, but alas, didn't really work out. Kitchen and service, though, instead will be the choice to play out. And, well, last time, Kitchen was taken pretty confidently there by Elemental, but so did Bans. They were able to get a pretty good defense there at the very first, or rather get a pretty confident win in the first round. But then later on, it was Elemental who kept on controlling that side. So we'll see if Elemental will be able to repeat their success, but this time on attack. Look, as long as they can keep up Tuck, as long as they can keep up Distance and Dinkle, those 3 players can really pop off. Fluxus, unfortunately at the moment, not really feeling so hot. Same goes for Geo. Poor man just can't seem to get a breath.
Geo's not been having a good
time, yeah,
good
not
game,
at all.
yeah.
But maybe further down the line, maybe on the second map, he will be able to pop off. Right now, the deadly trio of Elemental needs to really ramp up the revs, because there right now, they need to close it out as quickly as possible, because the moment the round bleed will continue, this is where they just might be able to lose out on this advantage.
Tuck, Geo, Sorry, not Geo. Tuck, Distance, and Dinkle. These men need to be taken down if you're Bance. And Geo as well, I suppose. My bad, Geo. Not the best round for sure, but always map number 2 to come back on for sure. But hey, at least you didn't frag your teammate. So, sorry, Flux. But
Flux will probably...
some things deserve that.
Yeah, Flux will definitely be probably roasted right after the game, or maybe right after the map, but we'll see if any changes are going to be made. There is some presence on the white stairs, though. That is going to be the main contest here first, and then after that, it's going to be the the attempt at getting rid of that presence in the VIP area, because there's also a half-breached wall there to assist with some of the crossfires, which could be quite deadly if Elemental are not going to be too careful about the presence on the white stairs. Dinkle trying to jiggle around 3 different angles, but oh, a little bit of a damage there being dealt onto JKN, and a headshot to Cop straight into the dome piece of Dinkle.
Man, and he just Scooby-Doos down the hallway and draws his attention, and suddenly Bance turn on and clever girl Dinkle. Now it's only 4 people on the attack, and this is going to be a rough one. It's already a site we know is pretty well on defense, and at least with these 2 teams, so a 4v5 into that one, always a tough ask. So Elemental have had some excellent rounds, and this is a way back into it with Distance picking up JKN. The 1 mile off the table. And that's Cordial gone. Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Oh well. They are going to be seeing Bance once again. Now needing to hold off 3 versus 4 situation. Not very favorable for them, as Tug does find the shot into mixes. That's a 2v4. Minute remaining. Geo needs to really get things on the way because Tracy already took care of Tug. Now it's down to Fluxus, Distance, and Geo to pick up the pace here against Tracy and Hello, 2 by far highest, well, one of the few highest fragging players of Bance. And right now, with 50 seconds remaining, the push needs to happen. Fluxus needs to start applying pressure because right now Hello is the only person who's going to be playing against the 2 attackers. There's the swing. That's a triple already for Hello. All down to Fluxus as the man could not nail the timing. And right now, this could be the round once again for Bance to take over.
This is the round that Cordial dropped out of. This was just 3 people left to hold this one down. Only Tracy and Hello remain. This is the last of the 3 C4s that they had. 1 shot through the wall, but they still haven't found Fluxus yet. They'd love to chuck a C4 on Noggin, but he sees a Noggin of his own. But Tracy will be his first victim. Will Fluxus clean this one out for his team? Hello, holding the diffuser hostage right now. And Flux, he sees it, he wants it, but he knows that it's dangerous to go for it. He runs and gets it. He actually books it out of there, but with no time. No, he does have enough time. Just barely a second to go. Hello has to poke his head in right now and secure that win, knowing he had enough time to go in for it. Holy crap,
boy.
They won.
Holy crap. Holy crap indeed. Really. Bance, once again, now it's them. It's their time to ramp up all the comeback trains because they are now on a 4-5 scoreline. Already managed to shorten down the point disadvantage down to just a singular point, and boy oh boy, this is looking like this could be a very close matchup. Reading Room will be the next site to be defended, as we are still yet to see that reading defense from Bance. And well, for Elemental, they will need to up their vertical game here because this is going to be one of their sure ways to establish dominance right above the site.
They'll need to. Although their comeback so far, this has actually been what is that? 3 rounds in a row, I want to say. Maybe not quite, but 3 rounds in a row in a very short amount of time. Maybe over 4 rounds, I think. So Bance Gaming are on the comeback, and they're on the comeback quite hard. So defense certainly working out for them on this one. Remember that they had Cordial drop entirely out of that round. So luckily he's back in right now. We don't have to go through any rehost shenanigans. Praise to Chanka. But for now, though, Bance should be feeling pretty good to win the round off the back of a round like that. To even do it without Cordial. Should be feeling pretty good. Elemental, yeah, probably a bit dusty after that one, but like we said, they are comfortable enough to drop a round like that, but oh, I mean, only so many.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Indeed, well,
Attackers are moving out.
Bance looking to equalize the round count here for themselves. Elemental seeming to be unable to find any kind of strong performance here on their attack after such a dominant showcase on their defense. It's seeming that just all of the stops have been put down to their advancement here. An attempt to push from up above through the hatches and through the skylight will be done, as Bar and Cocktail will be, well, namely Cocktail will be contested here by Bance, I believe, and apart from that, really, Elemental should not have a whole lot of issues with really making an entrance into the building.
Well, they've got distance from up above, who can get their glass out of the way. That's actually very important to get out of the way. But yeah, he gets the small breach down there, and we'll be definitely looking for some of those frags to get on entry. But you've also got to look out for Tuck here on the Sophia. Very, very strong player. Oh, Flux sees a few shots come out from over to the left, but the stairway is where it's all going to go down. You get the drones out, and you got to check it out to make sure you can get down the stairs. Frags clear the Malusi device to walk on through towards the stairs. But really, so far, it's just been Elemental setting up the top story, making sure they have all the ways to rotate around. But here's the first actual challenge, to get through those stairs.
Yeah, getting through the stairs is going to be the main question here for Elemental. If they are able to clear out the presence on the white stairs, this could be huge. But right now it seems that it's just a little bit of a calm before the storm. They are feeling a little bit slugged down, I suppose, here. Elemental just can't seem to be able to find a good opening. Trying to maybe drone it out or get a few utilities in, but to no avail just yet. There is a very strong positioning by the defense, and instead they opt into going through the red stairs, which is a pretty good idea. But now it does change their push point to the dining rather than reading room, which is going to be quite a difficult one as well, as they will need to keep up the pressure onto the white stairs, as well as that keep the planter safe.
Yeah, but it was a bit of a run, and so they've run out of time here. Tuck will be the first one to fall on that Zofia, and it's just going to continue as Dinkle will be the next one. JKN on a bit of a tear, but he's looking for more. He's just throwing out the last few things he's got, but he's dropped himself down looking for one more, but JKN will fall. But 20 seconds remain. JKN has brought the attention of Elemental towards him for one last second in his dying breaths, and now they've got to rush onto the site and do it very quickly. Joe's got to plant down. He might actually be able to stick this one. What's his team doing? The answer is dying, but the plant's stuck, and now he can join the battle again. But Fluxus needs help, and he needs it now, but it's too late. And Geo is all that remains, and Geo will fall just like that, and Distance is going to have to bleed out while he listens to Bance disable that diffuser.
Actually,
if they can find it.
We'll watch him actually play it out. They will be stuck. I don't think they actually know that Distance, if Distance is down, but alas, well, that's a round one. Bance Gaming equalize the round count. We do see a draw between these two teams, 5-5. Well, Elemental feeling a little bit let down there, I gotta say, because they had such a great performance in the first half, but all of a sudden it's Bance that just turned up the heat to the maximum level and seeming to be cooking up something even spicier here comparative to what was considered the fresh blood of LPL Pro that was bringing in on the first half.
Well, now we go to the bar and cocktail. And again, this is now Bance evening it up. No more lead for Elemental anymore. Keen to see if they can hold on to it for now, because it just seems like on attack, it's just too hard to crack the defense for either side.
Yeah, defense on Cafe is seeming to be one of those things that is quite hard to really get the stable breach, or rather stable win going on, and well, Bance surely intending to keep it in their favor for as much as it possibly can be. Maybe we shall be seeing something different or something noteworthy from Elemental sometime soon, but they need to do it very snappy and very quickly, because, well, Bance looking at yoinking themselves that match point rather than Elemental, because so far, if Elemental were able to come around with a 4-point streak, Seems that Bants are looking at getting themselves one as well.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
JK and the Madman as well is going to be on the hunt throughout this round, you can imagine. He went down after getting 2 kills pretty late in the round, so did a pretty good job previously for his team. Is going to get the chance to do it once more. He's definitely going to be careful on some of these roams, but he should be safe pretty much where he is right now, and is just going to hunker down and just draw the attention of Elemental. Make them pay attention to him rather than getting to the site, and then they run out of time.
Seems that maybe he just might be able to do that very thing. He was tempted with a run out maybe, but right now it's he's actually looking for some of the drones to maybe steal away with the pests. He doesn't have any though on himself though, but instead maybe going for a C4 the moment that any repel will be done here. And Dinkle is certainly looking like a snack right now that could potentially see himself out of the game here with a quick explosion.
Yeah, Dinkle, this is such a risky spot, but he needs to do it, needs to get the shot done onto the defender over there. The barricade, real annoying. Would love to just send it over, but I wonder if he's going to be able to stay alive throughout this. Distance is just going to move around the building as well as Tuck. Players you definitely want to watch, but Dinkle, yeah, this is the battle that really matters, because if they can get these white stairs, then maybe they can start making some progress to the side. But this is half the round spent on this Cthulhu. We saw this work for Elemental on defense. It's working for Bants too. Tracy can hold this down forever. He's got the gas grenades as well. So that position is going to be so hard to force up from him. Mixes as well on his own spot with a pile of magnets. Same deal. Such a hard spot to push back. But they do finally force him back as Distance is the one to poke his head out and suddenly muscle him away. But yeah, this is the swing that really matters.
JKN has the biggest opportunity right now to go in for the C4 play, but instead actually fell back from that position and rather could potentially play for a planned denial with a C4, which is not a bad idea to play for a long game. But oh, tempted by that C4 and got the call to not do it just yet. But right now, with 35 seconds remaining, this is promising to be a bloodbath because not a single frag has been done. Finally, Geo has been tagged up. The diffuser has been dropped as well. Tracy doing phenomenal work. Same as right now, I believe that was Mixes was trying to hold in a long angle, and right now, C4 is being prepped. C4 goes in for the explosion, but to no avail. 16 seconds remaining. The flank has started here from JKN, and goes for the swing. Can't seem to find it. Distance finds a shot into Mixes. Tracy falls as well. 6 seconds remaining. Cordial returns fire. Des Fluxus falls as well. All falling apart here for Elemental. And well, Bants have claimed the match point as they have protected the bombs and ran out the time for the attack.
Such a good defense from Bants. I mean, just time-wise, they held Elemental back for the longest time, being so patient. And for Elemental, they just couldn't make the swings, make them with confidence in time to suddenly just not have to struggle. I mean, JKN, they never knew where he was for pretty much the entire round, so that could definitely play into how cautious they were being for sure. But hitting the clock so tightly at the end is always going to be a risky play. They almost won it. I mean, Distance, he started getting a bunch of kills, but yeah, there just wasn't enough time, and they had to go through really annoying choke points along, with Geo pumping the gases exactly where they needed to be going. So that leaves Bants now on match point, on defense, where they've been doing spectacularly so far. Kitchen is going to be potentially the final sight for us.
Potentially indeed, although it did get pushed straight onto the 12th round. The scoreline that I probably did not expect after seeing how did the first half of Cafe conclude. Seems that both of the teams have defense as their strongest suit compared to the attack, as right now Elemental are actually doing worse than their opponents on the attack rather. Whereas Bats were able to pick 2 wins in their half. Elemental so far only picked up the first one, and that was right at the beginning of the second half. And straight after that, we're already on a 4-point streak for Bants Gaming. So right now they potentially looking at finishing it off with a 5-round streak here, and maybe, well, just maybe get themselves higher on the leaderboard.
Definitely looking for it here. Bance, match, point, mixes on the Valk once more. Has already set his cams up, but it's going to be an anchor this round instead of going for any kind of runouts or anything like that. No nonsense required when you're on match point. Just get the round done and get it done consistently. It's going to be another top-down approach coming out from Elemental. So here we go.
Here we go indeed, Smite. Look right now. This is looking a little bit dangerous for Elemental, given that how low their morale might be running. They will most certainly need to ensure that each and every one of their shots connects perfectly, because otherwise they are running into a possibility of, well, losing out their own, well, rather their opponent's map pick that they had a pretty confident grasp on close to the end of the first half. But look, back to the round at hand. Few shots being exchanged. Elemental are being a little bit more cautious on their drone, spending a little bit more time, and Distance might be getting into his first gunfight here against Mixes. Or rather, yeah, JKN.
Oh, he's going to drone out for it as well. Gets it down there, sees him, but actually keeps the drone, which is quite nice. You can just reuse it again. Try and spot him out. Sees exactly where he is, so can pay attention to him, but that's the thing, Cthulhu, is you've been paying attention to him the whole time. A minute to go, suddenly, and we've got Elemental in the same spot we were last time. These flashes now coming back out, but look at how much they've got to put into this one, so we've got to start making some progress here for Elemental to make this push. Dinkle running out of flashes, gets some damage on the JKN, but it's just a chunky bit of meat out of his shoulder. Gonna need more than that to actually get the kill. Starting to enter. Distance. Really wants to make the swing. Gets the barricade. Is he gonna go for a swing? Just leaves him there to wonder if it's actually gonna happen. That flashbang doesn't know where to go, but eventually it goes to the magnet. And this is a lot of people aiming all at, I believe it's JKN hiding in there. There he is eventually. Tuck will get him, but there's 25 seconds left. They've got another one. One more defender down. This should be a push. The Elemental can win.
But Tracy is holding his position there with a shotgun, attempting to go in for the swing, but just the Zafia is a little bit more ferocious there. Already so much time has been drained, 10 seconds remaining. Tuck gets down. That's a double kill as well for Tracy. Can he find his third one? He does! 2 more people remaining. Elemental about to lose it out. Gets a quad kill as well. Can he find the ace? But no, he won't. But nonetheless, Bance with a banger, winning out their map, pushing themselves to a 1-0 victory so far in this matchup. My goodness.
Can we give the Vodafone MVP for a 1-round performance? I mean, I don't know if we can, but that was spectacular from Tracy there. What a legend to pull it out there. Doesn't want to let his team go through overtime, so just says, don't worry, boys. Don't worry, boys. We can, let's go to map number 2.
He got this. He does not miss those shots. Manages to get some of the cleanest downs, and then just wipes the floor with Elemental. So, props to the man.
Oh man, and it ends up being 7-5 after 1 point. Oh man, we had a 4-2 scoreline from Elemental, I believe, out of the first half. So it was looking really good. It was looking great for them. But what a comeback from Bance. And with that, they get that 1 map advantage. However, we've got 1 more to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you come back after the break to see if Bance can make it a 2-0. We got 1 more match for you, everyone, so get back in here. It's LPL Pro Season 3 Rainbow Six Siege, brought to you by WD Black, the absolute legends. Bance, 1 game up so far against Elemental. It was 7-5. It looked like it could have been Elemental's game, but now that they've cleaned up Cafe, where are we going, Cthulhu?
We are going back to the clubhouse, Smite.
Ooh.
The map that was picked actually by Elemental, which possibly could be their map to take here. We'll have to see, because, look, right now their defense was really good. I'll give them that. It was very well coordinated. They had some really good runouts, some really good frags. Apart from that, Bance, the moment they made a comeback, they made a demolition. 5 rounds in a row to completely ensure that, well, Elemental will not be getting any kind of success there in any shape or form. So here, Elemental will get a second chance to really, this time, just play for an upset and rather just keep the round count, or rather the point count, in the same area. Apart from that, it seems that Bats might just be able to run away with the 2 maps win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it means a lot for bands to get a 2-0 because it kind of separates them, again from the bottom 2
Yes.
in the leaderboard in the round robin, keeps them away from relegations, and just separates them. A draw here means that they are fighting that battle potentially for the rest of the round robin. You don't want to deal with, man, we're going to stay out of relegations when, in 1 or 2 weeks' time, you want to be thinking, we need to win this match to get in the playoffs. Right? That's what you should want to be thinking. So 2-0 here for Bants, super important. They would love to score it, but for Elemental, I think a draw here is still fine. They're not, they're still pretty far down the leaderboard. It's also, their first time in LPL Pro, so, having a rough season isn't like the worst thing in the world. You just want to try and avoid relegations. It's still possible. Plus also, a draw is still also their best situation right now. Otherwise, it's no points.
I mean, let's remember how the Bands were able to avoid actually the relegation last season. They were able to get their win over what back then was Blessed, aka Bitter Hams later on, and that win was able to push them out of that relegation bracket where Shadownet and Bitter Hams were left remaining. So, look, here, if they are able to get themselves in another dub, I reckon this would solidify their position in the middle of the pack, where pretty much it's going to be a battle between the Shadownet and Elemental.
Got a little thing for you here. Geo, turns out he's going out, and Kairo's coming in.
Ooh.
Apparently internet issues, so could perhaps explain a few things that were happening there.
Could be, yeah.
However, the important thing to know is we've got a new player coming in, so it could entirely change up what's going on for Elemental. Maybe they come back with Cairo. I think he played last week actually. Or maybe 2 weeks ago. He's definitely played before.
Yes.
And he's had some really good rounds. So I think he's someone who can certainly show up. He hasn't shown up like, say, say Distance Tonight has.
Or Tuck.
Yeah, or Tuck. But that's not to say he's not going to be a bad player. Maybe we're still waiting for that moment. But it looks like we're just sorting it out. Before we jump into map number 2, remember, we've talked about how important this series is. And so we want to make sure that all the players are going to be on the right footing for this one. So we're just setting the lobby up right now. You got some updates for me there, Cthulhu?
Well, apart from the fact that we have been requested to pronounce Tuck's name by the letter, TVCX.
TVCK. No, TV...
He's fine with
TVCX.
he's fine with TV apparently. So
TV, okay.
TV it is. But nonetheless, man has been pretty good on the defense plays, on the roam, has been pretty consistent. Well, we've been throwing around that word for quite a few times.
Yeah,
memes
a little
not
bit.
memes. But look, he was able to perform pretty well overall. He's been a pretty good addition overall to the Elemental. The only thing that has been missing is some coordination and maybe a little bit of chemistry here for their attack. They've managed to nail down the defense. Now it's the attack that is seeming to be a little bit shaky there. So this is where we could be running into a few issues. But talking about the issues, we are rolling right into map number 2. That is Clubhouse. That is the pick of Elemental. And the very first ban of Bants Gaming is going to be Monty, your very favorite operator, Smite. So the French Mountain will not be seeing any win or any success for that matter. Bants, to ban out the Maverick for the Clubhouse, will be ensuring that the Blowtorch operator will not be seeing any kind of action for him. But what that also means is going to be that Thatcher and Ace are going to be very much present in the game and in the meta, which means very quick, very swift breaches, and well, Malusi being off the board, that's alright. Well, less of a slowdown for the attackers, which could mean potentially a whole lot of things, including the fact that they will be able to preserve the momentum whenever they shall be going for the final swings, potentially.
All right, last ban coming on out. It's going to be Goyo here on Clubhouse.
Goyo has actually been consistently banned throughout both yesterday, or rather not yesterday, the last map and this map as well. So it's clear that more so bands do not want to deal with the explosive shield operator, as well as the fact that Goyo just introduces a whole lot more of those ballistic shields that, as of recently, has been actually a pretty big discussion point here within the competitive community, given that right now in Siege there's quite a large and a vast abundance of the ballistic shields.
Yeah, I mean, really good. Ever since the change that basically makes them a mirror window if you want them to be. You know, such a powerful little thing to have on pretty much any position, and, you know, obviously Goyo bringing in way more is always helpful. Stupid red barrel keeps getting in the way, though, when I'm trying to see. But, hey, look, here we go. Goyo will not be joining the party tonight, of course, since he's banned, and no Monty, which is always very, very sad. Very interesting set of Clubhouse bans. I think we can definitely both agree on. I think the funny one is the Malusi one, which is, you know, it's not even that conventional because people just leave it up because they want to pick it.
Well, another conventional one is Maverick as well, given that he's probably the most banned operator on this very specific map. But yeah, you are right, Malusi being banned out. It has been toyed around with that ban by a few teams, but never really solidified fully. So it's more so, I suppose, just a ban for the confidence, or rather for the comfort of some of the teams. Mixer's just definitely not liking some of those managers.
No, he just lost the hostage round. Those are the hostages, by the way. I've decided.
Ah, yes.
Because
So he's the local fuse main.
we never get to see the hostages, so I decided that these are the hostages for us. JKN, you always want to kick off Clubhouse nice and spicy. And so why not do it with a run out? Does he actually see anything? Nothing from his spawn peak position, so he'll just be able to run back, leave a few goo mines in his path, and just, is he going to go back to side or upstairs? Looks like it's going to be upstairs.
Not even fully upstairs. We'll be prompting to try to just keep on peeking each and every window by trying to bust it open, but there is Fluxus waiting for that jump out, maybe waiting for Distance to go and apply some pressure. He has been droned out though, JKN, and the swing from Distance might be very well warranted, and a horrible timing there will be also present as Distance does manage to find him. With no damage actually lost as well.
Yeah, I mean, horrible timing or not though, he was droned out and just had no position to run. They just came from all these different angles. So hunting down JKN, that's the roam clear. Done. Your job done. Now you can approach the site nice and head on for this one. No Mavericks, so the hatch is going to be done old-fashioned style. Well, I mean, I say old-fashioned style, and of course I mean it because we've got Havana, not Ace. Truly old-fashioned style. This is some double vertical play here coming out from Dinkle. Love to see it.
Dinkle does not want to get C4, that's quite clear as well.
Yeah, well, look what's happening in distance. He's getting shot, let alone see forward. Look, Dinkle's nice and safe up here. No one's going to try and shoot the man from all the way up here, right? Like, surely. He's all good. He's got so much position and high ground to fall back to. Very safe, but very far from sight.
Very far from sight indeed. Interested to see how will the rest of the round work out here, given that we are also going to be seeing the last few rounds of the 3-charge Selmas on the Ace, as the maintenance notes have actually came out for tonight's patch from Rainbow Six, which we'll be seeing the nerf on the Ace, as well as that a secondary shotgun for Frost, which I don't think will really change a whole lot. But oh, there's already a crouch walking Ash on site actually. Distance finding himself that second kill. That is already a solid beginning. Now that there's full control actually established on Church, and oh, the push needs to happen. They need to swing. They need to swing in right onto site, because right now the rest of Ban's roster is actually still playing off site.
Yeah, Hello in a real rough position, but he should be able to swing his way around that one. Cordial now starting to descend the stairs. He's really looking for that flank play coming in here, but Elemental are stepping onto the site, but it's Fluxus to grab Cordial. Only 2 defenders left. And no, even that's not going to get it done. It's all up to Tracy, and he can't quite pull out the miracle he did at the end of the first game. Elemental with the first round. Flawless.
Flawless victory. Oh, there we go. The first round, once again, going into the hands of Elemental. Maybe this time they shall be able to keep up the momentum, and maybe they will be able to get their win on their own map pick, because their attack during Cafe was certainly much left to be desired of, with being able only to find a single win. Same thing here. They have managed to find the first round win, but now in Church and Arsenal room replay, it seems that Bants are quite confident that they might just be able to turn the tide in their favor.
Bringing in the ace, just for a little bit more hard breach, in case anything goes wrong on those hatches. Or even just to get into the dirt tunnel as well. Always going to be very helpful to be able to do that too. But here we go, back into Church and Arsenal. A little bit of an interesting one. I mean, there was a lot of interesting spots being held by Elemental's attack. I love Dinkle being just 2 floors up. Definitely not wanting to be C4'd like you were saying, or just even getting shot through his feet. A lot harder to do that. 2 stories up. So, like I said, we return down to the basement. Bants, I mean, I feel like there was a way for them to win that one, but the fact that Distance could just sneak onto the site as an Ashe, completely crouch walking, by the way, and secure that site. Also hunting down JKN at the start for Elemental, like that was really great too. Having him out of the table really early on was really nice. So a few things Elemental could be looking to repeat.
Yeah, well, Elemental right now.
Dude, Cordial hates them too.
Cordial just doesn't want to have any hostages. He just
Did he punch their head off? Like,
yeah, before it was just shooting the head off. Now he's just punching the head off. Full on Doom Eternal style. Before it was firearms, now it's just the hands. Just not carrying a single bit.
Next up, the C4's going on it.
Oh, jeez. That would be quite excessive force, gotta say. But talking about excessive force, actually JKN feeling extra brave, gonna try to go for the blue tunnel stairs and see if maybe he can find some openings there. But on the side of Elemental, they are prompting to, well, maybe find a few openings from, once again, from 2 stories up. And actually for JKN, if he decides to go in for the full swing through the red stairs, he could actually find the shot onto Dinkle if he won't be too careful.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that Dinkle had the freedom to do that last round because there was no roamer. This time, though, he has to watch out for JKN. TVC here, near the hatch. He's got his frags ready to go. He's cooking one up right now as I speak, but just to try and get rid of that Electro Clog. Misses the first one. Can he find the next one? Looks like that one should do the trick. And now the hatch should be openable, and there it is. Is there an impact that comes through to deny that breach? Don't know if we'll find out. But still aiming down the side. Yeah, it looks like they cancelled it, and we're going to have to send in a little more hard breach.
Alright, there we go. Another set of Habana Excaros as well will be sent in now that the Selmas have detonated and drained most of the HP of the hatch. So there we go. Elemental. Successful breach, but already half of the round has been already drained out. And now Bants are going to be put yet again on the back foot, but maybe not for long. Maybe we shall be seeing a quick return by Bants.
Yeah, well, there's only a minute to go, so Elemental are going to have to start doing something soon. Bring Dinkle down at some point, but it's Hello to find TVC first. He is going to be out of here just above the site as well. No more pressure put down on him. What is that? Hello.
Hello, definitely will be praying to all the gods possible for all his luck as he was able to dodge the bullet, but not for the second time though.
They didn't answer.
Will be able to punish him. They didn't answer. At least not for the second time.
Calls up the gods and says hello, and they say goodbye. Distance, well, he's the one that sent the message. And now we're even, but the problem is for Elemental, they have not a lot of time at all. Dinkle still has to deal with JKN on the stairs, but he knows that his team has to get his help downstairs. But, Dinkle, you know, you've got to imagine JKN. No, are they going to be coming down the stairs? It's do or die right now. The plant has to go down. It's just Cordial left on the defense. He's dying incredibly quickly, and there it is. Elemental, right at the end, they get another round.
I was definitely much closer to their comfort ground here, gotta say. Elemental just itching away from losing out that round. But alas, a 2-0. Already a 2-point difference here for themselves. Whilst they're being on attack is a good beginning for this map as they are looking at recovering themselves after such a devastating loss that was the Cafe.
You've got to give props to Elemental for how well they can do a push at the end with barely any time left.
They managed to swing on in. They still got the plant down. They still got the frags down. And even with only a handful of time, they'd only killed one person before pushing in, and that was Hello, as he got caught down the hallway. By that time, it was a 5v4, and they still managed to go in with only a few casualties through the gas grenades too, through the hatches. It took a lot of work to get the hatches down, though. I'll give that to Vance. They didn't make it easy for Elemental.
Oh, not at all, yeah. Vance did all they could to really keep on draining as much utility as possible, but unfortunately at the end of the round couldn't really do much about all the bullets that were presented to them by Elemental. So we are going to be seeing the teams make a switch over to the gym and the bedroom setup. Not even CCTV. And well, maybe seeing if they can break the general pace of the game, because Vance right now, they're also close to winning the rounds, but at the same time also far away from winning them.
I mean, it's just 2 rounds, so we know how close the last map went, which means 2 rounds in a row is probably not the biggest deal. We're probably going to have to wait for Elemental to win a few more to really start getting excited for them, but this site should definitely tell a lot. I mean, it's a very specific kind of approach towards the Church and Arsenal sites compared to some of the other sites. This is a little bit more standard, so they can still win out on these ones, and I've got a lot of faith for the Elemental boys. They've been putting on a good show tonight.
Most definitely. Distance having a live drone going for him, as well as that TV will be following suit with the sledge. There is some information being gathered that there is a castle player sitting around the position, and right now Mix is actually trying to just punch down the castle barricade.
Let me
trying to get into a gym, or rather actually just prepares it for the run through the moment any kind of heat will be starting to happen. Cordial already takes quite a hefty amount of damage as the floor beneath him is just being mulched up, but right now nothing much really. The castle will still be staying alive, but a frag grenade might change that very outcome, and there it is. A quality cooked coconut will be sent down into Cordial's face.
Oh man, he's going for more as well. TVC is hungry. He gets another one as well. It's a double kill. This is 2 down for Vance. And half the rounds for Elemental to plan this one out. This one should be just theirs to throw away at this point.
Yeah, look. Vance right now looking a little bit disconnected from each one another. JK going for a very ambitious swing, I believe, just through the dirt tunnel, but I don't think there will be actually any presence out there, and Tracy's just waiting for the right moment to swing in. JKN figures out that there's no breach there, so won't be able to go for a run out, but no! Oh, the C4! Oh, there's an opening! There's a swing out, but it's a bait. It's the fattest bait possible. Cairo gets the win in that gunfight, and actually able to run away with most of his HP as well. That is probably the most interesting part out of it all. Mixes, he's got the AUG, not the worst, not the best gun, but that won't really matter. He's the last man standing, 5v1, potentially the flawless round.
I'll always respect plays like that C4 on the window. I'll respect that one too, because I got the kill, but hang on, okay, never mind, there it is. The round does actually go to Elemental, but I'll respect the plays like that one on the window before, the one that actually blew up the barricade, because you know, when you're going for risky plays like that, and then you do the run out as well to just try and get something, you know that you're in a pretty rough position. So you got to pull out some real do or die moments. If he'd pulled it off, which is, you know, still a very low chance, it could have brought him back into the round. So, you know, I like seeing those plays instead of just watching teams just let the round lead out. But Dinkle does bring up a pretty big point, which is his KD. Staying alive, very important for that.
You gotta stay alive for claiming the consistency spot, but you're consistently on 0. Cairo, go off, mate.
Cairo's just subbed in. He's been in here for 3 rounds, and he's already
dropping heat.
He's dropping the flame.
Yeah, Cairo is dropping some mad heat there. He doesn't even spare his own teammates at this point. But yes, Dinkle, the Agent 020, Yeah, can't seem to be able to find any openings at all. At the very least, he's still got the two assists, so at least score-wise, he can keep himself competitive on the scoreline. But meanwhile, Distance would like to know Dinkel's location because man is on 8 kills and no deaths. Man is literally just cannot die. He's too angry to die.
Too small and quick.
Too small and quick, doesn't have the head box. There's a whole lot of things going for him, but we're not going to be going into as much of a as many of the details.
Well, you're telling me we're not going to complain about Ash all day? We already have been.
We'll leave that job to Reddit.
They do a pretty good job of it. So, coming on in. This is 3 rounds in a row for Elemental JKN. Holy moly, what are you doing, mate? But hey, look, he gets out half his health, and he can hang out with his homies on the side. Or just abandon them.
Or just abandon them, yeah. Why not? Either or. I know he will be put at right by the wall and then shut down. Dinkel finally will be upping his KD. No matter what. Finally we'll get off the donut after 3 rounds already, but look, apart from that, good opening for Elemental. Could have found another frag, but Tracy's a little bit just faster on the tree.
Yeah, the dwarf can only play his trick once, and so with that,
Has been located.
unfortunately, it doesn't work out again. That was the Game of Thrones reference, by the way. I'm not calling him a dwarf. I don't know if he actually is, but TVC from below the frag does a bit of a chunk to Tracy, but it will not be a kill, so that's gonna have to be finalized just a little bit later if you're Elemental. But hey, you'll take that one. There's some low health members right now for Bance. Remember, this door to CCTV gonna be pretty tricky to get open without the Maverick. Gonna be all but impossible. You're gonna have to rely on the Ace, who's not really got a whole lot of backup. Really just has the sledge, TVC.
Distance's breaching charges from below should do just enough of a job. Distance already also goes in for the swing and gets rid of Cordial, as well as that Nix is down as well, so that does leave all down to Tracy. Finally, Distance will be killed, so man will be halted at his rampage at the 9-1 scoreline, but nonetheless, damage has been already done. Another gunfight to engage, and Low takes the most damage out of all of that whilst the breach is still happening. Dishes out some more damage to TV, but apart from that, really with 45 seconds remaining, all the chances for Bance are dwindling by the second.
Oh, hello! Oh, he saw him for a moment, but will lose his life. It's just Tracy and Mixers left. Tracy holding down tight, has the gas grenade in hand, will pop it out with 30 seconds exactly on the clock. Mixers as well, not a whole lot of health either. Has to stay incredibly safe behind the site, but it's the plant going down, the C4 to stop it. But Cairo, where's the explosion? Where's the explosion? He doesn't load up.
C4 got shut out. C4 got shut out, and the diffuser has been planted. All down to Tracy to try to do something. He still has one more gas grenade to maybe cover the crossfire, but right now, the crossfire is going to be rather on him. And now as Cairo does manage to dish out some more fire there for his team. And well, that's another round to go into the hands of Elemental. Now, the rehost has not been called just yet, as there might be an attempt to rejoin, but there it is. Just as we talk about that, Elemental, rather Bance, will be calling that for. And well, we are going to be returning potentially just back to us. No, okay.
No, I think he randomed. Although got Jaeger, so maybe he actually picked. Hang on, we'll wait for the call here.
Yeah.
bit of the old rush to reconnect and see if he gets there in time.
I think we actually might just stick with it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if the play is fine to go for it, and it looks like it should be no reason to rehost. So looks like the 5th round. It's going to be underway, Cthulhu. 4 rounds in a row have already happened. 4 old mates at Elemental are really wanting revenge after dropping map 1.
Yeah, look, if they are able to get a flawless win here on map number 2, that will be quite a statement saying that, well, whilst Cafe was not particularly the best case for Elemental, at the very least Club is, and this is where they just might feel enough comfortable to take teams like Bance, maybe take some of the higher end teams as well, to town. But for now, 4-0 scoreline, that's already quite something to talk about, and especially that is on the attack of Elemental rather than the defense that was happening on Cafe. So this could be huge if they will be able to keep up the scoreline during the second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no reason why it should slow down. I believe they've won on every site so far, so, you know, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to take any of the ones that come up, at least on attack. They could clean it out with a 6-0 perhaps. Cairo now, he's got his drone, so he's spotted out the defenders on the other side here, and we'll be wanting to open this wall at some point, but we'll need a little bit of help to get through and do it. Goes up and gives the wall a bit of a kiss, but here it goes. We're opening things up. Question is he going to need anyone else to come around, or will his drone be enough?
Interestingly enough, actually, Cairo was able to get the breach at least for one of the lines of the Selma before the electrical wall kicked in. So Kayed partially was able to pull off the play, but right now they need to get rid of that electrical wall before any more trouble can be dished out. Another frag grenade will be thrown in. That should be eaten up by the ADS, but no. To no avail. Another attempt at the breaching will be done here, and this time it will be a bit more successful. Cordial is actually playing from down below, which could potentially allow him to go for the late flank, but we'll need to see further down the line, because right now no pressure is actually being applied on Garage, which is quite surprising given that Elemental put quite a fair bit of that pressure further down the line in the previous round. So maybe TV's presence in the kitchen hallway could do that very thing, as he needs to get rid of that Jaeger very quickly.
Yeah, TVCX down this hallway will not know that the Jaeger has just booted it and gone out of here. Distance, shuts that jukebox up. Always shoot it, by the way, guys. I think it makes way too much noise. Oh boy, Tracy thinks TVCX makes too much noise himself. He'll take him out, for sure. That is possibly the first step for Elemental to take their first loss, but oh no, another one from outside as well. JKN will pick that one up as well, and he is not done. He's got another window prepped and ready to go. He can do a run out at any point if he needs to. Ooh. Now they're looking for Hello, but Hello has got them on lockdown. The flashbangs do not mean a thing, as he's now reaching around, going for the peak, has the shots, the pre-fires down. They've lost a teammate in the background though, so Hello has to keep his eyes over to the left on the site, but he really needs to lock this door down, and he shuts the door and throws away the key.
Well, Bands finally do shut down yet another 4-round streak of Elemental to maybe see themselves to get maybe another set of 2 points here on the first half, maybe get themselves warmed up to the idea of maybe we could steal away yet another map here from Elemental. They did it before. They looking to maybe do it again, so we'll most certainly have to see. Church and Arsenal will be once again the final avenue for Bands' defense, until, at least until we could potentially see the overtime happen. That is if that is even on the plate. But looking at the lineup, nothing new, nothing really changed. We shall be seeing Elemental once again attempt to take control of the top floor and play the buck from the very top position. But no, just as I say, that there won't be any changes. TVCX just keeps on surprising us and brings in the Thatcher.
Yeah, Thatcher's kind of interesting as well. You expect this one on things like CCTV quite a lot, but coming down to Church and Arsenal, where are you looking at throwing those EMPs? Where are they going to have the biggest effect? What is this picked up for?
Namely, that is either going for the dirt tunnel or the hatches, just for the ease of use, because Mixers might just be able to go for the kite trick, but he will need to use up both of his electric claws, and by the time the explosions of the either Hibana charges or the Selma charges will go off, well, by the time those electric claws will be nullified their effect. So it's either Memorial Hatch, Kitchen Hatch, or the Dirt Tunnel. 3 EMP grenades here for Elemental to really play around, so we'll have to see whether they will be used on either of those places.
And TVC certainly doesn't want to be spawn peeked. He's just shooting at all the windows. I don't blame the man. His team is heavily in the lead right now, close to scoring the tie for the series. You don't want to die to a random spawn peek, and you don't want to die to JKN like this. He takes out Distance. That's who you're looking to get rid of. The Ashe player, the Ashe main gone.
Another issue is the fact that Bans just keep on running away scot-free from all of those frags. No trade-offs, no refrags here by Elemental, and this is seeming what is biting them back, really. Again, now acquired himself a Nito drone, should be able to know whereabouts the next push could be happening, but apart from that, really just trying to figure out where his next poke could really happen, because previously that control of the logistics office by Dinkle was always kept kind of as standard as it, well, as safe as it can get. If there is a roam around by JKN, this could be huge. A C4 to come out actually deals a little bit more damage to the defense rather than the offense, but nonetheless does force the attackers off the kitchen. So now we shall be potentially seeing maybe a slightly slower push now that the half of the round already been drained.
Yeah, and JKN's gonna sneak back onto the site, and he's gonna be done with all the roaming. He's brought up enough attention, grabbed all the kills, so now it's up to Elemental to come in, shut the door down on this attack. But JKN, he's ready to shut the door on something. They have the diffuser as well, just drop down over there as well. These are good valve cams for the C4. No, can he
Give it back.
Give us a jump button, Ubisoft.
Makes us even teabags, saying, "Oh, look at this sucker, missing out on his C4." But
pull the chair over. Just stand on the chair.
Imagine, like, amidst all of this chaos, just bring in the chair just to try to pick it back up. Given the fact that Mozzie is one of the shortest operators as well in Siege, that would have been quite
maybe he
comical.
needs a box to stand on.
Maybe he needs a box to stand on. Maybe that's the next buff that he needs to do.
There wouldn't be anything wrong with standing on the box. 30 seconds, Cthulu. Elemental have got to go in and do something pretty soon. They don't have distance to swing in first. That's another one down, though, as Dinkle falls to the C4. They're dropping down now. Here it comes. Tracy, or TVCX from below, is actually shot down, but Fluxus tries to go for the plant, but that's also completely cancelled. Just Cairo left to go. He's running out of time, and he's running out of hope, and now he just wants to get some sweet frags. And that might be all he might get from this one, because it might be just his death as well. No, he might pick this one up too. Nope. We'll get shot down the hallway. That is one over to Bance again. They're actually swinging back here, Cthulhu.
Correct, yes. We are once again at the same scoreline of 4-2. Only 2 round differential here between Elemental and Bans Gaming, but now it's Elemental's time to go in for the defense. Now, last time we seen them on the defense, they actually performed pretty well, so I would be expecting some quality performances from them here on the second half, but given the circumstances, maybe the attack could be the favored side here, given the fact that Bans are quite straightforward with their picks. Bring it in straight away. Thatcher, Ace, Hibana, they definitely want to get that breach going, as well as that IQ to add a pinch of salt on all of that whole mixture. And, well, Church and Arsenal Room will be the first thing that will be defended by Elemental to maybe set the initial pace, as TV will be bringing in the Vigil like he did back on the Cafe.
Yeah, round 1 of Cafe, and it impressed, so definitely worry about this one if you are fan of the opponent. If you're a fan of Bance, you're scared of TVC.
It's definitely, well, just a little bit more rounds here between these two teams. They want, both of them would want badly to win out this map right now, because look,
10 seconds remaining.
the way how things certainly looking, Elemental are once again at a precipice of getting themselves a map win. But if the last map was any indication, Bans do certainly have the ability to run away with some phenomenal wins.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is the scoreline before, and Bance won. So, you know, don't count Bance out just yet. They're gonna have to get it done on attack though, and that could be where things get a little bit tricky. As Elemental now get to sit back onto defense. You've got Dinkle who's running around upstairs. JKN just around the corner as well. He's actually gonna camp real close up to the door. He hears explosions. He doesn't know where to look though. There's not nowhere to go. Too many angles to hold. Oh, he sees him just flip over. And it's just going to be the return pre-fire from JKN, who just outshines him in this opponent.
go. First opening, Vance already looking pretty strong. Dinkle, the person who consistently so far is bottom fragging for Elemental, especially after the upset that was Cafe. We'll be getting back to the spectator bench. For now, Vance though looking like they just might be able to go for a very quick take on the side. The moment they already, even with so much time remaining, they already cleared out the top floor, just about to finish clearing out the ground floor, and about to go in for the breaches. Maybe we shall be seeing some late roams from Elemental in the face of TVCX, who is currently going in for a swing and could potentially run into Tracy, but I have to see, there's already the gunfight has erupted, and first bit of damage has been, is yet to actually be dished out, because both of the players are still yet to find any kind of engagements. Tracy gets himself another doorway open to fall back, but it's Cordial to find a shot onto distance. No more of the Wamai, no more of the disc regeneration. The IQ will just keep on rolling in and just trying to get rid of as many electronic utilities as possible.
Cordial, good guess, but not good enough, and even a little bit closer still after that. However, nothing finalized. Vance are looking pretty sweet for this one. TVC might be the saving grace for Elemental if they want to pull this round out. Fluxus has started that story, but it's just hello. It's going to need more. It's now Fluxus going to have to retreat from this one. It has to go back to the site, but it's so dangerous there with the hatch gone. The floor basically broken apart everywhere. Actually, it's not broken apart as much as you would think. It's got a lot of free space in there. TVC also trying to make his way back as well. You've got Cairo on site, but there's a drop! Straight into Fluxus and his ever-hungry site.
As well as that is the diffuser dropped as well. TVCX also makes a refract as well into Cordial. The timer is starting to run low. Bant not looking too hot there. There's another body that falls, and another one for TVCX as well. Elemental making a quick turnaround there for themselves, and now putting themselves on their 5th point.
Oh, no. Elemental. Oh, they had 3 people at one point against 5, and they still managed to pull that one back. This is getting pretty sweaty right now for Bans. You know, you're getting pretty scared of this result because you really want that 2-0. You really want to come here, score on Clubhouse, and move up the leaderboard, and just get that relegation story away from you. You don't want to deal with that nonsense, but at the moment, it feels like Elemental is going to drag Bans back down. They are doing spectacularly so far on Clubhouse. They may not get the 2-0 if they pull out this win, but they'll bring it to a draw, and to keep Bans down at their level is very important.
Yeah, right now, each and every round will pretty much matter. Elemental are only 1 round away from the match point. This is where they got stuck on the previous map, on this scoreline. And this is where Bans started making the return. Maybe here they just might be able to pull it off, but CCTV, if defended properly, can be an impenetrable fortress to really approach. Given the fact that right now, Elemental are actually bringing in quite a fair bit of utility, as well as that some good info gathering in the face of Valkyrie, as well as that the info denial / technically info gathering with the Mozzie as well, if the Australian operator is able to catch a few of those drones. So a few of the ways to really play about it. TVCX about to do a very nasty spawn peek that could potentially actually find one person actually spawns there. So, because he sees him, does actually dish out quite some damage, but cannot finish him off. Goes in for another swing, but Cordial is already long gone.
Yeah, I think he's happy with that. Can just back on out of there. Doesn't need to stick around. Gonna mess up the catch room a little bit as well. And then, yeah, you can see why he's moved away from that window as Cordial is peppering it back in return. But fortunately, only Cordial's health bar is gonna be this low after that nonsense. But yeah, here we go. Elemental, very, very happy with that one. Now the problem with Elemental bringing a whole lot of technology and all that is that there's too many frickin' lasers, and they brought Thatcher. So Mixers is going to be fine with that one, blowing them up. You've also got IQ to spot them out, so gadgets and all that doesn't mean a thing to them.
Yeah. Cordial right now needs to actually go for a downstairs push on the ground floor and see if we can find those electronics from down below, because all that floor is breachable, so it should be pretty quick work. he so insists on doing so. Tracy, meanwhile, was able to get a pretty confident breach, so that is already yet another entry point for Bance to go in for. But already some more damage has been actually being dished out, as Mixes did take more than half of his health pool out by one of the defenders. I'm not too sure, but unless another breach is happening, there's a swing in already, pushing down on the Kair, and no finish off actually, but finally does. JKM does manage to find a finishing shot, but right now Distance actually dropped down into the garage, looking, lurking, needs to find that frag on just outside of garage, and actually could be going in for the swing. He's completely unaware of the ping, and there we go. Mixes does find the shot on Distance, 3 versus 4, as Bance right now in a man advantage.
Oh yeah, but they've still got to break into the side, and Cairo's doing a beautiful job of that. With the help of Dinkle, JKN's on the floor. It's only Mixes left. The diffuser sitting right in front of them for Elemental. They should be able to snag this one up. JKN's finished off. Mixes all the way outside. 1 EMP and a dream. Dinkle even pre-planting that C4. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, the only issue right now, they are completely unaware of the position of Mixes, as he is doing his very best not to generate any more sound. And maybe the Valkyrie camera has spotted out, but the sound cue is there to give any more of the information. Goes in for the swing. Now it's all down to his gunfight, but it's not enough. Dinkle is just the better gamer. And there we go. That's a win for Elemental. Match point.
Oh boy. They've broken that little barrier. They've broken past that 5-point mark and made it to that match point. Elemental can taste the victory here on Clubhouse, 6-2. It's not even looking close at this point. They are just consistently winning rounds, round after round. I wouldn't even be surprised to see the cap can come out, but I think at this stage, Elemental just gonna lock down, fully respect their opponents, because why would you stop now in the very final round and just bring it out for one last time? Bance, however, 4 rounds in a row are now facing them. 4 wins in a row are what they need.
Oh man. Gym Bedroom could potentially be the final place for the showdown between Elemental and Bance, potentially where the main storyline will be sealed here, and both of the teams could potentially just net themselves a win each to keep themselves just pretty much in the same positions, as a matter of fact, I believe. But that said, the introduction of Mira to the play could maybe make that difference. Funnily enough, very soon actually, Mira and Jackal won't be the 2 exclusive users of that ITA-12S, as Frost will be getting that one as well. But Elemental bringing in the very same lineup. The only difference is that Cairo is bringing in the castle to essentially allow the more safer passages, I suppose, for some of the positions, and well, maybe some of the windows to get barricaded off initially. So we'll have to see how effective would that be. But funnily enough, actually, JKN is being very cautious about certain openings in the windows, as those would definitely attract his attention, and maybe, just maybe, would force him to actually go in for the roam clear, which could unintentionally drain some more time.
Okay, well, plenty of building to clear out, so they'll take their time to do it. JKN, a little interesting, but maybe saw someone for sure. But here we go. This is where the castle really comes in. Just being able to window off, block off all the windows around here. So good, particularly this one right here. You can stick a C4 on it sometimes if you want to, but here's the entry from JKN onto the site. No one challenging him here at the windows for now. Although this window actually is being left open. So, very interesting spot. He knows someone's over there and finds Dinkle, sniffs him out, and gets that kill. That could stop Elemental in their tracks, at least for this round for now. But they have 4 more defenders to get through.
Yeah. Well, already 1 player lost. Dinkle can't seem to be able to find his mojo here, just like Gio in the previous match. Maybe the rest of the team would be able to pull up a dub here. 6-2 scoreline is already quite something to boast about, but TV finds a very nice play. And then minus the cordial ad, that is the IQ, very important pick out of all of them. And right now, JKN takes an even bigger chunk of damage as he is completely unaware about the positioning of Cairo, who's just dealt quite some more damage to him. That's minus out. That's another. Hello is gone. TVCK, or rather TVCX, gets the win in that gunfight. Now leaves all down to Tracy and Mixes to come through. But even poor Mixes cannot do anything. All down to Tracy, the ace player. 1v3, finds one down. Can he find another two? TV and Fluxus, the last remaining players in a 1v2 situation. 40 seconds remaining. There's one behind the mirror window. The breach will begin to be opened up, but right now TV's position will be exposed. But no, there we go. A GG. Well played. 7-2 scoreline. A much more dominant performance there from Elemental comparative to Cafe.
Solid play coming out from Elemental, and I feel like this could have been a 2-0, which is a little devastating for them, but look, you'll take the draw for sure after what happened on map number 1. That was quite painful. Coming back and just steamrolling on Clubhouse has got to feel good. You can draw, you can keep them around your level in the leaderboard, and now at least have someone else to kind of push down to relegations along with ShadowNet, right? Because there's 3 teams sitting down there, but we only need 2 of them for relegation. So now both of these teams are going to be sticking around there. So the following weeks are probably going to be the most interesting, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm actually quite excited for the tomorrow's matches as well. That could potentially shape up the upper end of the leaderboard as well. And look, yeah, this definitely, well, tonight's games have been definitely quite surprising with some of the results. Namely that Ferox ShadowNet game that pretty much, well, that was a bomb burner of a map, but well, namely Villa, which did go into full 15 rounds. So look, props to ShadowNet, props to all of the teams, as a matter of fact, for well, playing their part tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they made the matches not boring for sure. Everyone fought back pretty hard. We never, in a night where we expected the matches, at least one of them, to be pretty one-sided, we got treated to some pretty good matches tonight. So definitely pleased with that from all the players, all the teams tonight. But you know, the winners for sure, big congratulations to them for moving on with their points. It feels kind of mean because there was only one team that didn't get any points tonight. It was ShadowNet. Sorry guys, but big ups to you guys as well. But that is that's us for the night, Cthulhu. We've got a real interesting set of circumstances after that. I mean, we got a pretty good idea of where teams are kind of sitting now. And I'm honestly just keen for tomorrow night to round out the week.
Most definitely. Tomorrow's games should probably be even closer games, I reckon, comparative to even tonight. So I'm genuinely curious how will the week 4 leaderboard will shape up, really.
Yeah, that's right. Although, guys, you're going to have to stick around for tomorrow night because that's when we're going to be rounding things out. But because tonight we're all done and dusted. So big shout out to all of our sponsors, of course, WD Black, Vodafone, Red Bull, Extrafy, and of course Sky City for all the help in running the LPL Pro seasons. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you all tomorrow night because we've got 2 more matches to go.
It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's not able to deny the plan, but he's able to run down the time.
Here it stops again. 1 kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up through the wall.
Get behind me!